Yeah. Man, at this point, you got to at least consider the plan. At least consider it. Wilter, good to see you. It's your birthday again.
It's my birthday.
You got to be at least 100 now with all those birthdays. Gosh, you're
counting.
Yeah. Professor, safety meeting now. Good to see you, Sissy K. Kayla. To get Roseanne to do her welcome.
Greetings, Earthlings, humans, bots, ops, trolls, people of backward behavior with a lot of mental tics but don't know it. But anyway, also negative beings. I think that they flock to me and always have, like the Nephilim, the Adirondack. What are they, Jake, again? The Nephilim, Anunnakis. All the negative forces seem to flock to me too, because I don't know, maybe it's like because animals love me so much. They love to hear my voice. Continue sending those videos of your animals just enthralled with the voice of intelligence coming out of me, which they recognize because animals, unlike humans, don't exist on a diet of bullshit. They live as the Lord intended them to live, for the most part. Anyway.
She's the trip. She even put trolls on that one. Welcome in, everybody. I like that. She added trolls in, ops. Every time she thinks of something from she didn't say the last time. Good to see you, Miss Mischief, Grumpy, everybody. And yeah, like I said, if you don't, I know everybody gets so serious about that.
Trust the plan.
There's been
My own baby.
I know Q- should totally be here for some of this shit, man. Like of all the people, and I know I say it a lot, but I really mean it. Like, I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. Like, this one really is going to be, he should be here for this. So much this week, man. And not all, I definitely don't have it all. You didn't tell me about an earthquake. And then I think Trump's speaking right now. And I'm hoping that we'll have clips of, on X or something for that, maybe throughout, if we can get anything good that comes. But I feel like he's going to say about 4 things that have to do with
Willard.
What's up, Doc P? Drummond son. Oh my gosh.
Sissy baby. Kelly baby.
Cheryl.
Echo baby. Cheryl baby. Kathy baby.
Good thing you don't have a pickle emoji.
Oh my goodness. Outlandish Patriot. And then, so Yorga has been out on the boat and shit. Like, I wish I could do Messenger so I could show off your video. You probably have it somewhere. Saw
Yeah, I'm wiped out.
You could share it on your YouTube page so people could see it easier. Could see Marla. I mean,
it's not much to it.
It looked like a lot of fun, like a good place to be.
Oh yeah, just chilling. Mary baby.
Mm-hmm. Jersey Joe, Annalisa. Said Doc P. Marla B. Clint. We'll just call you Clint. Jersey Joe, Sissy K. Tornado warnings in Illinois. H. Ann. Good to see you all. Still catching up. Godzilla making a comeback. How? Is there? There's another movie out.
Or maybe the earthquake in Japan.
Oh, yeah. Chessboard, I've got yours. So Chessboard sent me some. He said I need more culture on my show.
So Japan had one too. I'm way out of the loop for now.
Yeah, that's what he said. I was gonna play this 8-minute thing that Chessboard sent me. It's more towards the end, but I feel like he's judging all of us with this clip, but it was kind of funny.
How do they do it?
How do we watch it?
Why do we watch it?
Why do you watch it?
Why do you watch it? It's like, damn. It was funny though. He said, "Here's
Well,
some cold." It was like
well,
2 weeks ago.
I'm glad you see Trump took my buddy's advice.
Which was?
Shitload of bulletproof glass.
Oh yeah, good. I can't believe he's out here saying. I hope there's something good in the message, but damn, chessboard. Is that before the show started? My bad.
I mean, what is he doing? Is he doing just an out and out speech, or he's doing something for some?
It's a rally. It has to do with, I thought, the 250th, and it was like also something to do with July 4th or something.
Yeah,
Maybe
and then he's got the Marine Corps band behind him.
Really see. Yeah, I was watching it before I got going. Oh my gosh, chessboard. Oh man. Yeah, that's what Jeff was talking about. Outlandish was the good to see you, Tracy Miller. Let's see, Jersey. Is that D? Earthlings. Greetings, Earthlings. She does say that a lot. Okay, so I'm pretty far behind. This is when Roseanne was on. Oh, looks like her. Oh, they were talking about Roseanne looked like her because she had her little hat on and stuff. Roseanne Pimp bought C9000 that pimps out humans. What's going on? There's Echo. I just caught up. Cindy, good to see you. Tim, good to see you. If you want the link, let me know. He said that his schedule's getting better. He might be able to come up sometime, but what? Out of Popcorn, still one of the best names on the internet. No, it's pretty good.
They're saying anywhere between 10,000 and 100,000 people have been killed.
Man.
Where?
Carl, good to see
in Venezuela.
Oh, from the earthquakes.
Oh, dude, yeah. This is just Venezuela.
See you, Arkman. Oh, Jersey put a pickle in the chat.
Hey, I wonder if Maduro's in jail going, man, I'm glad I'm not there.
Yeah, well, yeah. I wonder if they told him.
Trucking feedback. Good to see
Oh,
you.
yeah, they probably told him.
All right. Love the old guys.
Your wife is in a pile of rubble.
So I don't even know where to go first. There's so much that happened. This is like really, really short here. I'm still not through comments, but I do want to, and I'm sure you know about this, and I know Pootie does, about the John Solomon guy.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. That's kind of a big deal to me. I mean, he would do a lot of like, he would find out information kind of like James O'Keefe, and he would get FOIA requests. And, you know, basically it seemed like he was kind of doing a better job than some of the damn agencies on some things. He kept breaking stories. And now it says he temporarily, he's going to step aside for his role as editor-in-chief to assist the government as an unpaid employee, identifying classified intelligence and withheld documents involving weaponization and overthrow of the U.S. in government in the November 3rd, 2020 election. In other words, fasten your seatbelts. The mother of all, who knows? All the things that have already been declassified.
The public. It's your information after all. Bureaucrats keep us from it. Programming note. I want to make sure everybody on this show is aware of it. I put it as a disclaimer on all my shows. I mentioned it on my podcast today. For the next couple of months, I'm working as an unpaid government employee to help the government identify documents that can be released to the public. It's your information after all. Bureaucrats keep us from it. I have an opportunity to help the government identify some documents, some secrets, some things you should know about when it comes to weaponization, election integrity, other things. We're going to work on that. But during that time, I just want you to know, I've stepped aside as the editor-in-chief of Just the News. I still do my reporting. We're still going to do the amazing show here with Amanda. But I want everybody to know that I'm doing this. I'm unpaid. I don't take any money from the government. I think it's a good role for a journalist to play, getting more information out. But I want you to know personally.
Yeah, so he did that Just the News. I feel like there was another name too. And I really loved him for information. And I can't believe it. It's like, I don't know. I think that's a big deal. Go ahead.
Now, you know, you have to listen to what he says.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, what, 3 or 4 months he's stepping aside?
Yeah,
so,
he's got to help. Right.
Right. So why? Oh, that's right. Because probably in 6 to 8 months, you're going to start seeing a lot of disclosure after the earthquake. Yeah, I guess it's a bad euphemism, but the earthquake hits this country and people start finding out the truth.
Right. Well, there's so much truth already coming out, with the Tulsi Gabbard, all the stuff she's been putting out. All the conspiracy theories aren't conspiracy theories anymore,
But you know how they just had that election in New York, right?
You, John and Sharon, elected. Yes.
Well, did you hear what happened this morning with the FBI and the New York Police Department and the New York State Police?
Are you said New York? I don't
Yeah,
know.
They just had their elections.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And predominantly they put in a whole shitload of communists. Okay.
Right.
Well, this morning, the FBI, New York PD, and the state, along with the U.S. Marshals, started raiding top-level New York PD administrators and government officials because they were taking bribes on placing people into certain jobs. So you're going to
sorry, go ahead.
You're going to start seeing a lot of arrests in New York.
Yeah, they also did that. They did raids in California, Skid Row, where all the stuff that James O'Keefe had filmed. And there's already people that have pled guilty. And someone says nothing. Clay B says nothing will count until we see some arrests. The thing is,
you're seeing arrests. It's just not the arrest people want to see.
That was almost the exact words I was going to say. There have been. Was the one girl for fraud. Now, see, I think they should go up above her and get Walls, Governor Walls, and all those people that were above her with those fraud schemes and stuff. But they called her the mastermind, and they're trying to give her like 40 years in prison.
Yeah.
That's an arrest. It's not Tim Walz, no, but she's talking about Tim Walz as we speak to her attorney, saying he did this and this one did that and this was signed off on. She couldn't do it by herself. So, but not just her, others as well. But go ahead, Jeff.
Well, you have to think of it in the forms of warfare. You have to get the foot soldiers first, meaning Antifa, all these people who are paid assets, who are going to go out and actually do the damage. And during the first Gulf War, you didn't go right in and get Baghdad Bob and, all the people in the deck of cards. You went and you attacked their ground troops first. You have to do this. You have to get rid of all of these activists and these people that are being paid to stoke riots and all this other stuff before you can actually do something that is going to require possibly military in the streets to squash some of this shit.
Yeah. I mean, I see it. Back to all the stuff that came out this week. It does, we're having a discussion. So, for example, when they do the things that refer the letter 17 or the trust the plan or anything like that, Yorga's immediate reaction is President Trump is trolling because he does know what it means and what people will think, but he doesn't believe it's any deeper than that. Where I'm somewhere, I think you believe, I don't know exactly, I don't want to speak for you. But
I do not think it's some clandestine secret message.
That's what I'm saying.
That's just, it's comical.
Right. And I'm somewhere in the middle in the sense that I don't necessarily believe 110% that, or well, there's only 100, so 100% that this is all a mastermind plan. But what I do believe is that they're aware of it. I mean, there's no way they don't know. And I know what that plan was. And there was nothing in it that was bad, in the sense that, do I want these people who are doing terrible things to children walking the streets? Do I want, powerful people running the world that are in some type of cabal, like that type of shit that they really, when you get down in those rabbit holes, there's no reason to not want that to happen. There's no reason to think it's a terrible thing. If that's the truth and that's what they're doing, then I'm all for that. Like, why would we not want the world, the deep state to be, but I think it's more, I don't know anything for certain, and I do keep open-minded, but I do think that they know what it is. They know what people believe, and they are parallel to that at the minimum. And it's like a wink and a nod, like Chris Yoon was saying. It's like, yeah, like that, just like that. It doesn't even have to be the exact thing, but it could be, and I'm not leaving that out. And then I also consider what Yorga says. Maybe it is all a troll, but I still believe there's a lot going on, even if it's not that plan. You know what I mean? I try to keep open-minded about things. I don't want to nail down, any certain way. I could see it so many different ways. What is your opinion, Jeff, about things?
Well,
I mean,
this was created 10 years ago.
Right. A long time.
It is when it first started to get to the public.
Right.
People started digging into it.
And it started all the way back to like 8chan and 4chan and like way in the recesses and got all the way to mainstream, which is kind of incredible all by itself, that it got that big. Anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
And so when Trump puts this stuff out, and now it's not just Trump, now it's the official White House pages.
Yeah, and the Department of War and stuff. It's nuts.
Yeah, that is putting this out. Now, to me, there's a method to the madness. It's just not putting it out there to put it out there. It's putting it out there to send signals to, I believe, people throughout the world who work in clandestine operations, who, like how I play EAMs on, no one knows what that shit means unless you got the biscuit and the code book.
Mm-hmm.
This is the same concept. This is classic intelligence notification without using communication.
Right. And that what Jersey Joe said, that's another arrest that it's like it's never, nobody ever, when they happen, no one ever gives the credit to them. That is a big deal. 100 years.
And here's my thing. When was the last time that you heard anybody in Congress call for Trump to have a competency plan over Q, anon, which is what they call it? Never.
Never. And that's the other thing people are finding odd, that the media isn't, because they did it in the past. They're like, why are you saying this? They question them on it. I think they don't want to. They don't want to draw the attention to it, because then people will see that if all these things happen, they wouldn't be the worst things. Like it's supposed to be ridding the world of evil, right? I mean, there's a lot of things that's in there. And the other thing is that Iran's all up in there, right? I don't know all the drops. I don't have it memorized or nothing, but I watched a lot of people that went down those rabbit holes, and it was very interesting. And considering what's going on with Iran now, thinking that's in the drops, it's kind of hard to not go, wow, that's pretty nuts that was in there, all this time. And now it's happening, along with other things.
In 2014, 2015, they were talking about Pizza Gate.
Right.
And that was all a conspiracy. That was all bullshit. Well, now it's coming to find out. The drops talk about Ukraine.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And the biolabs and what did
and that's not a conspiracy theory anymore, right?
No, it's not. So, the whole save Israel for last, right? What are we seeing right now? We are seeing whether it's real or whether it's calculated, you're starting to see a rift between Israel and the United States.
Yeah, you're right. It is. And
and I bet you Trump could actually foresee that happening. I bet you he's kind of been waiting on this to happen. Does that make sense?
If he's been paying attention to the stuff we're talking about, which I believe he has, then it is almost like it's parallel. This is what we were both talking about. One of the things this week the White House did It's this clandestine. I heard you say that earlier. I was like, man, I follow clandestine, but that's not just as the channel name. Anyways, the White House official account is legit Q posting. This is not an actual Q drop, but it's a meme constructed to look like a Q drop. And anybody that's ever seen the board knows it's identical. This is not an actual, okay, people claim that this is trolling, Yorga. No. But
Okay.
my uncle says the same thing. But this is soft disclosure. What is the main thesis of the Q drops? The entire thing revolves around Uranium One, Obama's Iran deal, the rogue nuclear material that ended up in North Korea, Syria, and Iran, all allegedly in Minecraft, right? Sounds
Okay,
good.
I can wait a minute. I'm
Here's
sorry, but I can kind of see that angle of okay, he's putting out floating these biscuits out there saying certain things, which in turn means that the Q shit is real. Okay, if that's the game, then all right.
Yes.
It's a potential, but if not, it's just, anyways, this is what they're saying here, right? I don't know. Here's what the White House put out right here. Q, just like it would be. And of course, 47 was for Trump. There's the date. There aren't any more. And it says America will be the world's leader in quantum technologies. Make America great again. This is not the only thing that's just one of the many things that happened this week that they're putting out there as they're trolling to some degree, no matter what they're trolling, right? Even if it is hints and winks and nods, they're still trolling too. And they're having fun, I bet, laughing at this shit. Right?
Well, and in the response that came out of the White House was that post is referring to quantum, okay?
Right.
Getting themselves away from the whole thing that the media doesn't understand, which is QAnon. I mean, even the dipshit that I could never stand, her name's slipped, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay, is I told people several times right before Big Chair left the FBI, his last project was introducing artificial intelligence into quantum systems within the U.S. government and how
get up here, Q minus. Come on.
And how it would react and how different things would work with inside quantum. This is why you have all these data centers going up.
Oh, Lord.
A lot of people think, it's just all Amazon, and they could have a thing called data sharing. You have a CO, a central office, and there's, people lease out sections of the CO, and they do data sharing. This, to me, this is what all of this is. And I don't think, we're being told the actual truth of how much these data, you hear the California is going to run out of fucking water because of all these data centers. Well, California has been falling off the face of the earth for 100 years, and it's still there. You got these arrests that are happening in New York that are all, if you take these news clippets that are coming out right now and you just plug some of the keywords into 4chan, you would be amazed how much was already quote unquote predicted by these advanced systems. And like I said, when I was way hard deep in the late 90s, early 2000s in the intelligence community, the shit that we could do then was mind-boggling. I can only imagine what they're doing now.
Right. Sorry, Susan, I was going to step away for a second. You caught me. There's just so much. I do want to share this is basically what people were saying about the media. Same channel person, Clandestine, who I've been following now for, I can't believe, I don't even know, so long. since near the, I don't know if there was a beginning. I guess there was. So the White House posted a fake meme / Q drop yesterday to tease an announcement about quantum computing. Not a single reporter asked about it today, and 0 MSM outlets mentioned it. Shouldn't they be throwing a fit? Why are they ignoring it? Shouldn't they be having a field day and criticizing Trump's administration for joking about what they claim is dangerous Russian disinformation? Normally, every MSM outlet would have a story written about this, and every reporter would be bombarding Trump with questions about why he is affiliating with dangerous conspiracy theories. Why are they ignoring it? Because they don't want to draw attention. The fact that the Dems and the MSM are so quiet about this is extremely telling. They are afraid because they know there is legitimacy to it. I don't know what all this is. Did any reporters, okay, they were asking Grok or something, and they didn't ask about it. They outlets have not meaningfully reported on White House's Q post on social media. It focused on the substance. Outlets like AP, CBS affiliates, Fox affiliates, and others reported on Trump signing executive orders on the 22nd promoting U.S. quantum computing innovation, past quantum cryptography, national security, research timelines, example, capable quantum computer, and related tech leadership. These were framed as standard policy announcements. I mean, that is in fact what it was. The Q stood for quantum, but there was even more. It was all like scroll down for huge incoming Q, and you scroll down. It was crazy. Go ahead.
The whole Q system was built for something totally different than what it's being used for. Q is a caveat signifier for nuclear. It's called a Q clearance.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Okay, and these machines that were housed at NSA were used to game out different scenarios between the Russians and the United States if a nuclear war would happen. That's where the whole development of this came into. And then you had these super geeks at NSA that came up with this project, which is now known as artificial intelligence, to do all this. And if people believe that Donald Trump come up with this and the whole Q thing, they have TDS. This whole thing, when it refers to the military is the only way, you are looking at it now. All you have to do is listen to Chris Miller say we are involved in some of the most extensive special warfare campaign ever known to the United States. And then did you hear what Don Jr. said yesterday about Q?
No.
They asked Don Jr. They asked Don Jr. if his dad was Q. And he laughed and he goes, "No, I don't think the president's Q. No." And he just laughed.
He said, "No, it's Pooty."
Yeah, but it's supposed to have been Q plus and Pootie's Q minus. That's what I've heard before is that, Trump's Q plus, which is a different entity altogether.
Correct.
Q minus doesn't exist except in our little world.
In here, yeah, we definitely have a Q minus.
Out of Popcorn says Q to the cabal is like saying Beetlejuice 3 times. They're terrifying. Right. Bring it up.
Well,
hey, Cujo, what's your favorite topic here?
Well, look at during Trump's first term. Look how many people in the media and even politicians were basically calling Trump out and calling people who believed in that. And now look at it.
Right.
Because it was part of the exposure phase. People wouldn't have known 10 years ago what the hell it was, and it was up there.
Yeah, that's true. It's crazy how everybody pretty much at least has some idea or has at least heard of it. This is another reason they may not be doing too much. Oh, crap. Yeah, I still got it. This is something he put out. He says the way the corrupt and failing New York Times is covering stories on a very battered and beat up Iran through fake and made up facts is in my opinion, treasonous. I will be adding all of their false and ridiculous reporting to my multi-billion-dollar lawsuit against them. They are criminals. So I don't know exactly what coverage, probably, just what he considered fake news, I suppose. But that may be why people are not going too crazy on stuff, because he's on a war path. They're like,
well, here, this is just my theory. You know why they're not covering all these lawsuits?
Good to see you, Teresa. Agent J. No, tell us what you think.
Because Trump made it public that all the money that he is winning from these big companies is being deposited at the U.S. Treasury. He's not taking a cent of these lawsuit winnings. Now, why in the hell would you donate a lawsuit winning to the U.S. Treasury?
I don't know.
If you're using Trump as the vessel to seize assets via the court systems under Executive Order 13848 in seizing individual and corporate money for people who attempted to coup with the United States government. That whole legal framework. And, Trump said it, I think it was yesterday, with the Save America Act. He put it out in a tweet. And he had a meeting with the Republicans today. And the Republicans basically said they're not going to pass a Save America Act. What was the first thing?
Something about the filibuster I have here.
Right.
Somewhere.
He wants the Republicans to grow some balls and use the nuclear option. Mm-hmm. And because guess what? It's a big if the Democratic Party gets the House and the Senate, they are going to get rid of that. There is no doubt in my mind they would get rid of it. So the whole purpose, I believe, why Trump had this meeting today is to inform them about the Save America Act. You're not going to put it to a vote because we, meaning the executive branch of government, is going to issue a executive order on elections. And guess what the Postmaster General come out and said today? Any of these states, and people were confused, and people were like, well, fuck, the U.S. Post Office can't get my letter from here to D.C. without it getting lost. And you guys want them to handle votes? It's not about them handling votes. It's about legislation and laws that are already on the books, that every time a postage stamp goes on a letter and something happens to it, or it's altered or forged, it's 10 years, $10,000 per incident. Okay, so it's got a little teeth behind it. But the Postmaster General come out and said, hey, all 50 states, if you do not turn over your voter rolls, your absentee ballots are not going to be calculated. Now, to me, if I hear that and I'm in the military and I'm stationed off the coast of Crete, and I'm given a ballot for my state, and I file it, and the Postmaster General holds on to it, well, I'm fucking pissed because now I've been disenfranchised. Well, now walks in the executive order for a national emergency on elections because the Postmaster General, the federal government, because the Supreme Court said the federal government can't tell the states how to conduct their elections, but the federal government can, under national security guidelines, prevent people who aren't allowed to vote and who are not citizens to vote. Hell, they just passed a law.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was in California.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're going to talk about how they're undocumented, but they can
Yes,
still vote.
they can vote.
Yeah, you know, my guy Govea covered that. It's crazy, but I don't think that's going to be a forever. I think they're going to.
No.
fix a lot of
This is all part of getting people who can't get past the figurehead, which is Donald John Trump, to realize, hey, wait, this isn't right. Somebody
Right.
from El Salvador shouldn't. Well, look at this Judge Sparkles, this federal judge that Biden appointed that wasn't even born in this country. She's from Trinidad, Tobago. And you're a federal judge and you just told the president of the United States you cannot purge voter rolls. Huh?
Man.
You're not a U.S. citizen, lady. You weren't, well, you may be a U.S. citizen, but you weren't born here. The Constitution is really specific. You know, just like, you know, people say, oh, no, Obama was a U.S. citizen. He could be president. Yes. But if he wasn't naturalized born here, that's the constitutional issue.
Well, I don't necessarily believe that it is going to be exact. Like some people think there's going to be like mass arrests and stuff. I don't know that it's going to happen any certain kind of fancy way, but I do see a lot of justice. I see a lot of corruption just every day, like troves of information coming out about corruption, you know, whether if it's the election, whether if it's conspiracy, where they're going to breaking the law to try to, you know, frame Trump for Russia, this, or all the different things that are proved, even the Fauci stuff, that's big. But you were talking about Maduro not that long ago and how you thought he was going to say something.
Yeah.
I got a short thing here. It's very short. But it's also you got to listen to, you got to just pay attention. So it says, did Maduro spill the beans on the Georgia election office? Trump says they've learned some things. And the clip's right here. I'll play it. That's after being asked if there's information on election tampering from Venezuela right after Maduro's arrest. Given the fact that the state of Georgia contracted with Dominion Voting Systems to supply new ballot making and tabulation machines for all 159 counties, including Fulton, ahead of the 2020, I think that's exactly what we're seeing. Smartmatic is an international voting technology company founded in part by the Venezuelans. Smartmatic owned and licensed the vote counting software using Sequoia machines, and Dominion purchased Sequoia voting systems in 2010. Makes sense? So here's
election. Would you consider regarding Venezuelan
sorry, y'all, my bad.
elections regarding Venezuelan election software and Venezuelan ties to tampering with the 2020 election? And would you consider speaking to Maduro personally in prison in New York to get some answers on Venezuela's involvement with the 2020 election?
No, I don't think I would be doing that. I think my lawyers would be very unhappy if I did. Yeah, they've learned some things. Please.
What happened regarding Venezuelan election software and Venezuelan?
It was subtle, but he does a lot of things that way. They've learned some things. I mean, that one sentence does say a lot, in my opinion. But go ahead.
I don't know if it was on your show or somebody else's. It might have been Liberty's. Have I ever talked about Diebold Industries?
I'm not sure if you did. I don't remember off the top of my head anyhow.
So one of the kids, well, I mean, we were kids at the time, that I went to school with, his dad was vice president of international relations for Diebold Systems, the people who make the safes, the people who make the ATMs, okay? They're based Their headquarters is in North Canton, Ohio. Andy Anderson, he was the VP, constantly was flying back and forth from the United States to Caracas. And when he would go, the State Department would have protection for him by the diplomatic security services, because they would kidnap people, especially U.S. businessmen, in that time frame all the time in Caracas. Mm-hmm. Well, Diebold had originally come up with the voting machines, okay? The digital, what we see today. And when he was going back and forth to Caracas, he then in turn, shortly after he learned everything about what Diebold was doing, he went to the Solicitor General of the United States and blew the whistle about what this could do. Okay? Diebold fired him because they found out that he was going to the Solicitor General. Andy sued him, won a huge fucking lawsuit. Now, that section of Diebold, as part of that lawsuit, that section of Diebold was sold off to what we know now as Dominion Systems. So this is how Venezuela plays a huge part. And that's when they first started talking about attacking Venezuela. That's how I knew that it wasn't about what we were being told. It was about what happened in the late 80s, early 90s, just because I knew my buddy's dad was VP of it, and he would just, when I was over at their house, he was always bitching about this. It just irritated him so much that they would have the ability to do this and possibly do what they're doing today.
Cindy, there's lots of people saying things are happening. No mugshots, no handcuffs, no one brought before a judge, no pictures of being taken to jail. I just don't think all those things are true, though. There are maybe
yeah,
pictures of it, but there's definitely charges like the Antifa folks that got 100 years, and the girl that we saw a jail call. I mean, I don't know if you're maybe not seeing the things I'm seeing, but the girl that was caught up in all the fraud underneath of walls.
Yeah,
they literally aired
to give her 100 years.
They literally aired her phone call, and they taught. She was sitting there saying, "I'm not the one. I'm not. There's people above me." And I saw that, but that's not. There's a lot like that, though. The guy that jumped out of the window and tried to run out of the country.
Yeah. Well, a lot of these.
Good to see you, Bass.
Look, I'm telling people that you think you're ready for all of this. I don't think we are, because you are going to find out if they do
exactly, but for just 100 years, that's not long enough.
Good
one.
If what I think is going to come out about how a lot of shit, how we've been lied to, how, all your tax, just think about your household, right? Think about how much in taxes you pay per year, and then multiply that by how many households, how many eligible working people are paying taxes, what the average tax rate is, and multiply that out by 1 year. There is no way we're in debt like we are. So that tells you there's a lot of embezzlement. I mean, just look at the fraud in the Medicaid, Medicare system.
Well, that's another thing I saw. I wasn't even going to play it. If you guys insist or really want to see it, Zelensky's saying that out of $177 million that we sent, he got 70 some million of it. So where did the other $100 million go other than other people at the top
being siphoned off? Right.
That's crazy, man. But I wasn't even going to bother to play it because there's just so much other things that I think are. So this Hillary thing. I'm sorry, I do got to get in here for a minute because I wonder if you heard about this.
Hey,
so
can I say hi to Cujo real quick?
Of course, go right ahead.
I didn't even see he was in here.
Hi, Cujo.
Hi,
How you doing tonight?
Peachy Keen.
Oh no.
Mm. That means
How
bad.
y'all doing?
I'm doing good. I know a lot of this stuff I know about probably 50% of what I'm going over. About 50% you'll agree with, and about 50% you don't. But Yorga feels the same way about a lot of the stuff concerning like the Q and the 17th letter and
I'm
all
just
that.
sitting back, listening, and making opinions about all you crazy people.
That's fine. If you want to chime in, let me know.
Look, I got paperwork that says I'm fucking crazy.
Oh Lord, that doesn't help our credibility. It's like, I'll show you my paperwork. I did want to ask. Go ahead, Cujo. Sorry.
No, I just said I believe him.
I have to ask if anybody knows, because I know that a little while ago Hillary had to sit down for a deposition. That word was said, and they cut feed, and many people here already know that one was a big deal. They at least said frazzle. They might not have said drip, but they said frazzle, allegedly in Minecraft, whatever. And they cut the feed, and they were talking about the Wiener's laptop. So the odds are it's crazy. That's what they were talking about. Anyhow, it came across my feed recently about her again, that she got furious. I didn't know they were doing depositions, and they're saying that Epstein's had a lot to do with what's the Clinton thing. Hold on, I got to look to my notes here.
Uranium one.
Maybe so, but the Clinton Foundation or something like this, just in general, the Epstein was instrumental in setting up the Clinton Global Initiative. But here's the actual footage here. So I guess something happened. I thought they were done with her. Do you know about this, Jeff? Like they were still talking with her right now, or recently?
What I believe is a lot of this is already been done. It's just now being shown.
A lot of people have that opinion. I don't know. That's a lot too. I don't know how to know where to land at with a lot of this, but this is what this says here. Nancy May says that Hillary Clinton became unhinged and was screaming yesterday during her deposition. Comer said they are releasing the full video ASAP. Nice little popcorn emoji, because I'm going to play that. Lastly, Anna Paulina Luna said at the end of this presser that Epstein was instrumental in setting up the Clinton Global Initiative. So this is just a minute long.
Clinton is less unhinged today than his wife was yesterday. You'll see it.
Go ahead.
It's our understanding that you guys asked Secretary Clinton yesterday about photos of her husband in the Epstein files. What was her reaction when you showed various photos, for example, her husband in the jacuzzi that we've seen?
I'm gonna let Miss Mace answer that. We're on TV.
Okay, I'm not going to say anything. No, she didn't want to answer any questions about any of that, and deferred most of those, if not all of those questions, to her husband, and he will be thoroughly asked about that today. What did he know? What did he see? Because there are other people who've come forward publicly, like Kevin Spacey, who thought all of this was very strange and actually a very high risk for a president of the United States or former president. It's all very bizarre. But I asked her very pointed questions, and you'll see that in the transcript in the video that comes out, and you'll see how she responded as well, screaming.
Ms. Mace, what do you mean that Hillary Clinton was screaming?
She was unhinged, and I hope that President Clinton is less unhinged today than his wife was yesterday. You'll see it.
Why do you think she had a relationship?
Wow.
Say again?
Why do you think she had a relationship with Mr. Epstein?
Well, he was basically instrumental, for his words, and I think what you'll find out from Clinton probably today, in setting up the Clinton Global Initiative.
I think that when it comes to the Clintons, it's more about financial crimes than the things people are thinking. I mean, maybe they get it all, but I feel like they are leaning into the financial crimes. They're easier to prove.
Well, not only that, just look at Ilhan Omar. Her businesses are now worth $0. Okay. And I told people numerous times that a lot of times it's not the crime that gets you the sentence, it's the cover.
Right. I've heard that as well. And a lot of times when people are pardoned or they get away with one part, then they get caught later, because that's what he was explaining. That's what happens a lot. You know, they do more, and it's new crimes. Now all the crimes that were already forgiven or whatever, you go and try to cover up things that then you're committing new crimes, because now you're conspiracy crime or whatever, you know. Much better. I wish I had that clip again. I played it on here before from Robert Gouveia. He explained it way better than I just did, like in legal terms. But you're right, it definitely is true. Oh my gosh, Pootie. Cheryl says, Cujo, we are your niece's friends. Be nice. Girl, he was being mean to me too. What do you mean? If he ain't nice to me, how you think he's gonna be nice to my friends? Oh, that old video. I'm not sure. See, I'm so confused. Let me see if there was a date on this, because I thought it was over and done, and everything they were going to do with her, they'd already done.
No. Well, I mean, just
down the camera, and you never heard much. Well, that reporting was June 20th, which, what is it, the 24th? So 4 days ago already.
But that's the reporting. That I believe that hearing took place about 3 months ago.
That's interesting. I mean, I can't prove you wrong. I'm just trying to follow what is there. Rep Luna posted a graphic that said influencer disclosures are coming. I mean, there's so much, you guys. Tulsi Gabbard again about Fauci. We got to play that in case I can't imagine the sad thing is, I know there are a handful of people that probably haven't heard anything about the Fauci stuff. You know, it's unbelievable. All the stuff that's coming out, all the things people alleged and thought and were pretty sure of, it's just true now. And there are still news networks that aren't covering it. I mean, she's still it was her last day, and she puts out all this information in the news that, 3 networks didn't cover it. But that's a big, I don't see how they can do that, you know?
Well, and this is where I think once, starting after July 4th, we go into what Trump calls the golden age, the 250, that year is when you're going to see a lot of this disclosure happen. And, you know, Q talks about the EBS, right? It may or may not be used. Well, when all of this shit starts to go down, and this is why I believe Trump is being used by the military to do all this destruction to these news media outlets. Because guess what? They're all involved in this RICO case as well.
Yes. Well, that's what he said. He was going to sue for billions and stuff for the reporting.
Right.
All these crimes are actual sentences. When they get to the good stuff, it will be treasonous charge. I hope so, Linda. And then they also, I've got a clip of them talking about Gitmo. I don't know exactly what was all in there. Good to see you, Wildlife. Yorga was born before America, Doc P says. That's awful mean. Q minus.
That headband was.
Yes, that's what we're hoping for, MAGA Republic. Anyone else feel like America 250 is a turning point for America? I hope there's some good clips out of what he said today up there. I feel like there should be. I won't be surprised if he says a lot of things that will go along with everything else. That's been coming out, like little drops here and little drops there. But yeah, it's so much. It's hard to keep a straight thought, jumping all over the place. There's also, what's that?
Tippy top.
Oh yeah, I got that one. Might as well. Let me see. Is it right here? Yeah. So I don't know. There's probably a big portion of people that don't even understand why it would even matter if he says tippy top. But in the original time frame when all those drops were coming out and those people that were going down the rabbit hole following them, they alleged that on the boards, which I've heard since then, people say it happened backwards and everyone was fooled. I can't say I was there the day it happened. I'm not going to sit up here and lie about anything. But I have heard people say that that they saw it. And then he came out and he said tippy top several times in a speech. And that's when they went nuts. And people went further and further down those rabbit holes from there. This was recently, and he's saying tippy top. It's not, this is like the third time, it could be more, the third time I'm aware of, he pops off with it. But he's talking about that, that this was the AF1 ceremony about the big plane and all the differences. He also hints at things it's capable of and all kinds of shit. But this is a real short clip of him getting
Presidential Airlift Group is amazing, brilliant people, and they love our country. We are tremendously grateful for everything that you do each and every day, and all of the people that work here. Look at the condition of this and how beautiful everything is. It's always tippy top. It's tippy top, and we appreciate it. So we're going to have a big July 4th at the Capitol, flying over the Capitol. The generals promised to do a lot of this stuff, not just human. We never see him.
Anyways, it seems like something so little, but like,
well,
there is somebody telling him to say these things. They're not all, it's literally impossible that it's all a coincidence. That's not even, there were so many more references. This is all this week that's gone by. So I'm sorry.
Just look at how many times he said central casting.
Yeah, hold on. Let's see. I got that one somewhere.
Central casting.
I should just go on and get tippy top. You know what else I got? I got all the other Michelle references. I've got the rest. I always talk about the time that Obama said it. He was in front of the military, and I found the clip.
Michael and I also want to acknowledge your son Jack, who's deployed today. All of you have performed extraordinary service to our country.
And what did I tell people? The U.S. Secret Service always called him Big Mike.
I mean, he said it several times.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody should be skeptical about everything. I've said from the get-go that I don't know. I just know that they are making references. If people can't admit that much, then I don't know, they're lying to themselves or something. There's way too much. I'm not even through this 1 week of all the references. They're doing it on purpose. For what reason? Maybe the most darkest negative people that believe he's just this terrible person. Maybe he is. Maybe he's tricking everybody and just leading them off the brink. But what I can promise you is it's not an accident. These things are being done on purpose. I don't believe it's for a negative reason. I could see why someone else might, and I don't even judge them for it. I'm just showing you this is happening. They are putting out all these little things in every direction. It's overwhelming. Good to see you, Bob. It's overwhelming with the trust, the plans, and the Patriots are in control with the look at this White House Q drop. Ha ha ha. I meant quantum. Q for quantum. I mean, like this shit is, y'all got to be kidding me if you can't see that they're trolling to some degree. And I'm not even close, to like through it all. I'm sure I missed some too. Like I said, I can't do the boob thing because Virginia does that. That's her thing. Oh man. Anyways, I'm just saying it's insane. It's overwhelming. Giant cucumbers. I don't know about the melons. Good God, chessboard. And you're over here saying I'm watering with Gatorade. I get the reference. I saw the movie, I know what you're saying, but I didn't. I watered it with water. I think the same scummy bankers own the communists and the capitalists at MAGA. Shout out to Chris Yoon. He does do good work, Tracy Miller. But like I said, I'm not mad. Like I've got two skeptics sitting on the panel with me. That's why they're probably the most quiet ones. I know Cucho has told me he doesn't think Q's the same as what I think. But there is definitely drops and hints towards it coming out every corner. And for whatever reason, Trump said he is central casting also. Create your own opposition, right? Well, here's the other thing, all right? Let me just get down to what Oh, no, I didn't see the Trump is dead. I saw something about him taking some special medicine or something. I look at all the different newses. I don't stay in one place. Hey, Andy Pitts. I don't think it's underwhelming. I think it's overwhelming. And Doc P wants Pots and Pans lady to give him hope. Good grief. Where's she at? She's probably freaking took the night off. Trust the pots and pans. It's Brondo. Okay, it wasn't Gatorade. Anyways, okay, here's one of my thoughts that I had this week. As Tulsi Gabbard is laying out all the stuff about Obama, which I have. I mean, not Obama. Obama was mentioned this week too. But as she's laying all the things out about Fauci, and I'm thinking about the administration. I got you, Jerry. I'm ahead of you. I'm thinking about how things went then and how much they supported Fauci and how he pardoned him before he left office. So everybody always tries to say, or not everybody, but a lot of people say, oh, they're all in it together. Two wings, same bird, blah, blah, blah. Here's what I don't understand. If they're all in on it and they're trying to pardon Fauci, but Tulsi Gabbard's dropping the MOAB and showing us all, I mean, multiple things out here on Fauci. That's
well,
not the same team. They're
let me,
completely opposing teams. Go ahead.
I got a question. Was Fauci pardoned by Biden when he was pardoning like 10,000 people? Is that when that happened?
It was Otto Penn that pardoned him.
But it wasn't like Trump pardoned him, right?
No. Oh, no.
Okay. All right. Okay.
No. And here's the thing. That's my entire point is that they covered up for him. They were getting money. They were getting kickbacks. They were in it with him. They were all, that is to me, the deep state. Those guys allegedly in Minecraft. That's the deep state. Those guys hate President Trump and this administration. This administration and President Trump hate those guys. So for them, they're doing a damn good job with this central casting, and people do believe it. That's fine. But I have the right to believe that they're not on the same team. And I don't think they wanted this information out, frankly. They wanted us to know all the horrible crimes that Fauci's guilty of. And he's also subpoenaed, guys, because Rand Paul is like a dog with a bone with this Fauci. I've got the information. I've got the clips. I don't have them right this split second. I do have Tulsi. It's only a couple minutes, and I have to play it at this point because we've talked it to death, and we haven't even let her tell us. Okay, here's what Life's saying. Two wings, same bird, like in your favorite movie. There will be plot twists, and there always has to be the good cop, bad cop. I think in times you've been correct about that. I don't believe that as of right now, and that's fine. You know, it should be okay for people to believe differently and still be able to have a conversation.
Well, let me ask this. If he has been pardoned, does that mean he's immune to any sort of prosecution?
Once again, like Jeff was saying earlier, if he commits new crimes, he can't, he's no longer, he's pardoned from everything from that pardon, and anything since then, he can't be pardoned. You can't pardon for future crimes. So while he's going to be subpoenaed next month at 29th, I think, he'll probably plead the fifth the whole time. But if he slips up and answers even one question and lies, that's a new crime. And I think they're going to do everything they can to hold him accountable.
Well, and here's the thing where I think we start getting into some major constitutional issues.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I think the beginning part of the constitutional crisis starts.
Agreed, Jason.
Who actually signed the pardon?
It was Otto Penn. It was definitely Otto Penn.
But if you understand how and when I say the presidency, I mean the office of the presidency, all the red tape that happens inside, you know, the president has what they call plausible deniability. That way he can't be prosecuted for crimes that were conducted or espionage, stuff like that. There are major paper trails that happen through the office of the presidency. Now, did Biden have knowledge of the pardon? Who really was doing the pardons? But does that pardon, because the news media and some alternative outlets has started throwing around the the word genocide.
Yes.
I don't think a pardon.
I'm trying to think who it is. I think it Pete Hegseth, I believe, talking about
Right. There's a reason why they're bringing that up. Just because he's pardoned here doesn't mean they can't take him to the world court.
Well, there's stuff going on right now. I don't know exactly what, but we just keep our eye on the ball. And here's the other thing. People always talk about the people need to do this, the people need to do that. I'm waiting for the time and the place. If we get him in, all this information's coming out and nothing does happen, that's when it's time for people to voice their opinions. Hey, we don't agree with this. Fix it, But you have to get the information out there first for people to even want any justice. There's a lot of people that still think this guy's a freaking hero. This information needs to be stretched far and wide. There's 3 different news corporations that have not played this information yet. I do want to play it, guys. It's like 2 or 3 minutes, and this is what I'm talking about. This is this week of what Tulsi put out, and people should be pissed off. But I do believe this administration is trying to go after this guy. They're trying to go after all of the bad actors, but maybe I'm the naive one, but just check it out.
Millions in U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund dangerous gain-of-function research on bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, work which is now widely viewed as the source of the unintentional lab leak that sparked the pandemic. On my final day as Director of National Intelligence, I'm releasing never-before-seen communications and documents that expose exactly how Fauci worked with politicized career leadership in the intelligence community to suppress the truth about his actions, the virus's lab leak origins, and his role in directing U.S. funding for this dangerous research that caused immeasurable harm and countless lost lives. Dr. Fauci's close relationships with the intelligence community enabled him to assume 3 key roles that shield him from scrutiny. First, Dr. Fauci funded dangerous gain-of-function coronavirus research linked to Big Pharma and their pursuit of universal vaccines worth trillions of dollars. Second, Dr. Fauci was the behind-the-scenes advisor who, alongside his hand-picked so-called experts, pushed the intelligence community to endorse a natural animal origin to hide his dangerous gain-of-function research that he funded using taxpayer dollars. All of this in a deliberate attempt to cover up the truth and shift the blame and attention away from Fauci's own actions. Third, Dr. Fauci became the nation's pandemic pundit, and he publicly pushed lies, disinformation, and censorship using every platform available. The intelligence community almost always incorporated Fauci's recommendations. He promoted a fraudulent paper whose publication he helped prompt as legitimate information for intelligence community consideration. He blatantly lied to Congress under oath during his 2024 testimony to the House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic, denying that he ever spoke to any intelligence agency about COVID. Now, the correspondence I'm releasing today directly contradicts his sworn testimony. Now, we received statements from multiple whistleblowers revealing that the intelligence analysts who dared to challenge Dr. Fauci's COVID origin conclusions faced threats of retaliation, marginalization, and many suffered career setbacks. The COVID pandemic caused tremendous hardship and pain for millions of our fellow Americans and countless people around the world. Now, after years of lies and censorship and cover-ups, the American people deserve transparency, truth, and accountability. The tactics that were used to hide the truth are straight from the deep state playbook. Politicized, self-serving leaders like Dr. Fauci covered up their own wrongdoing and abuses of power, manipulated intelligence, lied to Congress, and undermined a duly elected president by restricting his access to the vital facts
he needed, whatever. But that's a lot of vindication for a lot of people. because a lot of people really did believe that guy was a good guy. And I don't, there's even more. I'm not even going to play it all, but you know, with the kids that didn't even have AIDS and someone found a mass graveyard, he did terrible crimes all through his life, not just now. But yeah, there was animals. Yeah, Jason, exactly.
Right. And just look. Yeah, I mean, there's still people wearing masks today because they still believe this shit.
Yeah, I know.
What happened to Trump going to Fort Knox? I don't know, to see if the gold was really there. I think he still might.
He looks like a fucking one of the mad scientists from one of the old 1950s movies.
Yeah. Yeah, like hanging out with
Carl.
Herman Munster and them.
Yeah.
Is that true? Is this true, you guys? I don't know. She says, I thought if someone was pardoned, they cannot plead the fifth. They have to
Correct.
answer all their questions. Is that true?
Correct.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Good.
And if they when they are questioned, in the questions that they are asked, if they do not answer, then it goes to the chief pardon attorney at the Solicitor General's office, I believe, to revoke the pardon. Yeah. You don't have immunity anymore. You have to spill your guts.
Well,
getting
Go ahead.
getting pardoned sometimes is the worst thing that can happen to you, depending on who the characters are that you are protecting.
Mm-hmm. And what did that letter in the alphabet say? All roads lead to who? Obama.
Oh, there was Obama stuff too. I just can't. I'm trying right now to send out the link to Bob, but I haven't put it in the chat. But I'm not real great at. It's easier to do the other. It's actually not easier for me to do.
You want to put his email backstage, and I can send it to him.
I'm trying to do it. Trying to get to. Okay, I keep first off. I
okay.
had to. I'm sorry. I would if I could. I haven't even. I'm trying to find it. It keeps taking me to Google. All right, I'll figure it out. Just take me a second. Maybe I have to do it on my computer and not my phone for some reason.
And you know how that letter in the alphabet talks about the nuclear scare?
Yeah, there's a lot that
you know what I think the nuclear scare is going to be is I think Vladimir Putin is about ready to do something to NATO in Europe.
Yeah, it's crazy, and that is true. It did make him look bad, and it was intentional. That's the worst part of it. It wasn't even like, oh, oops, this does this, and I'm really, but it was all intentional. And I do
what
think
gets me is freaking. I mean, if I understand this correctly, Fauci basically invented the coronavirus, correct?
pretty much right.
Yeah, and then we don't know anything about that, and it hits America's shores. And now he's the face of what we're supposed to do and the vaccine. And, he's the face of the opposite face of, I mean, it blows my mind, man.
Well, think about this. Do you remember when the virus first hit and Trump tried to stop all international traffic from coming into the United States?
Yeah,
there was a couple times. Yeah, he had no choice but to.
Yes, and they kept calling him a racist.
Yeah,
and they kept going to federal judges. Well, because like I was told, I think it was created in the Ukraine in those biolabs that everybody said was a big fucking conspiracy, and it was developed there and released in China to get Trump to attack China.
Well, I mean, I've heard crazier shit.
Hang on a second. Who all was talking? Were you trying to say something too, Cujo? I can't tell. I'm on
I
the
was
screen.
just going to go back to what Yorgis said about Fauci and him being the one with the cure, but that's classic. Create a problem and then hand everybody the solution to the problem. He already had, in my personal opinion, you release a disease for everybody to get, and you already have been working on the cure. And then, like, next thing you know, Pfizer's everywhere, and there's trillions of dollars in that shit. That's all I was going to say.
Well,
and he was coming off like a hero.
Yeah. Well, do you remember during that whole time
I
period,
sent it
Cujo,
out, Bob. It took way more energy than it ever should have, but I did finally send it out. I think. I hope. Go ahead, Jeff. Sorry.
when in the beginning stages, there were people all over social media that were taking pictures of Lysol cans, Lysol sprays, and it specifically had in there that it kills coronavirus.
Right.
But you're telling all these people that you have to put on these masks in 2 weeks. Like I said, you still have idiots walking around with fucking masks on.
Look, I can't. Sorry, here goes a rant. The retardation of people on the planet. When that bullshit first happened, one of Trump's first responses was, "Oh, it's like no worse than a bad cold or a flu," and everybody jumped him for that. I said the same bullshit on my Facebook page. I got jumped by so many fucking people. Oh, you just don't. One of my nieces, not the one you're talking to now,
I was going to be like, hold on.
but one of them jumped me. She's like, "Oh, I got autoimmune deficiency. You don't care about me." I'm like, "Well, if you've got it and you're dumb enough to go out in public right now, then that's on you." But those stupid little masks that they were giving away to everybody is like having a chain link fence trying to keep out, I don't know, a lightning bug from flying through it. The molecules are that small for the coronavirus. And the stupidity of everybody going along with it. I did not play. I had already retired, and I had a job that required me to wear it in when I was I retired from my main job, and then I had picked up a little side job for extra money, to clarify. But the company that I'd hired on required I wear a mask as I go, but I wore it when I went through like the guard place and all that. And then once I got in, I took it off, and supervisor would come up and say something to me. I'd be like, "Yeah, okay." I'd put it on for a second. I'd take it right back off. I refused to play the fucking game. And fortunately, I knew some bars that were kind of underground bars that nobody gave a shit about it. But I just looked around, and all the abuse that people that were making fun of this bullshit took from the media and everybody. Oh, the anti-vaxxers and all, blah, 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 blah. I'm not anti-vaxxer on smallpox. I'm not anti-vaxxer. A vaccine gets rid of what you're trying to get rid of. That bullshit they were sticking in everybody's arm never did. Anyway.
Yeah, they moved the goalposts on that like 1,000 times. It was, you won't catch it. Then it was like, you won't be too sick. And then it was like, you won't catch it too many times. Like they just kept changing what it would do for you.
Yeah, I just it just kills me though that it makes me sad that the population of this country went along with that. I mean, have we not had basic biology? And does no one believe in God? It takes a combination of those two things to make people that retarded. Anyway, sorry, I'm done.
Don't be sorry. Yeah, it was nuts. I remember the time frame. So just on a follow-up, because I don't know if I got all the good details, but this is what happened with the subpoena that's coming up and what Rand Paul said, because apparently he was, I don't know, probably trying to dance to do whatever he had to do. He was saying he was going to do a public. Anyway, I'll just let it play.
We got this from Senator Rand Paul. He said last week Anthony Fauci notified us he will not voluntarily testify before the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, even though he previously agreed to do so. Therefore, today we have issued a subpoena for him to publicly testify. And here is the picture of Rand Paul signing that subpoena. So he makes it official. Fauci doesn't get to duck the hearing. Now, Catherine Herridge zeroes in on the date and location with the subpoena pointing to July 29th, 10 a.m. in Dirksen. Now, you could take a look. She zoomed in and she was able to break it down. And you can see right there, there is the date, July 29th at 10 o'clock a.m. at Dirksen Senate office. And that is D-Day for Fauci. So the clock is set. He's got a date with the committee. Next, Young Americans for Liberty sums up what Rand Paul keeps being the one that Fauci just can't shake. Senator Rand Paul is the thorn in Dr. Fauci's side that will not go away, and neither will I. So Paul's allies are cheering because he refused to let Fauci slither away. House Republicans want more than applause. Nancy Mace is calling for an investigation, saying Fauci belongs behind bars. It's something we've been saying for a long time. Dr. Fauci should be behind bars, but at the very least, he needs to be investigated. He lied to Congress. According to new reports, he funded the Wuhan lab with your tax dollars. He tortured puppies. He mishandled the entire COVID-19 pandemic and watched Americans lose everything while he faced zero accountability. This man is not a doctor. He's a fraudster who scammed the American people for years and walked away without a single consequence. It's time he faced some accountability. Investigate.
So, like I said, I'm glad they're calling for an investigation because that's more than just him having to testify. I don't know that that'll come of it, but I'm glad that somebody is. And when they went on that, he read the one and he's like tortured puppies. It almost made it sound like it was not true. Like they're just, yeah, that guy's so bad, he'd torture puppies. That's actually on his list of things. Like it's a real thing. Like this guy is a monster, torturing puppies, kids with that, no parents, and like doing things that it should have at least had AIDS to be the medicines and stuff. Anyways, go ahead.
That's what pisses me off, and I'm glad that I am Christian because he's so old. He's never going to be able to be punished to the full extent that he needs to be punished. So I'm thankful there's a God to be able to do to him what needs to be done. I came up with a list of the top 10 most evil people since 1900, and he's right there with Hitler. And number 10 is Jill Biden. Anyway, I'm done.
No, good. Well, these are the type of things that give me hope. I'm happy to see this. There's a subpoena. There's information just pouring out about the guy. People like my cousin or others now have the option to see the truth. Like they were believing mainstream. She believed, oh my gosh, I have autoimmune. So if I catch this, I'm going to keel over and die because that's what the news said. I mean, what is it called? Comorbidities. They had people believing that they couldn't fight it off. And they fell for it, So those people now get this new information. They should be pissed off too. But I don't know. People only believe what they want to believe. So it's out there. There are 3 news networks that have still not covered. And I have the list somewhere. But how are you doing tonight, Bob?
Yeah, I'm okay. Can I throw in my 2 cents worth on all of this?
For sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay. How that whole thing affected me and mine. Seattle was the first area that got locked down. Now that was spooky. That was creepy because everyone was off the streets. So we got through all of that. All right. You guys know my wife is Filipino and her family is back in Mindanao. Her daddy got real sick from congestive heart failure and he passed away. They shut down all air travel. And my missus could not go back home to bury her daddy. If this Fauci guy, him and whoever else may be responsible for it, give them to me. Because I had to hold my wife while she's crying her eyes out because she can't go back home. I would like to take that guy and every one of them who are responsible for this and horsewhip them to death. I'd do it gladly. That's my 2 cents.
There you go. Hey, Carolina, good to see you. What was somebody asked you a question, Cujo. It said, did you put, what was it, Larry who on the list? Let me go back. About your list of people. I know you have trouble reading the chat. I'm trying to find it again, but I think I lost it. What happened to it? Larry somebody.
That's the BlackRock fucker, ain't it?
I guess so. I'm looking for it so I can not say the wrong name.
Yeah,
Larry Fink. Yeah, I think so. I'm looking. I got behind somehow. So
yeah,
I guess he did make your list then. I lost it. It's
he's right there. I'll have to check it out, but he's on there. The BlackRock fuck, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then Jay saying it all happened. It's a movie. Just saying. A lot of people say that. Did you know Joseph Mengele, aka the Doctor of Death, was doing genetic testing during World War II?
Mangala.
I said it wrong. Good to see you, Carolina.
That's okay. That's a tough.
Got the Japanese Unit 7.
Trying to make you feel good.
Boy.
It's okay. It's a tough one. I know you didn't mean that like condescendingly, but man, if you were anybody else, I might be.
I didn't mean it like that, but as soon as I said it, I knew it sounded that way.
I know, but it's hilarious though. He said, it's okay. It's a tough one. You should have just said, sound it out.
Phonics, Scholar, phonics.
Sometimes it's just funny. Just whether you meant it that way or not. You know, Chad has a way too. There it is, Larry Fink. Larry Fink. Everybody's like, hey, lady. But I'm so far behind. Regina, I'm so happy you got you a spider plan. I didn't get back to that comment. I was going to say to you, you know, in 6 months, maybe yours will be having little babies. They say that's as early as 6 months they can start to do that. That'd be pretty cool. Ling Shi would be my choice of punishment. Bob, did I say that right? Ling Chi. What does that even mean? I don't know if I want to know. I don't know, Republic, because once again, I don't think you can pardon somebody for future crimes, and I'm sure he's going to do something illegal, and especially he's going to overcorrect. He's going to try to cover up stuff, and the minute he touches, even if it's old and it's been covered by a pardon or whatever, what's the other thing? The statute of limitations. That's what Govea was talking about with the covers ups and the conspiracies and the new crimes, because things can fall outside of the statute of limitations, but then even though it's an old crime, you do something like delete an email or, you know, whatever type of thing, you've created a new crime. It doesn't matter about the statute of limitations anymore. It's a new crime, and it happens a lot, actually. So I don't know. He needs a blanket party. I don't know. I'm hoping for justice. Okay. And like I said, if all this information comes out and everybody knows and nothing happens, people should protest. People should let their voices be heard. Allegedly in Minecraft. Yes, Echo, Jill Biden is my number 10. She is almost as evil as the WBTSMG. Anyway, I know it infuriates people and people get mad, but what I'm trying to get across is this is public information now. He's being subpoenaed. These are things people had given up on. They're like, oh, he's gotten away, but I don't know that he has. I hope not anyway. I'll be mad too.
It ain't over until the fat lady sings.
Well,
he's not done yet.
The devil's in the details, as they say, and if they find out that this whole they don't have to find it out, but if they make this whole auto pin thing the bullshit that it is, then that pardon ain't got no legs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was a lot of, he did, Jerry. People are impatient. I agree. And for me, like I said, some of the stuff that was in those posts, like even Iran and all the things happening now, I can't believe it, because I didn't think so either. But the more they keep on putting, I know there was more. I don't have it right here handy, but other things that got put out this week by the White House, the Department of Justice, all these little things that people that follow this information are going to freak out over, and they know it. They've got to know it. Why would they do it if there wasn't a purpose? Anyway, 6 months of talks with the lawyer. Yeah. And so here they do talk a little bit about the auto pen and potentially if he lies under oath, which I was so happy to hear, you guys. I thought he could plead the fifth. Him not being able to plead the fifth may be the thing that gets him in trouble. All they got to do is ask him things they know he's going to lie to, and he can't plead the fifth. So either has to lie, or if he admits it, then it's a crime. So he's kind of
lie. He will lie. That's what he's going to do. And
guaranteed, Yoder. I think you brought up something about the auto pen, and I hope they can grab that sucker and throw him in a cage because of that. Okay, your pardon is null and void because the president did not give it to you. I hope they can just him and everybody else involved in that mess.
Well, there's a lot of things I didn't know either. People to me was a conspiracy theory, the Wuhan creating it and CIA warning Fauci. And so if this is provable, they can prove that the CIA did warn him and he didn't listen. That's it. That's of course, he's going to have to lie about it though, because otherwise he's covered by the pardon. Some kind of new crime. I don't know. They probably have all kinds of things, all kinds of different ways to try to get this guy to, to justice one way or the other. I'd like to think. This is the part that
the unproven theory that the COVID pandemic came out of a wet market in China, but then that was EcoHealth Alliance chief Dr. Peter Daszak, a friend of Dr. Fauci, admitting that the Wuhan lab in China was genetically creating, quote, killer super coronaviruses. This is gain-of-function research so as to sell vaccines. EcoHealth Alliance did get U.S. taxpayer money to do this dangerous research. And now former DNI Tulsi Gabbard declassified documents showing the CIA warned Dr. Fauci about a Wuhan lab accident where lab workers did get infected in late 2019. Let's bring in Dr. Peter McCullough. Doctor, what's your take on them talking about this? The documents show a government official under Joe Biden said they saw this video of Daszak talking about inserting spike proteins into viruses to make them super viruses more infectious to bind to human cells. What's your take?
Fauci, when he was talking about the wet lab, he was lying through his teeth. He knew all the while that SARS-CoV-2 was created in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And his influence was enormous through the intelligence community, the academic community.
So McCullough argues it wasn't confusion, deliberate cover-up. Now Rand Paul brings it back to the money trail, saying taxpayer dollars through USAID and NIH funded the Wuhan work. Fauci later denied. Rand Paul on a tear today on X. U.S. taxpayer money funneled through USAID and NIH funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. That research likely caused the COVID pandemic that killed millions and cost trillions. Dr. Fauci personally signed off on these experiments, then lied to Congress about it. So Paul's putting Fauci's own approval and the Wuhan funding front and center. Next, Vigilant Fox revisits a warning from.
So I don't know. Like I said, I'm going to quit playing. Oh, we lost Jeff. I'm going to quit playing all the things because all they can stand to do is piss you off at this point. We all know what happened. It's not going to make anybody happy. But there was a lot, and I always take too long to get to the things I wanted to ask Jeff about. I don't know if you guys heard anything about what they stopped this plot about the thing at the White House that they had. There were people had a mass plot to go after Trump and all kinds of people. Anyways, that didn't work, but I'm just saying not very many people are talking about it. Just like I didn't see very many people talking about all this information coming out on Fauci. Like I feel like people, I don't know. It blows my mind because there were so many people so mad about this. And those same people are not excited about the fact that there's a chance for this guy to pay for his crimes. Like, I don't know. Or maybe they haven't seen it yet and I'm just early and other people are going to latch on and be excited with me. But it just seems like so many things are like that. Like, I'm trying to think. People were real pissed about chemtrails. And then finally you hear our RFK Jr. talk about them and how he's going to try to put an end to it and all this. And like, there's not an equal or opposite response. People are pissed about something. There's some kind of great resolution or somebody gets arrested or it's never good enough. And they're never happy. Like, it doesn't seem like they just find a new thing to be mad about. And I'm like, I'm trying to sit here and be happy about a lot of these things going on. And other people aren't on board with me. And it is kind of frustrating sometimes. I don't understand. I sometimes think people just want to be mad. And I don't. want to be mad. I mean, if something happens that I should be mad, fine, but I don't want to look for reasons. I want to look for reasons to be glad. Anyway, now I'm ranting.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
All right, good. Fauci needs to be put in a room full of ticks and fleas. Ugh. The pardon is only.
I like that. I like that. That's good punishment.
Jerry says the government lies for a living. Fauci thinks he's above the law. Atlantis, that's true. Heck, his salary was way more than the freaking president's. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't really realize that either. Off the rails crazy. That's a good thing, right? You mean you're going to be making lots of money and doing lots of things. Yeah, the 2 more weeks thing, Jay. That's all you ever heard. All right, awesome, MAGA Republic. Glad to have you. All opinions are welcome, even the ones that think I'm nuts, because I probably am, you know. I try to look at it from all angles. I try to never just say anything's off the table or anything's impossible or not true, because there's so many possibilities, you know. But I'll play this short one here just because I'm not going to be able to say it right. I already couldn't, about this thing that was thwarted. I said that to Yori the other day. I love that word. It reminds me of comic books.
Thwarted.
I mean, but what other word is it? They juke moved it. Thwarted is the correct word. They avoided
I need
it.
to look it up in a thwarted thesaurus to see if there's another word like thwarted. Because me and Cole were talking about it. I can't think of anything else that works. I know. I've been thwarted.
Yeah. Well, they did. They thwarted the attacks, and let's see. Because I don't even remember detail for detail, but it's interesting. Okay, maybe if I've got it. Oh yeah, the guy's illegal too. It's shocking. I don't even know what's the terminology that you're supposed to use, but that's what it used to be. I'm sure it's different now.
That's confirming the suspected ringleader accused in a plot to carry out a mass casualty attack at the UFC event at the White House on Sunday is an illegal immigrant.
Mark Meredith is live outside the White House with more. Hey, Mark.
Brian Ainsley and Charlie, good morning, friends. The federal investigation into Sunday's alleged terror plot on the UFC's South Lawn event remains ongoing. Investigators looking into how this transpired, what was planned, as well as believing that many as 20 people may have been involved. Our colleagues over at Fox News report the alleged ringleader of this incident, Abraham Alvarez, was in the country illegally from Mexico, but also may have been granted DACA status, allowed to stay back into the Obama administration. He was arrested back in Omaha, Nebraska, and we expect to learn more about his background as the head of the UFC says security was certainly top of mind.
Anyways, that's another thing that happened, but thank God. Well, that's actually something that didn't happen, right? It could have, but it didn't. But a lot of people aren't really talking about that, and that's a big deal. Like, I imagine if that had worked, we'd sure be talking about something different then. Dr. Carrie Mullis invented the PCR test and used in AIDS and COVID. And he was interviewed by, I say every bad trigger word. Oh, well, allegedly in Minecraft. He was interviewed by MSM back in the 80s. He even said Fauci was an idiot, and I don't know what he was doing. He conveniently died in 2019. So many people do when they speak out and stuff. We will only get one chance. MAGA got to make sure it's done right. Chemtrails is massive expose finally. Yeah, I mean, it was a big deal, and I didn't hear one person talk about it, but I heard almost every person bitch about it and say how horrible it was, and they're all out to get us. And like, finally, you know, somebody brings it up and tries to say, we're going to fix this thing. And nobody wanted to talk about it anymore because it's not fun. It's not fun to have something good happen, I guess. I don't know. I think it's amazing, and it gives me hope there is still good in the world. But I mean, I know it's not all butterflies and rainbows, but there is a lot of good going on every single day. Let's not forget Gates, says Vicky. Oh, I'm late. I'm sorry. I heard there were 42 others involved in the UFC White House plan that were caught, but we're not being told about it. He's not here anymore. I'm sure some of it will come out. Double, triple secret probate. What? He's not on any probation. I think my sister dated that guy in high school. LOL. You guys are all got quiet. Follow the money. Greatest statement ever made. All right, Q minus. I don't know why you're in chat and not up here. Looks like that prisoner was happy. Cindy, I know he was so proud of himself. Like, ha ha ha! I'm terrible. It's crazy. Don't forget the aliens. You know, we haven't heard much about the aliens lately. It's about time for some kind of new thing about that. 25% of truck drivers are serial killers. That's wild. And I can't rebut that because I don't know. It sounds about right.
Oh, the serial killers about
25% of truck drivers.
Yeah, a fellow who used to join my panels. He is a truck driver, and he usually goes on a panel while he's in his truck. I asked him, "What do you think about that?" He's a long distance trucker, and he said, "Oh, hell yes! These guys can drive into one state, pick up somebody, murder them, throw them out alongside." He said it would be so easy to do if you're a truck driver. It's like, oh man, that's scary stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. That's scary. By the time they find the body, he's on the other side of the country, you know.
Yeah. But also there's a record of everywhere he goes. You know what I mean? Like if he just happens to go through every different place, right? And somebody just comes up missing everywhere, it'd be a pretty freaking crazy sign there. There was something about Garth Brooks that they were trying to link him to a bunch of, somebody said it as a joke, and then people started like lining up. He was places that all these people were offed. I do believe it's just a joke, but hell, I don't know anything. All the conspiracy theories are coming true. People need to come up with some new ones. Everything but flat Earth has been proven, I swear. It's nuts, but I swear it does seem as though it has. I was talking earlier about the agents on Skid Row in California because Jeff was talking about New York, which I didn't know about. So between the two of us, we've got stuff going on in New York. We got stuff going on in Skid Row, California concerning the election stuff. And this is what I was talking about here. Govea covered it. And they did. They went out there.
Our elections is of the utmost priority for this FBI. And if you mess with our elections, we will find you. So the New York Post came down and said it happened. Went down yesterday in California. You can see agents descended upon the streets of Skid Row. Spencer Pratt commenting about this. We also saw in LA that they have advanced a new effort to allow illegal aliens literally to vote. And so put a pin in that in your brain as we talk about all this. They actually want illegal aliens to vote legally. They say that they are entitled to go vote. They live here. They're residents. They contribute so much to our economy, blah, blah, blah. Meaning if they did vote, maybe illegally, they wouldn't be too upset about it because they think they're already entitled to do so. So now they're looking around and they're asking questions about that prior case that we talked about. And let's not forget, a woman has already pleaded guilty for this. Cash also reminding us about that, saying somebody's already been charged and she already pleaded guilty back in May. A longtime signature collector, guilty. She agreed. She said, yeah, I was paying people to do it. Harmeet Dillon led this one. Her name was Brenda Lee Brown Armstrong, 64, known as Anika. And James O'Keefe and the OMG media crew really blew the lid off that one. She was charged with one felony count of paying another person to register to vote. Can't do that. So when they say there's no election fraud, it's evident. They're even admitting it. And they don't look into it, especially in California. It takes a lot of resources to go investigate crimes. They don't have the effort, the energy, or the willpower to go do it. And so now we see this woman, at least, is one who has already been charged. Hopefully many more to come. About 20 agents swooped in on the blighted area after homeless people staying there said that they've been bribed with cash, $2, $3. We watched the videos of the homeless.
So, I mean, that's pretty much it. That's a big deal, though, swooping down a bunch of agents out there. And they're getting the proof that, and I don't think it's so much the people, like the woman who admitted to the signatures, and she got a felony count, which isn't a small crime, I wouldn't say. But it's probably they're going to go backwards. They're going to get the person that was paid to, give their signature or whatever. They're going to figure out who paid them, who gave that person the money, who gave that person the money, all hopefully as far up as they can get. And it'll probably come up to some pretty high up people. But anyways, it's the beginnings. So it's going to take a while. They're at the very, very start of it. But they have people admitting that, yes, I was doing this for years. I'm going getting these signatures. I'm giving out $2 and $3 these homeless people to vote for only Democrat. And that's a big deal. I mean, that's a crime. But like I said, it really is more of getting to the people that paid them, the people that paid the people that gave up the signatures, the bums, basically, on the street there. It's nuts, but it's like unbelievable that that's where we are. That's what's going on in the world. That's how we're going to win. And
Well, speaking from my experience, as you know, I live in Washington State, the communist West Coast. Okay, as soon as we went to mail-in ballots, and you didn't have to show any ID, nothing. That's when the Democrats started winning again and again and again. It's so crooked, man, and it's got to be brought to a stop. Because if we went back to the old way, where you show your ID and you click a lever, you know, you pull, and a curtain closes behind you. It was mixed then, Republican, Democrat, all that. But when they got rid of those, actually walk in with your Washington State driver's license, that's when the Democrats started taking all the power. It's corrupt, man. It's crooked. It's got to change.
Right. Well, Willard says Yorga thwarted equals preempted. I don't think that's right.
God, he wrote it in there before, but he's got to write it again just to put his point across. All right, Willard.
Anyway, I don't know, you guys. I think it's a good start. I hope that they go all the way up the ladder and start finding people. I mean, they've already, that's another people talking about arrests. It's down low. It's a low one, but that chick was arrested and and charged with a felony. And she admitted it, said, yeah, I did it. Now, I guess they're not going to all be that easy. You would think she would have tried to fight it and go, no, prove it. I guess they had enough evidence. I mean, they had her probably on camera because O'Keefe Media went out there. Before you, Cujo and Bob, you guys came on, that guy Solomon, what is his name? John Solomon. He's been coming out with all these stories and requesting FOIA and putting all this news out there. He's been hired by the government unpaid to help show them all the information he's coming across. People don't see these things as a big deal. I do. It's like huge. It's like, they're connecting the dots and they're having to get help from their friends and stuff. It's pretty nuts. Bruce says hundreds have been arrested for fraud also. Yes, pretty down low, but there have been. And then the one girl, she was in the middle. They try to call her the mastermind, and that's bullshit, and we all know it. The mastermind are the people that are given the money and above her, but they just didn't want to get all the way up to Tim Walz and the people like that. But I think she and her lawyer are probably going to try their hardest to get that far and get it off of her shoulders. That's what you're supposed to do. Tell on the people above. I mean, if you're innocent, and I think to some degree she honestly might have been
she's incarcerated. They could maybe find a way to silence her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. It's not like it hasn't been done before, right?
Well,
I think there may be some kind of investigation in the Cali stuff, like there should be. This is the last clip from this one.
And gave them a couple of options. You can vote for Karen Bass or you can vote for Nithya Raman. You know who they did not have an option to vote for? Spencer Pratt, clearly. Bribed with cash to sign multiple registration forms, forge signatures, and fill out information for the mayoral and the gubernatorial primaries. California Post looked on, you see some photos here, as these agents were scouring the streets, asking them, hi, were you paid to vote? I'm from the FBI. Hi, I'm from some agency. And are you aware of any others who were also voting? All these people sitting there like, man, you just have $1 or something. The DOJ would only confirm that they were investigating, quote, a criminal matter. So they were there. Officers conducted up to 50 interviews trying to assemble a case. It marked a major escalation. Now Cash admitting it happened. As we saw, he said, yep, we're securing it. So get ready. The action came a day after the LA City Council moved forward with the proposal introduced by the socialists to allow immigrant non-citizens, AKA illegal aliens. And we read the entire actual motion that was submitted. It says non-citizens. There's a lot of nonsense out there on this story and on this topic where they're saying, well, they actually are documented. Could we allow documented non-citizens to vote? And you start to ask yourself, what does documented mean? Because that traditionally means that the federal government knows about them, that they have some lawful status to be here as a permanent resident or here on temporary protected status, which as we find out is not temporary at all since the Haitians have been here for like 20 years. Documented, you mean when they go register to vote, now they become documented because you give them the ability to go vote. So they moved it forward 10-5 in order to enable illegal aliens to vote. And we read the motion. It doesn't say lawful non-citizens. It just says non-citizens. It's extremely broad. They're going to have to flesh out the rest of the implementation of this and the process and all the other terms. But it says non-citizens. It's clear as day. So don't let them bait and switch this. Now, it just does not make sense to me that someone who moves to LA for a temporary job has more of a voice than a parent who's been here for decades, raising their children throughout public schools. The FBI probe came after all of the videos were released. Rahman then surged into second place. beating Spencer Pratt after there were statistically anomalous dumps of ballots that were very likely being harvested from all over the place. In one of the clips, a man on Skid Row said he got $4 to commit a federal felony. When asked whether he would have been paid to vote for Rahman, he says, yeah. What about Spencer Pratt? No, wasn't an option. They gave you a choice, but it was only one of the two. He further claimed that he completed a mail-in ballot for Bass, then dropped it in a Dropbox. So Homeland Security Investigations, the other agency there, HSI, they were also there. Officers were dressed in jeans, sweatshirts, and baseball caps. They spoke to locals who appeared to point them in the direction, and we want to backtrace this up the chain. These people committed crimes, no doubt about it. But the people who paid them and organized all of this did that too.
So it's pretty interesting. That's the election that just happened that Pratt lost. Air quotes. So what are they going to do? How are they going to just keep those results when they've clearly proved that they've paid people to vote for anybody but Pratt? You know, like, I feel like there's going to be a lot more come of that. That's not done. And I don't know what's going to happen with that election. I know, was it last week or the week before, I played the video of Spencer Pratt saying that he had footage of one of them they didn't want out. And I mean, I still haven't seen anything come out, but it was kind of a crazy threat there. But I don't believe that something fishy didn't happen in that election, the way that he was ahead and then dropped so vastly, so quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Brew, I had some of that earlier. There's still, I didn't even get through them all. There was so much that happened just this week alone with nods to Q. All the winning. Yeah. Okay, check out Quantum Leap episode, 1958 episode. Trump is on it, 10 years old. That's so interesting. Yeah, probably so, Willard.
That was a good show. Quantum Leap was really good show.
Been years since I even thought of that show. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you go to the DMV, Department of Aging, Department of Social Service, the post office, they always ask if you're a registered voter, right? And Outlander says that wasn't Trump. It was a little boy acting as Trump.
Oh, it really wasn't him?
I don't know. Trump was in his 40s when it aired. Well, it's still interesting that they had a kid portray him. You know, I'd be interested to still see it. Yeah. I'm telling you, you can't get nothing by the chat. And I love to see other people's opinions. Oh, no way it was him. That's what people are saying. Because sometimes there'll be something I hadn't even considered or heard of. It happens all the time, actually. It's just hard to keep up with everything, like next to impossible. There's Bob. Let's see, he can't hear yet. There you are. I was going to say, so some of that they were showing there, and I know you probably didn't catch it all because you were away from the computer, but, you know, they're saying they've got these people admitting that they were paid to vote for anybody but Pratt. And that was just happened. So something's got to come of that, right? They're going to have to at least find those votes and pull them out, because they're sitting here telling, I was paid $4 to, vote for Karen Bass. So that vote shouldn't count if you're paid to do it. It's insane, but
hard part with all that stuff, Cola, is proving it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the hard part. Once they get their hands, and the police get their hands on someone like that, they've got to be able to prove it. And I don't know how they would be able to do that, but they have their own ways, I suppose.
Yeah. Pretty crazy. Yeah, that's somewhere on X. They were saying, I'm trying to see which one. So Patrick Webb on X says, breaking: 3 major U.S. broadcast networks, ABC, CBS, and NBC, have yet to report on DNI Tulsi Gabbard's recent declassification regarding Fauci's cover-up of the 19 pandemic. That's kind of crazy.
That is totally freaking unacceptable and incredible that they call themselves news outlets. And that's a big story, and they're just going to turn their head the other way.
Right. And that's why, even though, there's so much going on YouTube, so many people go to YouTube for information. And that's something Q posts and things of that nature. I'm not sure if it was actually Q, but definitely Q adjacent type sites would say, we are the news now. We are the media. And that was 10 years ago. But it's more true now than it was then, because we're talking about it. We're just some little nobodies on YouTube, but we're talking about it, and the news isn't. So why would you look to somebody to lie to you,
Well, you know, Jeff had mentioned, and I'm not up on this at all, but you know, I believe it, that the media is in on this conspiracy as well. And so if they were in with Fauci and whatnot, you know, yeah, they're not going to cover it.
So
It's kind of like a smoking gun, isn't it?
Yes. And so he's saying, like in the RICO, the way that I understood what he was saying, that they're going to be involved in the RICO case, which is going to be Brennan, Clapper, Comey, maybe even, and I think Obama. And if y'all don't, I'll find Tulsi Gabbard right now talking about Obama just recently in criminal charges. I don't know whether it's going to, you know, but what she said was just, it's 33 seconds. That's all you really need is like the question. And you're just like, holy shit, did she just say that? And let me see, this was the 20th. So 4 days ago. Let me pull this up, but I'm just saying, I do believe, I don't have to believe, it's been reported. Oh, we lost Cujo, that in Florida, they're getting together RICO charges for conspiracy against the president. And I know for sure Brennan's involved. I assume, which is not a good thing to do, but I'm pretty sure Comer and Clapper and a lot of those and all the way up to Obama could be implicated in the RICO. And what I believe Jeff was saying is that the media will be in that mess too. And they should be, because they were reporting, when you think about what was going on, and they're like making up the Russia thing, and then they're funneling that to I bet a lot of them knew it wasn't true and reported it anyway. Anyways, we don't know any of it for sure. It's all alleged, you know, we're still uncovering things as it goes. But Tulsi did mention Obama on the 20th, and it's a short clip if I can make sure I get the right one. I think this one's it. It says a political nuke went off in the White House briefing room. Are you referring to Obama, to the DOJ for criminal implications? Correct, was her response.
Directly point to President Obama
leading
the
Any of this new information implicates former President Obama in criminal behavior?
We have referred and will continue to refer all of these documents to the Department of Justice and the FBI to investigate the criminal implications of this.
For even former
The
President
evidence,
Obama?
correct. The evidence that we have found and that we have released directly point to President Obama leading the manufacturing of this intelligence assessment. There are multiple pieces of evidence and intelligence that confirm that fact.
Damn.
Multiple pieces of evidence that confirm the fact that President Obama was behind the Russian disinfo. And see, I always thought that was Hillary. So good God. It's a lot, man. And all this is 1 week. I don't ever, okay, let me rephrase that, because I don't want to, every once in a while, I might go a day or two before last Wednesday, but typically I go between the 2 Wednesdays, and I don't really talk about anything else unless it's like Hollywood or some crap like that. When it comes to news, I stick within the last week and think about how much stuff every week. I can't even get through it all. I never do. What about the 18,000 Republican voters whose vote wasn't counted? I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but I'm sure hopefully there's something being done.
It was the election in LA.
Okay. And Pootie, you should come up here. He's waiting on more of these grand juries to wrap up. I am too, because all we know is that they're going on. We have no idea. It's like, I wish they would treat that like they did the OJ Simpson trial, you know, like every day. Okay, Brennan's up there and the lawyer said this, and, you know, watch it step by step, each person, because it is a conspiracy case. So there's multiple people involved. It's grand conspiracy, I think. And I just wonder how big it's going to go, because I know a lot of what went on as far as in the last, 8 years or so. I don't know how far back they're going or anything. But I'm excited. I'm excited for it to come out and us to be front and center, trying to show what we can find out as we find it out.
I just want to say, I got it bad for Tulsi Gabbard. Okay, get it? Got it bad. Okay, it's difficult for people like myself to stay up on news, because I don't believe any of it.
Right.
None of it. A little bit local news, but I go back to podcasters who put out information. That's where I get my international and national information, is from podcasters. I don't think I'm alone in this. I don't watch any of that MSN, none of that. None of it. It's also it's lies. But am I alone in this?
No, well, I do the
can't
same
see
thing,
it.
but isn't it funny though? You'll watch like, I don't know. I know we probably watch different platforms, but like say Tim Pool or PBD podcasts, they always start with a news story. You know, they pull up an article or they play a clip from the news and then they chop it up and they talk about it. So we're not watching it directly from the source, but they basically watch it and they pull the best info out and bring it to us, kind of. This is kind of how I mean, that's how it works for me. A lot of the places I'm going. And it's like, then you don't have to hear, you know, about the kangaroo that got out of the zoo or some little dumb. You hear the big stuff, the things that are newsworthy. I don't know.
Yeah, I like Steven Crowder. I like his podcast because he's got a whole team of people who dig for the information, and then he presents it, and that's one of my sources of news. But I'm glad that Jerry, thanks for putting that in the side chat. You know, that I'm not alone in this. I can't do it anymore. I can't. In fact, for me, my own sanity, I've got to turn all that stuff off frequently and just put on some nice music that I enjoy and let it all roll off my back. You know,
you have to for your mentals. Like after tonight, I'll take a break for a couple days or so like this. I'll grab things as those days go by. I'll scroll and I'll see some headline that sounds like something interesting. I'll throw it in a playlist and I'll just leave. I'll do that for a couple days because it's overload if not. And then like a couple days into the week, I start watching them and deciding what's, you know, the most exciting, interesting thing to me as a topic for us to talk about.
It is. I'm with Bob though, man. It is overload, and I used to be really guilty of it, but man, I just have to, like you said, man, just get away from it. Put some music on. I was out on the boat today listening to classical music out, you know, just anchored for like 6 hours, man, just cut off from everything.
Mm-hmm.
I was doing the same thing, Yorga. I was out gardening today. I had my little trusty little speaker going on.
Yeah.
Pulling weeds.
You know, it's good for your body and everything, but it's like when I go hiking, that's good exercise, but it's even more for my brain.
Yeah.
I had to get out there. I was weeding a little bit. I didn't get much outside time today, but I had everything pretty much set up and ready to go with the stream. And so I did a little bit of weed in the garden, and then I watched the baby chicks kind of intermingle with the larger chickens. I was kind of nervous, you know, but Honey's like,
with my larger chickens.
Well, they're like itty bitty, you know, and it's like I'm just sitting here like, and it's so funny to watch Honey protect them, you know. The mother hen, literally mother hen, where that term comes from, you know. And like anytime she had decided 2 of the girls she vetted, they were okay, but there was 2 girls and the rooster that she was not letting near the baby. So apparently they did too much. Anyways, that was my outside time. I probably could have used some more, but I enjoy Wednesdays. It's fun for me too. Echo says Disney wants the FCC to classify The View as a bona fide. I'm so glad you mentioned The View bona fide news platform under federal law. ABC is encouraging viewers to tell the FCC to drop probes into The View and ABC broadcast license. WSJ article. That's crazy. Welcome back, MAGA Republic.
By the way,
I watch him, Karen.
I like your gardening videos. You're a good gardener. I like it. I find them interesting, you know.
Yeah.
Not kissing your ass, but I love botany. I love horticulture.
Well, you should have seen us trying to make pickles the other night. It was great.
No, really, that was only my second time making relish. And here's the thing: if I fumble around and I'm a big idiot and showing everybody what, you know, then that should give people hope that if my restarted self can work it out, then anybody can, you know. I hope I just put it out there. That was only my second time, but it was fun and it turned out good, by the way. So now I know what to do with the extra cucumbers. I'd hate to grow all this food and then let it go to waste. So you have to learn different things to do with them. But when I say I'm still learning it all. It's like I'm like a little 2-year-old entering the world of gardening, but it's fun. It's exciting. And I share what I screw up and what I do right, you know, and I look to you guys.
Yeah. I'm going to share. I'm going to share out some screw ups in a video coming up soon. I'm going to share out. Okay, this worked. This didn't work. Look, you know. Yeah, I like that when someone honest enough to go, okay, I screwed this up.
Oh yeah,
I learned
yeah,
something.
yeah.
You know, I
Clay
love
B
that.
says, I'm on YouTube 18 hours a day, 7 days a week for the last 4 years. Can't help myself. It's like crack. It is slightly addictive, I will say. You get to know people and you go, oh, hey, look, Bob's on. You know, if I hardly ever catch your live, but if I did, I wouldn't be able to scroll by. I'd have to be like, oh, Bob's on. Let's see what's going on over there. It's almost like you're like walking through the neighborhood and stopping at your friends' houses, you know? Oh, look over here. So-and-so's talking to these 3 people. It's definitely addictive. And there's such a social aspect. Oh my God, Clayton. Pootie, you're just, what are you, 4 hours behind him? He's on a lot too.
Okay, Cola, I thank you for having me up on your panel again. I do appreciate it, but I went in and made a cup of instant coffee, and my wife's in the kitchen doing the dishes, listening to some nice romantic music, and she turned and gave me that wife look like, okay.
I don't think that's a bad look. And I think
You
you're in
mean the
love.
good one or the bad one?
That's a
Which
good
look,
look.
the good one or the bad one?
No, bro. She's listening to Lionel Richie.
Oh, that's the good look. Okay, yeah.
She's got the dishes in her hands, and then she looks at me like this, like,
Oh, you gotta go.
right. I
Yeah, you gotta
go.
go now. Yeah.
Peace
right,
out.
have fun.
God bless to
Good
everyone.
night. Thanks for being up
All right,
here.
Bob. Thanks.
Good night, guys.
Good to see you.
This is what happened.
Go out to the bar and you see somebody you like, and then you just go, hey.
Thank you for that. Thank you. I do like that girl.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I did make that relish. Carolina says, all we have to do is look at the stock exchange, the debt clock, the current interest rates. That alone destroys the narrative and illusion. Man, I can't even, there's so much that I cannot explain that I can't, but I feel like I do understand. And that's why I play clips. The Promethean talks a lot about the channel. The Promethean talks a lot about the British Empire and how the thing is that people don't understand. Trump's going about things a completely different way. And I think she's right. I don't know it for certain, but she explains it a lot better than I could. Thank you, Brew. I am trying to. Maga says, I gardened with my grandmother. Once we grew pumpkins and all types of tomatoes. See, I was a city girl. And apparently, though, what's crazy is like my grandmother and great grandmother did have farms, but I never went. It was not, I didn't witness any of it. I grew up in the city. She had moved to the city. So, all right, Jerry. The price of gold and silver goes down, but copper and every other metal went up. Zucchini overload. So do you make zucchini bread? That's a good one you can do. I'm learning. And also, because I have to figure out how to keep my stuff good. The female distracted. It's a female distracting kind of night. At least he's coming back. We need to Virginia. But as far as the zucchini goes, you can make zucchini bread and of course any other type of meal with zucchini. But I didn't know, this is something I'm going to try, where you usually shred the zucchini to make zucchini bread, but you can also just shred the zucchini and freeze it and then make the bread later. So if you have so much you don't know what to do with, maybe consider, shredding it and freezing it and then make zucchini bread.
Who's got more than they know what to do with is me right now, man. My neighbor has been hooking me up, man, and it's just me. So I need to find somebody to give some of this stuff to, man. This squash and zucchini and green beans and
Why don't you eat them?
Well, I'm trying to eat them, man. I mean, I am, but he keeps loading me up with more and more, I'm just one guy.
Sounds good, Blue. She made blueberry zucchini bread.
Ooh.
I've never done that. That sounds good.
I'm sure it's good. I mean, I can't even figure out how you make bread out of a zucchini, man. That part alone is not computing.
You add like vanilla and a big bunch of sugar and everything. So,
and it comes out like bread, like you can slice it. Do you make a zucchini bread sandwich?
A lot of people put butter on there, yeah, and just eat it like that. It's pretty good. Karen says make a soup. I'm in for any suggestions when it comes to cucumbers, zucchini, peppers. I freeze the peppers the same way. And the way that it's worked out, I've only gardened a couple years. I freeze them. You know, you put them on like a baking sheet, put them in the freezer, and pull them out after they're frozen and put them in a Ziploc and continue to do that, you know. And whatever I've had, it goes about through the year. There's only like a couple of little Ziploc bags that I don't get through before it's the next year again, and I give those to the chickens. I mean, it lasts all year is what I'm trying to say. If other than like 1.5 fresh bell peppers for like a salad or something, the frozen bell peppers last all year from my little garden. So, I mean, it's a good way to store them if you need to.
Yeah, and it's nice to have bell peppers anytime, you know, because I always get that I need a bell pepper out of the blue and don't feel like going to the store or whatnot, you know.
Anytime, yes, if you're going to put it in like chili or something like that, it's fine. But I don't know that it's, you know, the same as a fresh one, you know, for other things. Pootie says like banana bread, Yorga.
No, it's not, Pootie. How you get a banana and a zucchini? Come on, man. Two different animals all together, Pootie. No, I don't know. I don't know if I've ever had. I guess I've had banana bread. Zucchini bread. Sounds like something I need to look into, but I don't know.
Oh, wow. Stephen Tyler to go to trial, August 31st case brought by Julia Honeycomb Mosley in the 70s. All right. I saw Carl in here. Carl, I'm going to send you a link if you're still at Cheryl, Virginia.
He said he's got to work for a little while, but he'll be up. I don't know. Maybe he's done by now.
Oh, I don't want to, if I can help it, I try to not put it in the live chat. And I mean, the thing is, half the time when I want people to come up, they won't, you know, it's kind of hilarious that way. But at least this way, I know it's who it's supposed to be. You know, nobody else has access to the link this way. So
yeah, that Stephen Tyler thing, I remember hearing about that years ago, man. And I can't remember exactly what it was, but he was really, really bad to a woman. I mean, terribly bad.
My daughter-in-law made zucchini pineapple muffins. So good. Sounds like it. The base is similar ingredients. Blue is taking it for Pootie on the banana bread. They're both, it's strange. You wouldn't think you'd come up with what you get. I get it. I got sick of zucchini a long time ago, ate too much over the years. I want to know how the freaking people that make rice make zucchini so much better than I can. I get so mad. I'll eat every freaking piece of zucchini and some rice from like the restaurants. Then I go make it and I'll eat it, but it's just not the same. It's almost like they just get that perfect texture of cooked on the outside with a little tiny bit of crunch left. They cut it thicker than I would. Anyway, I'm just rambling, but I always wondered what they're doing. Is there a sauce? Is there something that they do that make it better?
My neighbor was telling me he was taking his and zucchini and the squash and cutting them lengthwise, like in strips, and putting them on a grill.
Huh.
Carolina says some of the best Smoky Mountain chow chow can be made with zucchini. Yeah, I was thinking about chow chow the other day ago again, and I think there's actually a lot of peppers in there too, like banana peppers maybe. I don't know. Wow, we're talking about food.
Oh man, taters. It happens every time. It's impossible to not. But believe it or not, I do have a lot of random ass stuff, and if we get through, as much as it's like we have less people. Oh, look who it is. Q minus. It took you long enough.
Yeah. Where you been, man?
I've been watching y'all act a fool.
Well, you have so much to say in chat, man. And I always agree. I'm always like, man, Pootie knows. I knew you would know. Did you already? So basically, everything I've already shared, you knew about every single thing, right? With the when he said tippy top.
I didn't see that. Yeah. When did you say it lately?
Yeah. You didn't see that earlier? Chris, you
I seen it here a while back.
Oh, Camo's made it. Good to see you, Camo.
Hey, Camo.
What's going on? I just want to tell Yorger real quick. When you were talking the other night, I remember, all right, chow chow. I love chow chow. I had a couple of old guys used to make it for me. Somebody's echoing. Is it me?
Yeah, you got something going on audio wise.
Maybe me.
No, he's got, yeah, it's just like background TV or something, Pootie. It's not too bad.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is. How about that?
I'm like, don't y'all run off my Q minus. We just got him here now. No, go ahead,
back
Carl.
to
I'm
that-
sorry.
No, just back, the chow chow, you guys were calling it like relish and stuff, but the chow chow I've always gotten, I mean, a long time ago too, it was bigger chunks than relish. Relish is like finely cut, and Yorga, I heard you say something about what the little round things were. I remember some of them, they put like little marble sized onions in it. And I mean, it was all good, but it was real peppery, and it had like miniature, pieces or miniature vegetables, but also big chunks of vegetables cut up in it, and it would be all different stuff, whatever they had, when I'm done.
Yeah, I think those little white things, somebody else brought it up, but I think that's what it is. I think they're like little seeds, almost like like when you open up a green pepper and it's got all those little seeds in there, it kind of looks like that.
Yeah.
That's probably what it is.
A lot of things. But I
It
thought you
might
meant
be
like
exactly
marble
what it
size.
is. I don't know.
Well, I
I
just
thought what it was,
thought
pepper
marble
seeds.
size balls,
Yeah, good old chow chow. Yeah, I think the chow chow I had was a little bit more. Yeah, it's chunkier than relish.
Yeah, it's chunky.
It's good, man. I eat a whole jar of that stuff just sitting there. I had to put it on nothing and just eat it right out of the jar.
Man, it's the bomb on hot dogs.
I like coleslaw on hot dogs.
Yeah, I like that too.
When I lived down south, they all served that. I mean, all the restaurants around North Carolina, they always had slaw dogs and barbecue. You put slaw on a hot dog up here in Michigan, and people look at you funny.
Yeah.
Always good slaw on a hot dog.
Good thing I already ate.
Yeah. Best thing to eat slaw with is chili.
I would not pair those together.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that either, but I'd do it.
Yeah, it's good, man.
Huh. KFC's got some good coleslaw. I don't care what anybody says.
I like it now. I like it now, but back in the 90s was like the last time I went to KFC because they put all their stuff in styrofoam. Their coleslaw tasted like styrofoam. Their potatoes tasted like styrofoam. Their gravy tasted like styrofoam. You don't put that hot food in a styrofoam, man.
Yeah, it's in plastic now.
Hey, Virginia. I have missed you.
What's
Virginia,
up?
babe.
We Virginia'd you here. We said Virginia, Virginia, Virginia just enough times.
Oh, you did? I didn't hear. I did not hear a thing. I'm more curious. Why is Carl eating styrofoam? Like, when's the last time?
I hadn't had KFC since the mid 90s. I had it here a few weeks back, and it wasn't in styrofoam. It tasted pretty dang good. Come in a box now.
Huh.
Yeah, I crunched my styrofoam up and snort it.
Yeah, you get a lot cheaper at Walmart than you can at
Oh my gosh.
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
And their potatoes and gravy ain't bad there neither.
I like KFC gravy, and I never have figured out most chicken gravy. I can't believe we're talking about food, but most chicken gravy is like a creamy color, where KFC gravy is like brown gravy, but it's got this certain flavor to it. I love it.
I figured it out, and I'll tell you all right now. I will not have it exact, but I'll look it up if you want the exact recipe. The mock recipe. I Googled it online, how to make mock KFC gravy that you're talking about, the light one. And it's a bouillon cube of chicken and a bouillon cube of beef, and it's real thin. It was actually very close. I couldn't believe it. Of course, there were other ingredients besides the bouillon. But
but that's the main flavor thing. Yeah.
That's it. It's so simple. I was like, no way, but it was. I think maybe
it's beef.
I can't believe nobody's even mentioned moist mustard sandwiches or nothing yet.
Oh, mustard. I like mustard and onion sandwiches.
Gross. You guys are getting gross with it, man.
Oh, now listen, Q minus. You take pumpernickel or rye, those little tiny ones, and you put liver sausage and mustard and onion on there, and that's a sandwich right there.
Oh yeah.
Pooty,
Yeah.
Pooty, does
Yeah.
your wife smooch on you after you eat one of them sandwiches?
Oh hell yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
funny.
good answer.
Stuffed zucchini sausage. Wait, what is going on? All right. So somebody earlier was talking about The View, and my reaction time is so slow. This guy I like a lot, Josiah Rises. He's always covering like a different Hollywood stuff, but this time it's The View and JD Vance. So I don't know if any of you guys caught this, but JD Vance went on The View, and Joy Behar was actually smitten by him to some degree and actually said kind things. And then he said some stuff, and it's a whole thing. Like she's getting eaten by her own on this one. And
That is hilarious, man. I didn't
want
know
to share it
that.
with you guys. Well, this guy is funny just the way he breaks it down. But yeah, it's just a couple minutes long here, but y'all probably get a kick out of this. It's pretty funny.
Joy Behar even said during the break, not joking, she said, "You know what? You're like pretty good for a Republican." And I was like, whoa.
Oh my gosh, Joy Behar, you traitor to the cause. How could you say such a thing about the monster, JD Vance? And well, this then sent Joy Behar into complete panic mode when this was brought up by her first interrogator, this flaming leftist right here.
You told him during the break that he should run for president because he has a good vibe.
I think that, for a Republican, mind you, I'm not a Republican.
Yes, you're not turning.
I think possibly.
That sounds like a threat. You're not turning. Because if you do, well, I have snipers stationed right outside this building that are ready. Okay.
Truthfully, as I said to you in the beginning of this conversation, I don't think that he's a bad guy. So if he runs against, say, Gavin Newsom.
And leftists all over the internet, of course, are not happy about this today. Joy Behar crushing on JD Vance was definitely not on my 2026 bingo card. What a traitor. And of course, as you can imagine, the View co-hosts were not very happy about this entire thing as well. Just check out this insane video where over this entire thing.
2 days ago, I spent over an hour on The View. So I actually have great experience in very hostile negotiations, and I've used that. I mean, look, Joy Behar is way tougher than the Iranians, and she and I are best friends now.
We were.
Oh my God. Joy, how can you do this? But it gets even more insane, my friends. It gets even more insane. The cat fight gets hilarious.
He's being funny.
Can I tell you
something? First of all, I'd make him a nice meal, my lasagna. We'd sit down and talk. It's like with JD. He was here the other day. I respect the office. I want to know why were you so in love with JD Vance? I wasn't in love. Look, I'm not in love with him, and I'm not in love with this administration. And he's not her. You are watching me on this show. He just called you his best friend. You said to him. I mean, it was a backhanded compliment. You said to him, you're pretty good for a Republican.
They're literally shaming her right now for being friendly to a Republican.
There's
How come they don't respect the office of the presidency?
I mean, she said that, and that still wasn't good enough to let her off the hook. I like that guy. He makes stuff funny, Oh, yeah, that's a good one, Teresa. Good to see you back, Cujo.
But look how quickly all those old bats will turn on their own.
Yeah.
Those little bats.
That's Democrat Party.
What'd you say, Cujo?
They eat each other.
Yeah.
It's impossible. They believe so many diametrically opposed beliefs that there's no way they can always please everybody. So they're always pissing each other off by saying shit. And then they just start eating each other. But,
Cheryl said
Joy
eggs will be
Behar, in Joy's defense, her vagina has been vacant for so long. Just having a man be nice to her and talk has pushed her off. She'll come back to being a crazy bitch again.
And it's probably one of the first real men she's been around in a while on that show.
That's what I'm saying. It confused her a little bit,
I don't know. They're all.
So I don't know. Am I allowed to say that shit?
Yeah.
But the thing that gets me is her own pals are ridiculing her for being nice to somebody.
See, that's the whole problem. That's the whole problem with the entire side. You have to be militant against everybody who
And
has
hate.
a different thought process than you, or you're not,
You're not
in
in line.
lockstep with the rest of the party. So now you've got to die.
Yeah.
Hey, Cujo, you think you get away with more or less because Cola's family? I'm just kind of thought about that.
Do I think I get away with more or less because what?
Because Cola's family,
Oh, I don't give a shit. Look, I can tell you this right. I can tell you this right now. It wouldn't matter to me if for some reason I was on a complete strangers panel or her panel. I'd be saying the same shit. If I got kicked off, it's not gonna hurt my feelings.
There you go.
I can
This is
attest to
good.
that. Yeah, he's the same everywhere.
I could almost hear the national anthem in the background when he said that.
Eagle
Funny,
just
'cause
flew
I heard-
overhead.
I heard a redneck somewhere crack a beer open and say, America.
Man, I swear to y'all, the other day, a bald eagle flew right over my flipping house. I just happened to be looking up. I was like, holy shit. Anyway.
That's really cool.
No, it was really cool. I know
I
we got
saw-
wildlife around here. I know we've got eagles. I've seen them on the river, but I've never seen one here before.
Where you
Hey,
at?
we got
Where am I? I'm in Virginia.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I know. It's a stunning animal, man. I mean, you see one, it's shaped kind of like a buzzard, but the white and the black, is just like stands out.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm sorry.
I don't really talk about the avian creatures too much, but I was, eagle's badass. But I did see a couple days ago it was pure white, and it was doing its wings. You know how like a falcon, kind of like they're straight across, but then they take a sharp, almost, 90-degree angle down. Anywho, it flew overhead the other day, and it was badass. It was kind of small. I wish I knew what it was, but I have no clue. Anyway,
Is it one of the really long neck ones?
This didn't have a long neck. No, it was actually not that large. But anyway,
solid white. I don't know what that is.
In Michigan, the bald eagle's coming back in big numbers. I mean, we even see them in Flint. All right, but I'm just wondering if anybody else's state's seeing more bald eagles, like they're coming back out of.
Yeah. Around here, they have in the last probably 20 years.
I've never seen one live and in person. I would really like to.
You can't help it, but it catches your eye, and you can't help but go look. I mean, it just looks like something special,
Okay, though, they're not really bald. It's just they got white hair.
we got a bald eagle out here. It's about 15 miles from me. And man, you shoot a gun within 10 miles of it, and the cops are on you, boy.
Oh yeah.
We came a long far way from Joy Behar and JD Vance. I feel dumb playing the other half of it. We got the bald
No,
eagles.
we just veered off. It's okay.
I know it. It's so funny.
We can circle back.
Yeah,
hey, we can go right back from the eagles to the hogs. It's cool.
Hey, that's a good one. All right.
To the buzzards.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I kind of like that Joy didn't move off her square too far. She's like, is it wrong to respect the president's in the office? And I said for a Republican. It was a backhanded compliment, and they were still mad at her. Wasn't
How
even like,
dare you be nice to this person?
that's exactly what they were saying. Here's the
Strategically prepared to discuss with niceness and being affable and laughing at easily and being very nice. I mean, I worked on you, didn't work on me. It didn't work on me either.
Well, good on you guys. I guess you guys should get a big clap clap for that, huh? It didn't work on me because I am so much better, so much smarter than Joy Behar. What is going on right now? And man, she gets super defensive. Just check this out.
It worked on you, didn't work on me. It didn't work on me
So
either.
I have to say, I've
It
just
did not
missed.
work on me.
I think it did.
It did not. I respect the office. I'm a civilized human being. When someone comes on my show,
that's true.
Then you treat them like a human being.
He becomes the vice president to that man. Think about that, Joy.
Power corrupts.
But you know, back to the
and
back to
power,
the- to
power
the-
is an aphrodisiac.
I mean, this is pure insanity, and I cannot imagine the penance that Joy Behar is going to have to suffer for all of this with the leftist crowd, with that entire Hollywood cabal. But this perfectly summarizes it. Yikes, Sonny Hostin is furious at Joy Behar for being cordial with JD Vance after he came on The View. JD's appearance on the show has those hens churning on each other, and some people still claimed he failed. And that is the great takeaway from this entire thing, is that JD Vance came out as the winner of this entire thing, as once again the left.
He was going to go on to say eat their own, but isn't it funny? He called them hens too.
Yeah.
Oh man. Anyway, I just thought it was funny. I like that guy.
It is funny, man. Those fucking bitches. They
And the thing is, back to what he said earlier, I'd act like this anywhere. He would.
Yeah.
Nobody
Yeah.
probably believes it, but I know.
I didn't even realize I was doing anything wrong. But anyway, they like it's gonna split what's left of their audience, and we need to be careful of this, because if they split it too much more, we're gonna be splitting the atom and a bomb's gonna go off. But it's gonna split their audience, because even some of the crazies that are watching the show are going to be like, yeah, well, he was cordial and he was very polite and Joy didn't say anything wrong. And the rest of them are going to be like, no, he's evil, orange man friend, and so they're going to split their audience even more. They cannot coexist. They have way too many diverse people in their group. That's why they're going apeshit right now.
Can you imagine the conversation they had after, off air
Yeah.
about that shit?
Yeah.
Well,
Have you look, that's like have you seen how many of the Democrats, since all these commies are taking over, how many are switching to the Republican Party?
I don't know, probably not enough, but I'm happy to hear it.
Yeah.
I haven't heard it actually. I'm glad you said that. You would assume, but I try not to assume.
Yeah, that's right. Some of these people, news like OAN and Real America's Voice, they go out and talk with them people at these gatherings, like the rallies and stuff. They said a lot of them said they used to be a Democrat, but since they went communist, they're more for the Republican Party now.
Right. Both my brother-in-laws have watched The View. I feel like I definitely watched it when I was younger. I don't know when The View came out, but I watched it and just would see. I don't anymore.
Yeah, I used to watch it at first come on for a while, about a year or so.
I used to like Whoopi Goldberg. Y'all remember the movie Ghost?
Yeah.
Rita May, whatever was her. I mean, I loved that movie. I thought, and then she did that movie Karina. She dated Ted Danson. Isn't Ted Danson a Republican too? That's probably why they split up. Anyways, I'm just saying. I liked in the past. Go ahead, Cujo.
Whoopi is an actor.
Mm-hmm.
Actress,
Yeah.
I don't know if she has a dick or not. Actress, fill in the blank.
I forgot the main one. So Sister Act and Sister Act 2. But go ahead. She did some
Yeah.
good roles. But go ahead.
Jumping Jack Flash. Okay. Are we done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
I like
You
it.
can always Wikipedia it and come up with the rest. Anyway, she did what she did to be paid to get to where she is now, and she's just doing what the money. As a matter of fact, all that rift between them over JD Vance is probably scripted, to be honest.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm gonna shut up. I'm talking too much.
I don't think anybody thinks that, but
Hold on. There's a possibility that it was scripted. Let me think.
I
about it
meant
for a
nobody
second.
thinks he's talking too much. The scripted thing, it could be. I'm not. If that's what you
Yeah,
thought I meant.
because I mean that did seem like a backstage conversation, and it was all right out there on their show. So they don't let accidents like that just happen. I don't think. So
They
I
all
don't know.
They all don't just show up at the desk and talk. They're handed their talking points. They look over it for an hour. They go up. They sit. They see each other in the dressing rooms and all that bullshit while they're getting their makeup on. It's not like it was a total surprise. They knew what the conversation was going to be.
Right.
Right. That's true. But
Well,
maybe they didn't know the exact. Oh, Regina said, Cujo, talk more, please. I don't know what that means for the rest of us, but okay.
That's my favorite person right now. Thank you, Virginia.
See, they got their views are falling too, and they got to create controversy to get their views up.
Yeah, that
Well,
could
here's
be.
the
Rosie
question
O'Donnell
I
said
got,
Jimmy.
man.
I didn't know that, Brew.
I got a
Does
question
anybody-
about this I've been asking for dang years. Since when? And I mean, what makes me want to believe an actor, somebody who's paid to pretend and fake stuff? Why would I believe their opinion about things like political atmospheres? I just don't put any credence in any entertainment. That's not their business. Stay in your business, not in the political world.
Camo,
know what you
your
reminded me
audio is messed up, man.
Yeah, a little bit. I didn't really try to do anything with it because he sounded fine a minute ago. But what was it? Go ahead. Sorry.
No,
He reminded me of something.
I bet that if you checked out their ratings, that that JD Vance episode probably doubled their normal audience,
Yeah,
and
people like
probably
drama.
and probably this fallout bullshit of them talking about it is probably got higher than normal ratings as well.
Yeah.
Well, it's almost like a wrestling angle. I mean, it is.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
and
and so in that aspect, they're being just like Donald J. Trump. So
yeah,
hypocritic hippo bitches.
Central casting.
Yeah, what are you doing, Virginia? Are you busy? She might be busy.
I'm listening. My oldest son came in. We started chit-chatting. We were talking about how Cujo is the cool uncle and Pookie is Boomhauer and Yorga looks great in a bandana. And yeah, I've had 1 year.
If I'm
we're always talking. Sorry, go ahead.
If I'm the cool uncle, I'd hate to see the asshole.
Well, you can be both at one time. You know what I'm saying?
You cool asshole.
Right. I don't want to say names or say anything, but there is one that's he's a little bit further up the chain than you, but he gives freaking terrible speeches. Just saying. At least when you go on a rant, it's entertaining. Like I remember some god awful hour and a half long speeches, and he didn't give me the option. He gave you. And I wouldn't have the kahunas to take it either.
That's funny. Hey, real quick story. The dude she's talking about's my uncle.
Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Whatever. I guess it's obvious.
He would give these long ass lectures, and so about the time I was 12 years old, he was in the middle of one of them, and he would always say, "Son, well, just stop me if you don't want to hear anymore." And I said, "Okay, shut up. I'm done."
Badass kid, little badass kid. He never gave me that option, but I would have been like thinking it. I'd have been like, yeah, I'm freaking sick of it. But I would have been like, no, sir. Because I try to have respect. I mean, I get it carried away some, But yeah, 12 years old, I don't think I would have said, no, shut the F up.
Hey, I didn't say F. I did respect him, but he gave me the option and I took it.
It's hilarious. Let's do the pots and pans for Jerry. He's patient. What's up? Go ahead, Virginia.
I missed the pots and pans. Yeah, I was gonna say let's do it.
I think we should just cut it down to the smirk because that's the part everybody waits for. It's the cutest part.
Yeah.
Give us a good call just to get to the smirk.
My favorite is the cheese grater.
Yeah, that's pretty great too. Hey, Dan. So we're always talking about all the different. We got the Joan Rivers with the
Michelle is a tramp.
And then recently we added the one at the UFC fight because holy shit, what are the odds, right? I feel like the evidence is stacking again. So I finally went backwards and got the Michael and I because I know that it happened and I just went and found it.
Michael and I also want to acknowledge your son Jack, who's deployed today. All of you have performed extraordinary service to our country.
He just rolled right on with it. And here's something else that reminded me of the longer clip of Joan Rivers when she says, "It's okay. We all know." There's something so flippant ominous about that. Dave Chappelle made a comment once about Kanye going to find out about Caitlyn Jenner. He's like, yeah, in Hollywood, we know shit a little faster. And he's like, why the long face, Kanye? And the joke is that he's about to, the world's about to find out about Caitlyn. He already knows. Anyways, there's like an inner circle thing. And then, Pootie, you do got some background. I don't know. Reduce background. Maybe that'll do it. Anyways, when she says we all know, he was sitting in front of military. I think military in Hollywood alike know stuff before us, but I'm going to play the longer clip so you can just kind of it's almost she probably freaked out and they were like, it's okay. We all know about it. It's not a big deal. Just don't, you can't tell other people or whatever. Cause she's like, I don't know. Anyways, I'll just play it.
We'll see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president.
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh. It's okay.
I got it backwards. We all know. And then she tells them, it's okay. As if someone has comforted her. It's okay, Joan. We all know. It's okay.
Yeah.
There's something about it. Yeah, Navy. You called the only one I didn't play. I considered it. I'll do it. Why not? It goes right
It's a
with.
man, baby.
But I'm just saying, I might have thought it was a joke and not, but there's so many different slip ups. I'm starting to really believe it. And I thought it was kind of like, maybe a joke or whatever. I'm really sorry. I don't know.
But isn't Joan like a diehard liberal?
She's dead now. She died right after that.
Okay,
yeah.
I know she's dead, but she's probably still voting. Is she still voting Democrat?
She probably is.
Yeah.
Yorga's going to be the next View guest. I doubt that. I don't think they let Yorga up. I don't think you'd go up. I don't think
Yeah, I
you
would. Yeah, I would. I'd go on that show. Hell yeah.
That would be entertaining.
Hell yeah.
I'm not very smart, but I know how to be a prick.
Man, I thought you were going to pull a Forrest, but I know what love is. I thought you were so about to pull a Forrest Gump. That's what he says. I may not be a smart man, but I know what love is.
Well, that's where me and him different. I don't know shit about love, but I do know about romance, baby.
You could cosplay Richard Simmons and wear your bandana and go out there.
How do you know I haven't already done that?
Well,
No, he'd have to give him a wig now, toupee now.
yeah.
I'll just have to grow my hair back out.
All right. I got one that's like really short. I'm just curious if anybody's heard about the weirdo shit James Franco's doing like in the last little bit.
Yes.
I don't really understand it all, or if
I
it's
don't
like,
get it, man. I don't know if he's just pulling one or if he's actually goofy or there's something more to it. Or the
well,
last one I saw, he said he had an alien in his garage.
that's exactly the one I've got, Yorga. I've got that right here. It's 1:28. So people are saying all kind of stuff like, oh, he's promoting a movie, or it's just there's so many. But I want to play it for anybody that hasn't seen, because I was a little behind it. They were mentioning this 2 weeks ago, and I'd only see this is like there was another one. I don't know if I have timestamps of the other one. I might. I could probably poke through it if we wanted to, but this one I have right on deck. So why not? This guy, I can't tell, and I read the comments too. They were pretty interesting, but I'll just play it.
When we were I paint, we're going out there. It was night. I was gonna do night painting, and go inside. And before I even turned the light on, I heard something, and I thought it was. And it wasn't. It was not. It was not a raccoon, squirrel. It was not possum. No. I saw hand. I saw eyes. I saw glowing eyes and hand. I don't know how many fingers, but hand and speaking. I don't know, something coming out of a saying thing, hand. That was it. I ran.
I bet.
I've not gone back in there, but I'm going to go. I am going to go. I'm going to show you. So they don't, you don't think I'm making it up. I'm going to show you, but that's why I'm making these videos.
With the tape on his shirt. What's that?
Evidence, proof.
I don't know.
I'm going to get it all.
He's breaking down or
Post
something.
it, live forever on the internet.
I'm going to post it so it can live forever on the internet, and that's
But the shirt must mean something, because I think he wore that same shirt in every video.
That's what people said. Why is he wearing the same shirt? I can't zoom in. Anyways, it looks like he put 2 pieces of masking tape that kind of makes like an 11. And I'm assuming that writing on there says some shit, but I can't see it. I don't think you can in the video. But yeah, I don't know what to make of it, Cheryl says Cujo and Yorga on The View. Oh Lord, put them both on there.
Yeah.
They just go down.
Please.
Yeah, they call it Hollywood. What do you think? Somebody tell me, what's your opinion? Do you think it's promotional? Do you think the dude's cracking up crazy? Or are we all just kind of like, who knows? Because that's where I'm at. It's like, I don't flicking. The way he did it, he's an actor, like they were saying earlier. So, he could just be acting, but he looked.
If you're asking me, my opinion is I honestly do not know what is up with that.
Okay, Virginia, what's your opinion?
I don't know either. I've watched like 2 or 3 of these shorts and these clips of him, and it is the same shirt. There's a name behind it, I think, behind the 11 or whatever. And the very first one that I saw, which I don't know was the first one ever or not, he was showing dates. Like he wrote a date. It either ended in 11, like 7/11 or 9/11 or something like that. And it was kind of out of place, and he kept pointing at it, and it seemed to tie into the shirt. But again, I don't know if it's a ploy or some kind of skit. I'm not sure.
Yeah, me either. What do you think? Anything, Cujo? Are you away? Pootie?
I first time I seen him.
Oh yeah. Well, there's others. That's just one that I had, and I thought, let me throw it in here. And I was hoping you'd be here for that one, Virginia, because I felt like you'd probably know.
Did he ever do one where he goes out in the garage?
I thought he I guess, I don't know. Yeah, he said he was gonna go, didn't he? I thought he never did go though. He just said that. He said, I'm gonna bring you. Yeah, I didn't even, man, I can't believe I didn't realize. I was staring at him the whole time. Talk about a magic trick. I didn't even realize he didn't take us to the garage. I was paying attention to everything he said. And yeah, that's a good point, Jorgen. I mean, there is one. I think it's Black Balloons, that guy I like so much because he does all the celebrities. I think he did one on James Franco. Honestly, there were several. There's another channel I like a lot called Tesmosis, and he did one. I just ran out of time, you know what I mean? Because I do have to still weed a garden and, you know, take care of chickens and stuff. I've actually got Clive Davis died, you guys, at 94. So I was going to talk about that a bit if y'all felt like it. I thought maybe if anybody, Virginia, you got – I'll think I know a lot of shit about something, Clive Davis, or, you know, some kind of Illuminati type reference, or Michael Jackson. She'll come and she'll have facts I thought I forgot about or something.
There you go. There you go. Navy vet told you right there at 11.
Shirt reminds me of one of the Fallout Vault uniforms. Interestingly, there is a Vault 11 in New Vegas, famous for being one of the darkest and most tragic social experiments conducted by Vault Tech. Damn, he just came out of nowhere with that info.
Right. So maybe he's under some kind of weird
wow, Brew.
Yes,
There's
he's
an
very
interesting
good
fact.
friends with Marina.
And you know what else too? I considered it, but I hadn't seen you in a while. I didn't know if you were going to make it, but I did. I don't know if you're following any of the Oliver Tree stuff. That's eerie. This little young singer that died. First of all, I didn't even know who he was. But there's so much there. Oh my gosh. So one of the things, the connections, he dated Melanie Martinez, which seems like nothing, but then she goes on a tour called Something Sacrifice. And he's her ex and he's dying in a helicopter. It's some weird shit. It's a hell of a rabbit hole. But I didn't save any of it, but it's there's plenty out there. I could pull it up sometime if you're going to, feel like doing it. I just didn't know if you'd heard about it much. I like I said, I ran out of time, plainly. And all this was in that. I mean, I guess that information, Oliver Tree's information's been out there for a while, and so has the Franco. But there was other stuff too. I mean, it's every week there's so much that goes on in all the different places. Cheryl says, if you had an alien in the garage, would you put it on there? On here? Would I? Yorga says I would. I don't know, man. That's a good question, Cheryl. Rude Dog says I would.
That'd be pretty awesome having an alien in your garage, man. I mean, yeah.
That's kind of like E.T. vibes. You remember she had one in her closet. Drew Barrymore had E.T. in her closet.
Do you know that I've never seen that movie?
Oh, my God.
Whoa. Drew Barrymore had more than that in her closet.
She got out of her closet. No. I like Drew Barrymore, though. I think that of all the people that are kind of on the dark side, so to speak, she's one of the ones. She was like born there. I've seen commercials of Drew Barrymore holding like a martini at like under 8 years old, going, "What do you mean? I'm a Barrymore." Or she asks for an alcoholic beverage and laughs it off and says, "Well, I'm a Barrymore." And she really did do all of that at like 13 at parties, and people just let her do it. It's some creepy shit, man. That same guy, Tesmosis, did some shows, and he showed little young ass Drew Barrymore, and I think I actually played it on here, where she was practicing her screams because that's what she did all day, and she lost her voice because she did so many screams, and it was just, when you really let your imagination run wild and you think like maybe even faking some kind of snuff or some kind of weirdo shit, like how many times does that kid need to scream to lose her voice? You know what I mean? It was just creepy, like her closeness with Spielberg. Anyways, I just feel bad for her because she grew up there. She didn't really have normal. She had Hollywood as her normal. Imagine that. You know what I mean?
Right.
That would be nuts.
She was so young.
Yeah, she was born into the and she, I don't know if you guys ever watch her now. I don't watch her much, but I'll see like clips where she's always hugging on all her guests, and they're almost making them uncomfortable and like hugging strangers that way. I mean, if that's not like trauma healing or something, like there's something going on. I don't know. I have so much empathy for Drew Barrymore specifically. I mean, we watched her grow up on film, and she didn't have as much choice as like some girl off the street trying to go become famous as an adult versus growing up as your parents are famous and you're already famous and this is just your life.
Oh, her grandfather was a Hollywood star.
Yep.
Yeah.
What was his name, Virginia?
Lionel Barrymore.
Lionel. That's it. Yep.
Yo, look at Navy Vet's comment. It's terrible. Best illegal ever. He learned English and promptly phoned home for a ride. Or Phone for a ride home. That's terrible. But it's hilarious.
No, but the Barrymores are Hollywood royalty, man.
Yeah.
I got on this kick watching old films, like just after the quote unquote talkies came out, and in the early 30s, and there's Barrymores all peppered through there in the credits. I
Do you
mean,
know what I call those movies? Those black and white movies like that, and everybody's wearing a hat. I call them "Hey, what do you mean?" movies, because everybody's going, "Hey, what do you mean?" Hey, they all have that certain speech to
yeah.
them. Anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just
No. That's great because
It's hilarious. Hey,
if you
what
watch
do you mean?
a lot of those old movies, man, they're great, but you'll see a lot of overacting and shit. But that's because a lot of the early actors came from the silent films where they had to overact to get their point across because they didn't have the audio. But so yeah, they look stupid, but if you follow the dialogue and the plot, they're really pretty good flicks.
Right.
They are.
I just want that clip now. I want some dude in a funny hat going, "Hey, what do you mean?"
Hey, what do you mean?
Like, cut to another dude in a funny looking hat going, "Hey, what do you mean?"
Exactly.
Clip. That would be so cool.
That's another thing. Their dialogue was so fast. Like somebody say
God,
something,
I
and then
know.
somebody say something else, and then somebody say something else, and then hey, what do you mean? They did that shit to save time.
Do you remember?
film.
Do you remember? I know you remember, but the old show Dragnet.
Oh yeah, I loved it.
They did that same thing. Hey, what are you going to have for lunch? I don't know, maybe a hot dog or something. How about you? What are you going to, and there's no pause whatsoever.
Right. That cracked me up when the dude from MASH and Jack Webb would sit there and go back and forth.
Right. Yeah.
It was crazy. But that brings us full circle. Follow me here. Remember when I said that you invent a problem and then give somebody the solution?
Right.
Do you remember the movie Dragnet with Dan Aykroyd?
Yeah.
I think I watched it once and I might have been drunk. So I don't really remember hardly anything about it.
Okay, but it was funny. I mean, it was funny just because of nostalgia for me. But anyway, so the plot of that movie was the pagan people against I don't know, but it was like this pagan organization. So there was a preacher in the city that was going against these people wearing the goat leggings and doing the sacrifices and all that bullshit.
Man.
But they were both in league together. And they were on TV. The evangel person was doing it, and they were both together. So whichever side of the aisle you were on, trying to fund or help them, they were all still in it together, getting the money. Anyway, just kind of went with what we were kind of talking about earlier, because that movie came to my brain when you were first talking about what you were talking about. And then here we are. We're back to Dragnet. Anyway, done.
Hey, along the same lines, man. I was at my mechanics. It's been a couple months ago, and there's this like 60s Dodge police car in the bay, and I was up in there looking at it and everything. And the guy came over. He goes, "Yeah, man, this is from Adam 12, man. It was an Adam 12 screen used car that
That's
some guy
awesome.
around here owns, and he was having some work done on. Man, I was all up under the hood and everything, man, on that thing. Yeah, it was crazy.
That's really cool, but I hate Adam 12.
Yeah, it was a boring show.
Well, no, that's not exactly why. It's because I did not see it when I was young. I didn't see it until it started coming out in replay when I was older. And the one cop looks exactly like Tom Brady. And I'm a diehard Steeler fan. so I hate Tom Brady.
Right.
And he looks exactly like him. Every time I'm watching the show, I'm like, oh, fuck this. And I turn it
His
off.
name is Martin something, I think.
Yeah. But you get a chance, go look at his picture. He looks just like a young Tom Brady.
Man, I have to overshare real quick because Jerry says Cola is a fast talker. And I want to do it while my uncle's up here because he can kind of vouch. If there's only one person in the world that talks more than I do, it was my mother. And not only did she talk all the time and never listen, just always be talking, she spoke slowly, painfully slowly, right? And so as a child, if I ever wanted to be heard or say anything, my family said I was like an auctioneer because I'd be like, hey, can I go to my friend's house? I want to go next door.
You should be in that Hey, What Do You Mean movie.
I mean,
yes.
I get in between breaths and be like, hey, Mom, my friend called me. She's going to have a super birthday party and I want to be there at 7. I'm about to leave, okay? And she'd take a breath and she'd start talking real slow and get mad that I interrupted her and maybe let me go. I don't know. But I've spoken fast ever since. Like, I don't even realize. And yes, I know. I talk really fast. I'm trying to get it out.
Would you shut up so I can get this in?
No.
I didn't think so. No, but that's no shit, man. You couldn't get a word in edgewise when she started talking because she just and Nicole, you talk about
I thought you were talking about my mom.
Gosh damn, you keep cutting me off.
I bet your Thanksgiving table is awesome.
Oh goodness.
Sometimes people throw rolls, all kind of shit happens at Thanksgiving. Not me, not him. Rolls have been thrown.
Or take their picture off the wall and run off crying. Anyway.
How come they were like almost always about the same? Never mind. I'm just kidding.
Anyway, all I was gonna say is your mother talking slow. You have a great aunt Bernice Lee.
I know. I've heard.
And she was so sweet, honey.
Oh,
but
it's annoying me already. I can't take slow talk. I need you to get to the point.
just like that. You're interrupting me again. I'm not done. No, I'm joking. She really did talk that slow, man. And being from my era, you know, you get whacked upside the head if you don't pay attention or whatever. So I'm standing there as a young kid, like trying to get going and go play, and she's saying goodbye, and I'm like, oh my God, this bitch takes a half hour just to say see you later.
Right.
Anyway, but she was a
You
sweetheart.
talk faster. I'm trying to get in between the breaths. That's what you got to do. Wait till they're taking a breath.
No. You learned in my age, back when you got whacked a lot, that it was best not to say anything.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to say anything else, but I would like to show. I was looking for something else and ran into the other Franco. It's only like 1 minute and 40 seconds, but this is like some people talking about it, kind of doing it. I don't know much of a compilation. It's only, like I said, almost 2 minutes, but it's on Franco again. And it kind of went with I knew I had one more. Actually, there is one that's not in this list that's longer. And if I'd have known for sure he'd have been here, Virginia, I probably would have run ahead and grabbed that, honestly. But yeah, this is just some people talking about it. Okay.
Y'all didn't see what James Franco did? The actor? Yes. No. Wait, I saw something weird. Dude, he's dropping like clues right now. Okay. Wait, what? Yeah. Peep this. To what? Look, hold on. He said clues to what? So James Franco, out of nowhere, goes on TikTok. He makes a new TikTok, and he's posting these weird cryptic videos. They got him. Wasn't he the one with that weird case too? Yeah, he disappeared for a minute because he had an SA case and all this other stuff. Actors disappeared, comes back acting weird, continues to see.
This is James Franco. Me, really, James. I'm here at my house. I'm not promoting anything. I'm making this account because some serious shit's going on. Okay, and look here, this is real. Okay, I'm real. It's me, not AI, not anything. Okay, could AI James do this?
Okay, hold on. So right there. So pause real quick. Look at his handle. That's his handle. He's saying that's not AI, right? James Franco, 2319. So there is a code. Here we go. So there's a little movie by the name of Monsters, Inc.
Get the fuck out of here. Come on. No.
It was the emergency code that the monster shouted whenever a monster makes contact with a human child or brings a human object into their world. That's the same code.
Come on.
What are the chances that he uses that particular code? He's being all cryptic and weird and
I'm sorry, I was trying to catch his shirt. It said Bruce something on his shirt.
Yeah, I was looking at it too. I couldn't. It was Bruce, and then
Bruce
something.
Bruce.
Yeah, there's a
Somebody-
name. It's Bruce something. I can't remember or see it. And it's someone that I believe he worked with. This is the first one that I saw at the 2319, and like believe in South Carolina was like, what did it say? I'm scrolling back. Okay, 2319 is the emergency code used by the Child Detection Agency when a monster comes into physical contact with a human, and that's in Monsters, Inc. And so, yeah, there's some weird shit in this for sure.
Is there a comment that said that, or did?
Yes.
Yeah, you missed it.
Huh,
Yes.
I'm scrolling. Who was it that said it?
Believe in South Carolina at 9:07
I
my
see
time.
this
So it might have been 11 or 12:07 your time.
I wonder why. Sometimes I don't see them, and I mean, I'm okay. Here it is. No, it was here.
Yeah.
Okay. There's no conspiracy. I just didn't see it. Yeah. That's crazy though. And that's what they just said on here too. But there's a little bit more, not much more. Okay, wrong video. Here we go. Both James Franco. Yeah, about 20 more seconds. I don't know what's left.
weird. And just for context, if people don't know about Monsters, it's about monsters who scare little kids and gets the energy from the kids.
Can't make this shit up.
And uses that to power their city.
Adrenochrome. What is that?
Adrenochrome.
Yeah.
And then we have this code that James Franco uses at the same time.
Is that him?
I don't know.
Yeah, that was interesting. I don't know, man. That's crazy. I wonder if this guy's gonna like have a sad, tragic, can't take no more, takes his own self out kind of moment. Boss baby. Oh my God, why you gotta bring that up? First of all, it's the cutest little movie ever. Little kid, little baby in a tuxedo. He's gonna go work.
I love that show.
Yeah, except one jacked up scene. And thanks to him, I can never forget it. I want to just forget it. But if you watch it and you really I don't even want to say it. It seems like he's sucking on a pacifier. And it's just really, the way they do it's just really creepy. And he's like, that's what you got to do to time travel. I don't know. Once it was pointed out to me, I can't hardly look at it the same. And it's like, I got kids around. I don't want watching that shit. I mean, there's all the other parts are okay. And it just, because I was entertained. It was a cute movie, but this one scene is just weird as can be. And it can't be a coincidence, man. They put this shit in these movies on purpose.
Yeah.
Anyway. I don't want
Yeah,
to.
like Monsters, Inc. I thought it was pretty cute. And then years later, when you hear like the possible underlying darkness of it, I can't even watch it. Like I haven't shown it to my youngest son. It's weird.
Right, it is.
Man, it's everywhere. You get a box from Amazon. What's on that box?
A cock.
A big pecker. A big pecker.
What?
It's
What are
a
y'all
bit.
talking about?
It's a mushroom tip. Look at a mushroom tip in the shape
God,
of
you
a
guys,
smile.
I
It's a
know
huge
what you
cock.
don't want to know this now.
It's like this arrow thing that goes from the A to the Z in Amazon. So it's, I guess, A to Z, but it looks like a schmeckle.
It's
Schmeckle is the nicest way to say that. That is the nicest way to say it. I can't help but love it. It's kind of Jewish. It's just hilarious. Schmeckle. I mean, it's
You
not
look at
offensive.
the Arby's
Would you be
logo,
offended by someone saying schmeckle? Would you ever be completely offended?
Look, I don't care what you call it. It still is what it is.
Yeah, but it's less offensive
So
if you call
Virginia,
it a schmeckle.
Virginia, you agree with me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%. The Amazon logo is a dick, and so is the Arby's logo. It's supposed to be a cowboy hat. Look at it closely. It's a cock and
Oh,
ball.
yeah, it's a big schmeckle.
Cock and ball.
Yeah.
It's what it is.
Oh my God, schmeckle.
Are you sure you all just don't have issues?
No. This is good conversation.
Two things can be true, man. Two
Oh,
things.
yes, two things can be true. This is good conversation, but that doesn't mean you all don't have issues.
Yeah.
In a nicer way. Oh man.
It's subliminal advertising.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, this is just me, Yorgo. If I thought somebody was shipping my stuff in a box with a dick, I would use the other company.
Why do I feel guilty all of a sudden?
I'm just saying.
Getting in your head, man.
You're looking at the cock and not the box. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my God.
Wow. Not to really change the subject, but kind of.
Please change the subject.
No,
Please change the subject.
No, but it is about Amazon. I was out on my boat today, and it was just cool because I put these cameras up, and I'm not a tech person, but I get this little notification, and I look way back at my house, 20 miles away, and it does a little video. It was an Amazon guy who was dropping off a package, which is super cool. You know, I can see the guy drop off the package, but there's AI in there that will, like if a car goes by, it'll say vehicle. You know, it has a little caption down at the bottom, and it'll say, you know, like when I saw myself in the yard, it was like fat guy in the yard. You know, it'll tell you. Yeah, it'll tell you these things. It'll tell you these things, and it literally said Amazon driver leaving package or something like that.
It didn't say fat guy in the yard though. You saw yourself and said, "Man, I look like a fat guy."
I know, no. I saw myself. I just got the cameras up, and I saw myself in the camera, and I said, "Man, there's a fat dude in my yard." And then I looked at it. I know, and I looked at it. I said, "Wait a minute, that's me." So.
Hey, Yorga, when I look in the mirror, I say, there's an old ugly son of a bitch standing in my bathroom.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Jason said they put a schmeckle on your box because you're getting screwed.
No, man, I freaking dig Amazon, man. I mean, I've actually ordered stuff, like I ordered motor oil for the boat the other day. It was there that same day, you know? And most everything else is the next day. I don't know how the hell they do it, man. And I don't know. All these drones, they were going to use drones to drop shit off. That idea never sounded good to me, man. It just doesn't.
Man.
That's like if a drone goes over my house, that's like skeet shooting with prizes.
Yeah.
I think it's funny how the chat has so many different conversations, and I'm so easily entertained because it goes straight from they put a schmeckle on the box because you're getting screwed, and then Blue goes, their meat isn't near as good as it once was, and I'm like, what? And then I have to go back and I see this comment. Well, it makes sense with Arby's; they have the meat, and so she's responding to that, but she comes right after schmeckle, and it's just like chat cracks me up because you're like, sometimes the wrong two comments together.
There's also this new Supergirl movie is out that's supposedly going to flop, and they have like some sort of cup you get at the movie theater for your Pepsi or whatnot. And I guess it's supposed to look like a cape or something, but it looks like a big schmeckle.
How do you know what a big schmeckle feels like?
Oh my gosh.
What it feels like.
Man, you're supposed to answer. She asked an honest question. She set you up to be like,
I said it looks like one.
You're supposed to say to her, "Come here, I'll show you." Like, I mean,
No. You're supposed to say to her what I'm getting ready to say to her.
Oh, no.
I know what it feels like because I have to take a piss all the time.
Exactly. You had an out, Yorga, but you outed yourself by thinking the other way. So you answered the question double. It's good.
I was just waiting. I thought you were walking into like a total, like, you know, like make a joke on you. I really was. I guess I hang out with guys too much because I think you just took him back. He's like, what the?
I mean, we were talking about the smeckle on the box.
And then I can't see, I'm in the same disadvantage as Cujo, where there's certain jokes I'm not really at liberty to tell, but I know y'all all watch Saturday Night Live, and this is the second time y'all set me up for that skit with the smeckle in a box.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
and you're like,
God,
it's
that
on
was
the
funny.
box. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm just dying.
If I had $1 for every time I gave that for a present.
Oh my God. And I'm dancing around shit. You're telling jokes like that. Packages, Doug P. God, we
I
are
like
so.
it when he opens up the box and the girls look so surprised and, you know,
It's not
just so
you expect to
happy.
be in there.
Yeah, it's a Christmas gift.
That's
Virginia
hilarious.
may have just trapped Yorga. Said
Bonnie knows.
Well, yeah, Virginia always outsmarts me. That's their shtick.
Smeckles everywhere. Miss Mendersue, she's hilarious too. Love the box skit. Okay, so at least people know. It's just like, I don't know. Like I said, smeckle is not offensive. You can say smeckle in a box, but if you say the other one, it just comes across as crass.
Depends on what country you're in.
What country?
Yeah.
You can't spell
You know, like
country
see you next
without-
Tuesday. The word "see you next Tuesday" is like not as ornery other places. Like they just say it randomly. It was in a movie that was cracking me up. He kept saying it like really, and he's like, "What? It's not a big deal. I would call you that. I would say that," and he just says it like so many times because it's not offensive. Like here, it's a hell. That's like one of the worst things you can call a woman, right? You'll take bitch all day before you'll get to see you next Tuesday. But it's funny how it's not as offensive other places, you know.
No,
Anyway.
they use it like in
Goofball or
conversation, like bitch, or like I don't know. But I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It sounds out of place.
What's up,
I
Wildlife?
always greet everybody by saying, "What's up, fuckers?" I say it to my friends. I say it to my coworkers. Say it to my supervisors. Say it to everybody online. I don't mean anything. Now, if I get like a certain look on my face and I say, "Hey, fucker," that's a different thing. But when I'm like, "What's up, fucker?"
The different, no, what was the thing for that, right? The different meanings of the F word, and there were like so many.
The verb, adverb.
I prefer when I walk in a room to just greet everybody with bitches.
Yeah, dude, this is no shit. I worked at a large shipping company for a long time before I retired, and I used to have most people call me Scott at work. That's my real name, in case y'all didn't know. But I worked with a crew of a bunch of girls, and they would refer to themselves. This was not me doing it, but they were like, "Oh, we're Scott's bitches," and I actually had this chick that filled in. It was a little bit before I left, and she was working in our crew, filling in for somebody on vacation. And I told her on Friday, I was like, "Hey, Teresa, thanks for all your hard work this week. Appreciate you." She goes, "Oh no, that's fine. I was just happy to be one of Scott's bitches for a week." And I thought, "Oh my God, this shit is taking off."
It's okay if
dude.
you're not the one saying it, right? You can't get in trouble if everybody says it but you.
No shit. My supervisor came up to me. Her name's Kim. She's like around my age. She's younger than me, of course, because I'm crusty. But she came up to me. She's come up to me before and been like, "Hey, there's something going on with your bitches. You might want to check on them." And I was like, "Okay, whatever." It just got out of hand. And I know that's misogynistic and bad, but it was not my idea. I didn't start it.
I don't think it is. Like I'm not offended by bitch. Like females. Okay, so let's say Cola and I were chatting and she says something really funny, right? I might
you'd be like,
reply and go, bitch, yes. But it's
bitch,
not calling her like bitch. It's just a different meaning behind it, you know?
Yes, you know what sucks is when you're totally joking and you say something like that and you can tell you've offended them and you're like, okay, I could have said that to Virginia, but maybe I did offend them. Yeah, I was just kidding, and they don't believe you at this point.
Right. They don't
I would not be
understand.
offended. I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt that you're just kidding before I'm gonna. I mean, first of all, we're on the flipping internet. It's a miracle that people don't get cussed out more, right? Like we're on the internet. It's a miracle that we get along as much as we do. Cootie, your mic's kind of going wild, man. Let me see. I did mess with you a minute ago on your settings, and I feel like it got better for a minute. Everything's checked now. It says echo,
I don't
mic,
know
and
what I'm doing. It ain't me.
what's that?
I said it ain't me.
I don't think it is. I don't know. I changed the settings around, and maybe I did it. I'm just not real great at adjusting the settings either.
Yeah, well, as far as that stuff goes, I think you just got to roll with it, man. If I'm just like, hey, bitch, what's going on? And they get offended by it, and I don't mean anything by it, then that's on them. And then I laugh at the fallout when they get mad and they start yelling. And that just makes my day. Then I just have to provoke it even further because I enjoy chaos. And but I didn't mean anything by it. Now, if somebody's like really upset or whatever, I might try to apologize once. But if they keep going with it, I'm like, okay, well, now I'm gonna see you next Tuesday.
Right.
You were a bitch. Now I'm going to see you next Tuesday,
Yeah,
lady.
you graduated.
Those are fighting words, I think. I don't think you should go that far unless you really want to
No,
fight. And then by all means, go that far. That's like the
I
word that sets
never use that word unless I plan on that being the last word I ever say to a bitch.
I mean, context does matter.
Yeah,
I actually watched, I swear, a documentary called Fornication Under Consent of the King. It was like a really goofy, raunchy show, and there were like a lot of facts about the word F-U-C-K, and it was actually like, it wasn't quite mind rot because there was actually true information, and it was like fun to like waste time watching, like a little bit of funny, a little bit of it's true. It was called I believe, Fornication Under Consent of the King, and they talked about like history of that word.
yeah. Well, that was the whole premise of the start of the Braveheart movie. Remember?
Is that really true? Autocorrect. No. What? Repeat that. I'm sorry. I was reading the chat.
I said that was the whole start of the Braveheart movie. You remember William Wallace fell in love with that girl, and then the royals or the English came in and they took his new bride and they took her off they were going to take her off to have sex with the king or the viceroy or whoever. That was a thing in England, was that they could take your new bride, fornication under consent of the king, and you had to just sit there. But William Wallace went crazy. He started running around the village and chopping it. Do y'all not remember the beginning of Braveheart?
Yeah,
it's been a long time. Go ahead,
he
Virginia.
raped her, though. The dude raped her, and that's what set off Wallace.
Right, but I mean, when they first came up, he was when he was on horseback talking to him. He was reciting the, I don't know, the declaration, the law, whatever, saying that, hey, this is what's happening. Anyway.
Sorry, were you done? You said anyway. I don't know if you were.
I'm done. I've been talking way too much tonight because there's been gaps in conversation, and
well, that's
the way
what
to get
they're
me.
for. People like to hear you. They do. They say it all the time.
I really don't believe that, but anyway.
No, it's true.
Now, I've really heard a lot of other people that prefer that I not be in the same room with them, and all that's cool. But yes, I am done. I'm gonna shut up until something else happens.
Well, I want to say to read this comment, and like I think we should take Cheryl Rich to the backstage. We should practice. She says it would sound weird if I used the word Bitch just sounds weird. I can just hear Cheryl saying that. We got to have a practice round, right? Like, Cheryl, just say it. No, say bitch. Can you just see that back? Me and Virginia trying to make sure.
I know it. Maybe it's a
you gotta like go up on the eye.
Because I don't think like people like you and I around 40-ish plus or minus 10 years, but it does have a different meaning. Like, you know,
yeah, Cheryl is a little bit older.
Like your mom, you know, it does.
Yeah, I can't imagine like my grandmother saying bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
It'd be weird. She wouldn't say that, but she could have. You know what I mean? I would have laughed. She did say things sometimes you would not expect her to say, which would be hilarious though. That's why we should just get Cheryl over it. We got to show her. You got to go up on the eye. You got to be like, bitch. You stretch it out in the middle, and then it's not offensive.
When my mom was about to marry her second husband, me and my sisters were like, bitch, you got to shave that bush. It's not the 70s anymore. Like, right?
Oh my God.
And her new husband thought we were actually calling her a bitch and got super mad. And we were like, no, we're just saying, bitch, I'll get you a shave kit. That, you know,
we were trying to be nice. The word bitch had nothing to do with the conversation. Did you hear what we were going to do? We were looking out. You're funny.
I think he should just be happy.
Yeah. Well, you know how it goes.
Right. Oh, I'm glad you were there, man. Yeah, it was. I did. So that day just went so bad. We tried to make somehow pickle relish. Did not work out. Like it was everything that could. It was like Murphy's Law in effect. But so we in the live. I go on about my life. I still chop, and then I got to do the thing where it sits in the liquid. So I made a little short video out of that because I didn't want to be. I didn't want to be defeated. I wanted to finish what I started, right? So I did a short of that. And then I popped up at like 3:30 in the morning and finished my relish. I was on for like, you know, an hour or something. And so every bit of that it was all kinds of like, you know, not all in a row and not very professional, but I got done with that relish. Oh, Cheryl says I say girl a lot. It's kind of the same thing. Yeah.
Hey, did you ever try that relish, or is it supposed to sit for a while?
Well, okay. So what actually happened? What can you hold without ever touching it? What? I give up. So when I was making the relish Yorga, it was supposed to have been either 3 jars or 1.5, I think, or maybe 2, and it ended up being just 1.5.
Maybe 7.
No. What happened was the recipe could be either pints or half pints, right? And I had the jars in the pint size, so it ended up making less than it had. I had the smaller jars. Is all that happened. So I've got one really full jar and one half jar, and so like I'm live, you know, on the vertical, and I'm like the jar's floating because it's not supposed to float, you know. So I had to take it out, and that one I let cool down first and put it right in the fridge. And just started eating it immediately. The other one sealed properly, so it'll be good for, you know, some people would argue forever. But so they should be exactly the same, and it tasted like relish. So I'm like, it's a win. That was only my second time ever making it. So I don't know. Like Mary Freeland says, like listening to Cujo.
Yeah,
people
I do too.
Well,
Nobody-
Mary and Cheryl are wonderful people that know exactly what they're talking about.
Yeah.
You go get you a little bitch crew on here.
Damn.
Damn, Cheryl's like, Cujo, you had to leave early the other night. You said you'd visit more tonight. He is. She's pushing screws on you, though. He ain't left yet, sure.
Sorry, Cheryl.
No, that's one of the ones. That's why I said I do like the backstages, because some people just only do backstage. You know, people get so offended. That happened at the relish stream. That was another one of the Murphy's Law. People were like mad we were going backstage. I'm like, dude, the link is in the chat. If you want to join the backstage, join it. But the stream's going to be over, right? We're not going to be live anymore. If every time happens, there's automatically a backstage unless you shut it down. So I think it's weird people get offended, especially when you put the link out. Like, if you were so worried about it, come back. Come back and look how boring. We're just being not live. That's all. We all eventually wind down and leave after like between, anywhere from 15 minutes. And sometimes, we stay on a long time. But it's like not to talk shit about everybody or something. It's like there's gonna be a backstage no matter what. Sometimes we do shut down and just shut down, but I just think it's weird. I was like, why are people mad? Like, that is a weird thing to be mad about. Come back. Cujo got the clam baking. That is just, I don't know what to think about that. Oh, I don't know. That was weird.
All I got to say about that is damn straight.
I don't know if it's good or bad at this point. It just kind of sounds to me. All right. This is going to be a weird one to like shift on. I have been meaning to share this and never did. I feel like I just want to do it while you're here, Virginia, because I don't know if you've heard of this, and I feel like you would be somewhat interested. You probably have, though, maybe. So whenever Diddy was going through all that stuff and getting in trouble and everything, the one thing that didn't come in his court charges were children. Everything was, a lot of people do that, Mary. We stay on too late sometimes. But like, they just weren't involved in it. It was all women, even some men, but they were all legal age. And people were saying, like, where's the kids? And why aren't people saying anything?
Right.
Yeah. Bonnie said, some believe we go backstage and be naughty. LOL. I mean, people are more comfortable. So they may say something a little more personal about their life, but it's not like dogging other people out. We're like literally boring. It's I don't know. I'm more likely to turn my camera on in the backstage and just whatever, show a plant or do what I'm doing. But it's not anything. I don't know what people, it's kind of funny. I'm like, that's so funny to me, but whatever. It is what it is. People can think, but if they really were that worried about it, come back here and see for yourself how boring we are. I mean, we're just hanging out. I mean, or maybe sometimes maybe not boring. Why do you sound weird, Pootie? You got a soundboard? Do that again.
Yeah.
You get like a radio voice. Did y'all hear that? Yeah. How did you do that?
I don't know.
Like, that doesn't, I thought you had a soundboard. It did not sound like you. There was major drama in the early days of Dangerous Freedom After Dark because someone just thought that. I don't know, he'd be seeing some boobs and stuff backstage, but who really gives a, who cares? So what? Like, what's that got to do with anybody else? I mean, he said it. He admitted that type of stuff, but that's his life. If that's what he wanted to do and them girls wanted to do,
you could still be live and Ron, a female, come up on panel. The first thing he says is, hey, show me your
boobs.
Yeah.
Show me your boobs.
But like,
nobody ever did it live because you can't. Like, they'd shut the stream down.
It's not an orgy.
No, it's literally not. I personally have never seen that go on. I heard the rumors. I heard people say it, but I, of my own eyes, never saw any shit like that. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I don't give a shit. Like, consenting adults, whatever, do what you do. Yeah. But I damn sure have never seen no boobs in my backstages, so don't come if that's what you think.
Well, shit, I'm not coming.
I'm just saying, if it ever happens, I won't be able to say that anymore because I'm not a freaking liar. So if in a year and a half you hear me say, there was only 4 times, no.
All I'm saying is I've been hanging out on this damn channel, coming in to support your channel, thinking I'm going to see boobs. I've been disappointed every damn week.
Every time.
This is bullshit.
I think
it's like that bald eagle I saw, man. Once you see one, it's going to be really special. So.
Yeah. Well, it's like Ron White said when it's like if some old biker chick comes up to you and tries to play, hey, you want to see my boobs? And he's like, yes, I would. Because you can always turn your head, but
Oh my gosh.
Never
No,
mind.
I don't know, Navy Vet. I feel like maybe I should. I don't know. I'm terrible
Oh,
about
I know what
especially
he's talking
long
about.
ago.
Oh,
This guy got pissed and jealous because his girl was interested in, got invited backstage. Angel.
Yeah.
I don't. Okay, I remember. I'm not going to say it, but there was like a double name. There was like a name and then Angel is one person that I remember from back in the day, but not just Angel. But anyways, it doesn't matter. Like, I truly don't care. I think it's weird when people do. They're like, oh yeah, I heard so-and-so did such and such. And if it's not concerning any other human, like, I don't know why people care. Like, so what, you know? Doc P said went backstage once and they were chattering. I don't you just have to hit that X right quick. You go in, you go, oh, good night, my bad. You're going to turn into Diddy just sitting on the couch in the corner. You got to leave at that point. What is going on? Oh my gosh. Cheryl says I've never seen anything weird backstage ever. Right. Like, it's not what I don't know. I know some places it probably is, but I don't hold that against them. I don't see why it matters. If you're not there and they're all having a good time doing whatever it is they're doing, leave them. So what? But Bob's back. He said, you got to do the thing because I can't. I tell him yeah, that's what I said. I said, that's Virginia's thing. I can't do it, but I'll just say, Bob. Good to see you,
Are you in an iron lung or something?
Wow.
Like your mic.
Sounds like aqualung.
Hear me breathing?
I don't know, or your background noise. Just mute till you got something to say. Unmute you. You unmute it. Anytime you want to say it. Shut up.
Put on the music.
Huh? Oh, like Mike's movie.
It sounds like a geriatric Darth Vader.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh man.
Sometimes it'll be fun. And
Thanks a
then
lot.
about others. I'm glad. See how that works out? You unmuted, you talked, and you don't even hear it doesn't sound bad as long as you muted.
That's it. Now see why I didn't want to come up on panel now. See?
Oh. Whatever.
That wasn't meant as a dig. I was just trying to describe the noise I was hearing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It was heavy breathing, but maybe he was
or
just
background noise.
Yeah.
It's not him, it's the mic. I'm telling you. And I'm not great at editing the mic. I tried all the different things and I think I did it wrong. So I'm hitting the echo, the background noise, and then it's like I think there's certain times you just like lower the mic, maybe. There's a lot of different things you could do, but I say just mute, and then when you have something to say, unmute. Because when you are talking, it's not the problem. It's when you're quiet. It's your background noise and anything that mic picks up. You got a good mic, and it picks up even if you breathe or your TV or whatever in the background. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna steal that one. Anyway, I know it's heavy, but I did want to say it because we ran Pootie.
Oh, come back.
Man, Pootie.
No,
I think it was just his normal movement that's being picked up on his mic. Like he might be.
I mean, it doesn't bother me at all. He's rebooted. He's coming back. The broke gigolo. Let's see. It's probably better now. I don't hear any background noise. It sounds a lot better. I don't know what you did.
I didn't do nothing.
You left and came back, so that's something.
Way to put the effort in.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'll just say this much. When I go to his mic settings this time, the only thing I don't have check marked is reduce background noise, but echo cancellation and automatically adjust is clicked, and he sounds fine, so I'm not going to change it. Okay, now I'm going to do it. I'm going to hit reduce. And then it's not a big deal. If it's too much, just mute in between and then unmute when you want to talk. I've had to do the same thing on panels when my mic wasn't working good. Just mute in between and unmute when you got something to say. That sounds fine.
I have to do that all the time because I'm forced outside on my phone to be on this thing. And if the wind's blowing or something, or if I have to fart, I always hit the mute button.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Don't know if you heard it. Oh my gosh. Anyways, this is so serious. I feel terrible. It's also kind of gross. It was a child star in 2007 who is he's doing the civil kind of charges against Diddy. But because of that, it's probably going to trigger a real investigation and potential real crimes against him. But I hate that I mean, it is what it is. It's what's in the lawsuit. It's Law and Crime. It's a reputable channel. There's just some sordid details But this is what's going on against Diddy while he sits in prison for charges. This is just the civil. But so the guy on this episode here is Johnny Depp's lawyer, the guy that actually with the time Johnny Depp won against Amber Heard, that guy talking about this. But this is just the lawsuit right here.
Up the door to the back room behind them. At this point, Diddy allegedly gave the boy some alcohol. And I want to pause here to note, if you followed the P. Diddy trial at all, you know that multiple witnesses testified that Diddy allegedly plied them with alcohol that was sometimes drugged. Multiple other civil lawsuits allege that Diddy forced survivors to drink alcohol that had allegedly been drugged in order to sexually assault them. According to this most recent filing, John Doe alludes to a similar situation. He says that Diddy gave him some alcohol and then allegedly began touching him and rubbing inappropriate parts of his body. Unexpectedly, defendant Combs started to touch plaintiff. First, defendant Combs began to rub on plaintiff's arm. Plaintiff told defendant Combs with Diddy allegedly performing oral sex on the boy, who once again was a child at the time, while Diddy allegedly touched himself. Defendant Combs then pulled up his pants and told plaintiff he would see where they would go from there for the role that he had in mind for defendant Combs's project. Plaintiff was in shock and pulled his clothing back up. After this, the boy was left completely alone. According to the lawsuit, he was in total shock. So he waited for his ride to come and then he left. P. Diddy is listed as a defendant in the lawsuit, but so too are some of the talent agencies for their alleged involvement. The child star alleges it was their duty to protect him, and they didn't. In fact, the adult agents allegedly didn't even attend the party and instead encouraged this child star to go alone without a chaperone. Plaintiff is informed and believes, and thereon alleges, that defendant Combs and agents spoke prior to the event in order to conspire to create an event disguised as an industry meeting in order to provide defendant Combs with an opportunity to come into contact with minor children like plaintiff. Plaintiff believes that the agents knew that Diddy had a reputation for sexually assaulting children and urged the boy to attend the party anyway. Now, this lawsuit was filed on Monday, June 8th in Los Angeles Superior Court, bringing forth a slew.
So I'll stop there for a second. Anyway, I know it was gross. I tried to skip through the gross parts, and then I landed right on one of the grossest parts. But it was a little kid trying to be in Hollywood, a little boy in 2007. And the nosy in me wants to try to figure out what child stars, but I don't know exactly how old he was supposed to be. And honestly, there's a reason he's John Doe. He doesn't want to be embarrassed by this. This happened to him. He was just a kid. But he's also not just suing Diddy. He's suing the talent agency and things like this. And I bet it's true. We talk about that sometimes, how they it's just gross and grimy in the industry, and they all know about each other. It's just gross. And that's what he's saying. Those people were supposed to protect him, and he feels like they sent him to that party as a deal with Diddy. And I don't know if they can prove it or not, but right now it's only civil. But there's a few more clips with, like I said, with Johnny Depp's lawyer, where they talk about there's probably going to be a criminal investigation now. And so maybe before he's out of prison, they hit him with new charges, smuggling watermelons. What?
Those slimy sons of bitches are just part of a generating machine. They're not trying to look out for anybody's interest or anything.
It's just terrible, though.
Yeah.
Well, it is.
It's always the same lawyers.
There's not a cruel enough punishment that you can give to everybody involved with that shit.
Well, I have seen new charges coming up on the diddler, and it's pretty interesting because
I'm wondering if it's this different than this one. It's more other new charges besides this, because that's good. If so,
I'm not gonna lie, it could be the same. I'm not sure.
I don't really know either. This is just
because anything else would be double jeopardy. So,
But as we were saying, or as I was saying, there were no minors in all his charges. He had what's the crossing over state lines charge? The Mann Act. Right. They got him on the Mann Act. They didn't get him on RICO. But what wasn't even in the trial were children. And people were mad. They're like, they knew this was true of him. Even, but no one came forward. And just now, just recently, after everything, a child actor in 2007 said he was put to a party and all this stuff. He's just now coming out. I mean, and they talked about the timing, and that's what I'm not going to share the clip of, because that's not fair. I don't want to even speculate on whether, I mean, maybe that is it just seems wrong. I don't think that should matter. It could be any reason why someone's timing would be off. You didn't want people to know. He's still John Doe, This person doesn't want it. And I thought about Usher. I'll be honest. I mean, not Usher. I thought about Justin Bieber.
Right.
But he was a singer, not a child star.
Right.
So I don't think it is him, even though that was my first thought. Probably a lot of people think that, but I'm pretty sure they're going with actor. And maybe they're lying too. Maybe it really is Justin, and they're saying that to throw people off, because.
Okay, so 20 years ago, a child actor.
2007. I'm not sure how old he was supposed to be. That's the trick. It was 2007. He was a child star, but how much child? You know what
How
I mean?
do we know it's a he?
Because they said, I think they did say, yeah, because he went, down on him and he was a boy, the way they said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the grossest part. I was trying to skip past it, and that's the part I landed. There was other stuff. Like, he just kept messing with him until he did that. Basically, the kid was just there, and he didn't run off, I guess, I don't know. It's got to be humiliating.
Okay, well,
sure,
something I've been following this week is, and I thought about you right away, Cola, because we showed this clip, or you showed this clip like months ago. The girl, Devea, whatever, is dead.
Oh my God, the little white girl that Diddy said he wanted to adopt.
She was in the
I
ring.
know, Dava Lee or something. Yeah, I wanted to go down that road.
Is it Chase or
yes,
Devea
something like that? I could find it. I have
shown her because Diddy and Ashton Kutcher
yes.
were at the
Oh my
MTV
gosh, I love that you keep up with this
all
stuff
up
too.
on her, right?
Yeah.
And she was also the voice of Lilo in Lilo and Stitch.
I didn't realize that.
She
I have
died
a clip. I'm
this
trying to look her
week.
name up. Yeah, I know. That's why you're talking about her. But I just didn't. I could totally go down that rabbit hole without a problem. If I'd have had more time and knew you were going to be here, I probably would have. Because I do. This is the type of stuff I do like it when you're here. You really do know a lot of the same, like weird. I like to do in the Anhesh because a lot of the same thing. I'm looking right now because I know it was in one of these files.
Yes,
and it was like David Lee. Gosh. And so, she was a cute little, and P. Diddy adopted her as a child. And then she just you didn't hear about her. And that's why people were talking about her before she died. She ended up being a bum on the side of the street with some of what I saw in Virginia. And I don't flip it. She was probably all drugged out.
She died of meningitis. Okay. Now, the clip that you showed, I think was Diddy and Ashton Kutcher.
Here, Davlee Chase. I got the name right here. So this is what I thought it was too. Yes. Tesmosis. I love this guy. I don't know. He seems young, but you never know. People think I'm younger than I am. But it's Daveigh. So I don't know how you're supposed to Dave and then IGH. I don't know how you pronounce that name.
I thought it was
Devea.
I think.
And then Chase, just like you said, Chase, Chase, had millions in untouched royalties. That's one of the details that was going to be shared in the video I had. I just didn't get through it all. I looked at some of this old Clive Davis stuff too. Look how messed up Bieber is now. I know. That's what I'm saying. I never stay on track, and that I could never get through them all. But let's see. There was something with the Diddy thing. There is more. So this is it's something about the LA Times investigating and looking at allegations and LAPD 2 criminal cases. I'm not sure. That's what I put down for my notes. It's a short clip about a minute or two. And it's the Law and Crime Channel. I don't know if the lawyer speaks in this one. I had a lot of clips from this because it was interesting to just catch up with what's happening. This was just last week. Maybe it's been 2 weeks because I had meant to share it and I skipped it. I did skip it. I was like, I'll wait till Virginia's here because this is, I figured you might want to know too. And you seem to know some stuff I'm not hip on with him. There's a lot going on. I think they're trying to keep him before he gets out of jail because they know, just like I think we do. I think if he got out, he would leave the country instantly, and set up so they could never get him on anything new. So they want to get him while he's in jail, I think. But this actor came out on his own. But I'm going to play this real quick clip.
So that's Diddy's stance. But according to the LA Times, investigators on the West Coast are taking a closer look at all of these allegations. The Times reports the LA County District Attorney's Office has been reviewing sexual assault allegations against P. Diddy, and that the LAPD and Sheriff's Department have presented 2 separate cases for possible criminal charges. So is this John Doe case involved? Could P. Diddy face additional charges, maybe even state charges out of California? I don't know. These are all questions I need an expert opinion for. So let's bring on one. It's friend of the show, civil attorney Ben Shue, who you probably recognize from repping Johnny Depp in the civil trial of the century. Ben, great to see you as always. Thanks for coming on. And here's the question I have to ask you. Why now do you think that this John Doe has brought this civil lawsuit? The timing is kind of interesting to me.
Well, a cynic would say that he's brought it now because Diddy is in prison and it's much harder for him to fight it and deal with his attorneys when he's in prison. That would be the cynical view. But it's certainly a question that Diddy's lawyers are going to be asking this now young man at his deposition, among many others.
So that did almost sound like there's something else going on, like more than one type of thing going on. And that's probably good. But this is the first time I've heard of that a child was bringing charges. And I don't know, they should be steeper. I don't guess they probably are. They should be.
I think money has a lot to do with it. I think shame has a lot to do with it. And like with the Devea chick, I don't know what young man they're talking about in this present one, but I think extra different charges were starting to surface on the diddler like a month or so ago. Now all of a sudden this girl turns up meningitis, and then there, you know, and it's more like, well, I wonder about the
That's
timing.
why you were asking if it was a boy, huh? Because you were thinking maybe it was her. That's a
Yes.
I'm connecting them dots, but I do think it was supposed to be a boy. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she was going to. Oh, I don't know, man. Like I said, I might dig it. I another night when you're not busy or something, maybe we could try to. I have at least a couple videos on that. I just don't have them in order right now because, like I said,
every time I see him or hear his name, all I can think of is Tootsie Roll.
Oh my God, I know. How embarrassing, man, for that information just to be floating around in depositions and shit. Here's the thing. That shit's true. I don't even want to know it, but now I know that shit's true. It's just
think how much shit they give him in prison.
I would like to believe that, but I hear I bet he's like the last Don in that bitch. He's got so much money. He's like, I'll pay your, he probably walks around like a boss. Because right now he still doesn't have child charges. If they do hit him with child charges, his ranks will drop, because he'll be the scum of the earth. They wear a different uniform and everything, right?
They don't care though. If he's paying them money, they don't care.
Right. He could probably buy protection. He probably wouldn't even be in a scary jail or anything. He'd probably be in it's crazy to think about. But if they keep hitting him, eventually he's going to run out of money just defending himself. If all this, I feel like this stuff isn't just, nonsense. All right. There's supposed to be, I'm going to play this. There's like 2 minutes right here where they talk about the talent agencies and how I think this lawsuit is going to, in case they can't prove Diddy's guilt, they might be able to, and in case Diddy's out of money from all his stuff or tries to act like he is, they can go for the people who allowed access to these kids that were supposed to protect them. It's just like a minute or two and they talk in better detail. And I can't remember everything. So I figured this is, like I said, I think this is more like 2 weeks ago, not just one.
Child star is claiming that there was some sort of conspiracy with these talent agents who knew, allegedly, that P. Diddy was known to sexually assault young children. Basically, they set this up under the guise of a networking situation, basically handing this child star to P. Diddy on a silver platter. Again, all allegations in the civil side of things. But that just kind of blew my mind. And I know you touched on it there, but they're really going to have their ducks in a row to prove that, right?
Absolutely. And if I were the judge, I would focus like a laser beam on that. You and I have both been before judges where who will ask, say, what is your basis for the allegation in paragraph 48,
Right.
that the talent agency defendants were involved in a conspiracy and had knowledge that Diddy was going to perform these acts. Remember, as you said, let's go back in time. This is long before the recent convictions. And I think a judge is going to really push plaintiffs' counsel on that. And if I were representing those defendants, I would file a motion.
Yeah. I do have to wonder too, because if we're going in the timeline of P. Diddy, there have been a lot of allegations. There obviously were the federal charges and everything, but I really pinpointed all back to the introduction to conflict was when Cassie Ventura filed her lawsuit in 2023. She opened the floodgates, and then all of a sudden all the other people came forward, and then the charges came, the investigation first with the FBI raids, and then obviously we all know what happened. The rest is history. But I'm wondering if in a case like this, that there would maybe be a criminal investigation. I mean, when they're bringing the civil charges, we've seen this in other cases where they bring the civil lawsuit and then it leads to criminal charges. Do you think it's the duty of investigators in LA or the Hollywood Hills where this allegedly happened to take a closer look at these allegations?
Great point. I think there'll be public pressure to do just that because these district attorneys, these are politically fraught issues. And I think it begs the question, if there isn't follow-up on the criminal side, why didn't you do that? So I would think that it could instigate a criminal investigation and more discussions with this John Doe and the prosecutors. So that could well proceed on a parallel track. And that could also lead to a stay of this case. We have seen where there is an ongoing prosecution, oftentimes the judge will stay the civil action because you've got Fifth Amendment privilege issues.
I could play. There's everything he said was good, but I want to stop it for a minute. I do want to say I was trying to stop it when the woman was in frame because I can't help it. All right. Forgive me, but I'm pretty sure she had all white fingernail polish on. And I get it. Everything's not a conspiracy, but I followed the case with him. And that was one of the things that he liked in his FOs or his king night parties or freak offs or whatever you want to call them, was he liked women's nails to be white so that they would do a contrast against black skin. The nails would be bright white. And why in the world? I mean, I get it. Like everything's not a conspiracy, but the fact that I mean, it's just like, why does she have to have her nails? Like maybe they're pink and it just looks white. But once again, everything's not a conspiracy. But like, if I know that she's talking about the case with this guy as an interviewer, she didn't, I guess I did kind of go down in details. Maybe she doesn't know it, or maybe they did it on purpose. It's just creepy, white specifically of all the different colors, but whatever. I didn't notice that till literally just now. I was like, oh my God. And then it's just like kind of that moment where you're like, I don't know. Is this too conspiracy? It's probably just a coincidence, but it's creepy. No Doubt ex-girlfriend song. Kind of always knew I'd end up your ex-girlfriend. That's a good song, actually. Do you know it, Virginia?
Okay, sing it again.
I don't want to sing. I can't believe I sang it. Funny. She says, kind of always knew I'd end up your ex-girlfriend. And anyways, you probably,
I don't remember that one exactly with No Doubt. I mean, I know No Doubt, but.
Yeah, I liked Just a Girl. I mean, it was a long time ago, but it was.
Who sings that, Cola?
I'm going to keep it that way. Gwen Stefani.
Well, keep it that way.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna. That's an old one. That's like a dad joke. So.
Well, okay. That's fine.
I didn't even mean to. I just, man, when I saw it, it's just like I had a flashback. That's musical Tourette's. You see, somebody says something and a song just pops in your head, and it's like, it's crazy. Like I feel like that needs I've dubbed it that. It's musical Tourette's. Someone says a line out of a song, and the song starts playing in your head. It's got to be something. If not, it should be. Oh my God!
Well, like Cheryl and Bonnie are saying, with the law enforcement or CPS, some of them are in there protecting the perpetrators because they are the perpetrators also, so if you're some of these kids and it's like, okay, your parents sold you, you've been exploited since forever, And then you're taken to a place where people who are involved in the law or whatever are participating. Who the fuck do you go to? Who do you go to help you?
Yeah, it's like, and then that's also kind of gets, they do that stuff with I believe they do that with the MK Ultra. Like they make you feel like, you're completely alone. But see, Mary saw it. White nails for the win. I'm not sure if they're white. I'm going to play another clip. We'll look again because I didn't notice that till just now. And I was thinking, man, surely they're like light pink or something. They could be too. But on that last clip, it seemed to be, first of all, that dude's Johnny Depp's lawyer who got Johnny Depp off. Right. And he's saying things about what he would do. And he's being honest because them lawyers are grimy as, as can be. And he's like, he would say, how can you prove that the talent agency had the knowledge or whatever? And I get that that's what he's doing for a living, but I don't know. It's kind of, I would believe the kid. I would believe that they did know. Like they're just trying to make a deal with Diddy and they don't care about these kids, but they do have to, if this is the case and this is the charges, they're going to have to prove it. I think in civil is it harder or easier to prove it? The burden of proof is lower.
Easier in civil.
Yeah. The burden of proof is lower, not higher, which is, I guess, kind of, I don't know. It is what it is, but so hopefully he can prove it. But from the lawyer's point of view, he's looking at ways to try to get the talent agency off. Well, I would tell them they have to, prove how it was happening. I agree that you were supposed to be able to, and that they did abuse it, because that's what I'm saying. I would believe the kids before I would believe this talent agency, because the kid's innocent and young and they were already a star. There's really no reason to do this to themselves. And they obviously held out. See, people were talking about the timing in this video. Well, they held out to the last minute and they probably started thinking things like, this guy's going to walk out of jail. He's going to be free again. I should do this. He's in there. To me, it's not the timing. I feel like the kid didn't want to, but this is the right thing to do. I don't know. Maybe I'm just speculating as anybody would, but I don't go immediately against it's a child star. Why do they need to bring this stuff up? It seems to me like they didn't want to, and they just finally did.
Right.
It's all this, everything that you see, like, okay, we're talking about conspiracy theories, whatever, blah, 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 but everything that you see is the same. It's just like these child people you're talking about, you have nobody to go to, right? Well, ever since the 60s, they've infiltrated the education system and what they do. And I've noticed this with book publishing as well. But anyway, what they do, they teach a bunch of real far left crazy ideology. They graduate people and then they get degrees, and these people go out and they talk a bunch of shit, and so the universities back them. They've got the title, and it's all this big circle jerk where everybody pats each other on the back. It's the same way in Hollywood with the Academy Awards. It's the same way in the government with all the NGOs where they switch all the money around. And it's the same way in these fucking pedophile rings. They intentionally get people in as judges, as advocates, as agents. And that's all. And they completely encompass all these circles where there's nowhere to go for people. And it's very intentional. And it's been going on for quite a while.
All right.
Okay.
This is totally, I'm gonna come off where you left off though. I believe everything you said. I'm just gonna say though that right now I'm seeing things. People always think I'm crazy but I think right now more stuff's being uncovered than any other time. And because I hear numbers like I shared last week, 36,000. That is the hugest number. That is a huge number for like one operation in one state of predators on children. And then thousands of number of kids saved out of that line of work. the numbers that happened under this administration, both times he was in office, of kids that are rescued all the time from those situations. And I can bring up numbers and facts and real, real operations and arrests and things like this. And just recently even, and that to me never used to happen. And like, it's like 100% increase from Biden just 4 years ago. So I believe that a lot of this dark stuff happens, but I do believe a lot of it's being uncovered. And I don't think it's coincidence that it's being uncovered at this time. Like, I think it all goes together. And I know people think I'm nuts, but when we start talking about the darker side, I have to think about some of the things I've seen, but nothing is happening. I'll put this in the nothing is happening file. But seriously, I wish I had those stats. I did it last week, and 36,000 was a number of people arrested for child crimes in like one operation in one state. Well, like that, and there's tons of these operations going on at once.
No, that's awesome, because we have had, you are right. You like to look at the bright side of things, and I don't. But you're right. There has been a lot of good happening with people going, but it's all the underlings, all of the big bosses or whatnot are still left alone. So what happens is they just chill, hold their position and wait. And then other people get in office and appoint people to the heads of all the different law enforcement stuff. And then they just go, free reign again. I'm that cynical.
It's like continuity. Like, I think we have always had sting operations for things like this. I think it's publicized a little bit more now, and I think that the internet brings it out a little bit more. But the thing is there is a circle jerk thing, like Cujo is saying. The crime is still going to occur because there's a market for it. Now, what they're bringing down, there's always been that. There's traps all over the dark web, all over like private forums.
Yes, so explain then. Okay, Chad says they don't think that Trump has anything to do with the kids being rescued, and Cheryl says she doesn't care as long as they're being safe. But explain to me then why there's separate operations run by Kash Patel, the people that Trump chose to be in the positions that they're in, and the difference between this administration versus Biden's. Why is it literally 100%? Because in fact, they didn't arrest anyone. They didn't arrest anyone for 4 years.
Trump, it's not about Biden. It's not about any.
It is when you compare the statistics. It's drastic. It's night and day. So to say Trump has nothing to do with it is he's the president. Of course he has something.
We're in the information age. More information comes out. But these things have been happening for decades. They have been nonstop and continuous. And a lot of times the government is part of the perpetrators.
Well, Bonnie's saying that Feds say it takes 10 years to do a sting, but I can bring you cold, hard facts and evidence of things like Arctic frost. They have certain names and they tell you when they started and when they ended. And some has been a month, and they produce huge numbers because I believe they weren't really trying before. I believe it's different now. I can pull up the references because there's a lot of pushback, and that's fine. It's better than an echo chamber, but all it does is cause me to want to
look at the show. What's that show, To Catch a Predator? Predator or whatever. That's been on for decades, and
you got
they
the
were
link,
doing
Bob,
it
if you want to
before that. I think it's more public now. The problem is there's still a market for those crimes. Those crimes are still being committed. There's no change in whether or not it's happening. We're just hearing more about.
So should we not just arrest 39,000 people, and we shouldn't rescue thousands of children?
100%.
Well, that's what we weren't doing. What I'm saying is those numbers were not being produced under Biden. Those numbers were negative. They were zeros. And now there's big numbers.
When we go back decades, this shit has been going on forever. Decades. Has nothing to do with Biden. Has nothing to do with any president. It's some of the people that are in the FBI and these task forces are there for years,
There's
regardless
been
of
a
who.
lot of people fired, like purges in all the departments. So a lot of those people that could have been there for years might just be gone now, considering all the purges.
The
Because
market
there
is
have
still there. You're
I'm
not
sure the
stopping.
right, but okay. So, like I said, the alternative is what? To just not arrest them,
Of course,
or
you
not?
arrest. Of
So
course.
then, but can we agree then that it's a good thing? Whether you guys don't want to give the president any credit at all for what's happened underneath of him, can we at least agree it's good that we at least are arresting child predators and rescuing children from sex slavery?
No
At least
matter
that's a good thing than not
those
doing it.
task forces have existed for decades. The problem is the people with money. This is an international issue. It's not about the U.S. Most of these kids come out of international waters. They're
Agreed.
looking at the stuff in Belgium and the Mothers of Darkness Castle and the royal family and the kid hunting and fuckery and rabbit outfits from the 60s and 70s. The thing is the people doing this are bloodlines still in power. Of course, arrest them. That's great news. But they're getting the little guys. They're not getting the people who wear crowns on their head, the people like Jimmy Savile, who are best friends with King Charles, the Mountbattens who raped kids for years.
I mean, they did take
Yeah.
some royalties title, didn't they? Wasn't it Prince Andrew? Didn't he get his entire title taken away and he was
got his
shamed?
title stripped, but he's still walking free.
Well, he may be, but it is better than nothing. It is more accountability than in the past.
Look, you're okay. You're both right. Like the To Catch a Predator dudes, right?
Yes.
These are just your random rogue pervs that are dumb enough to talk to a government agent online and get their ass busted, and then they make big news about it. The infrastructure of the
What's up, Bob?
Hey, God.
Hey, Bob. The infrastructure is not getting touched.
Right.
Is the problem. So yes, you're right, and Cola's right also. They
I'm not
are
blaming Trump for anything.
there is an uptick. There is an uptick in arresting these pervs, but they are not the cabal of people
Right.
that are ushering them in. These are just your random pedophiles, and there's a fuck ton of them.
Traffickers and children, but what I'm saying is there's been thousands. I'm talking, this was just one, and people are saying stings take 10 years. I don't know if that's the way.
I just seen the other day where they busted a shitload of human traffickers from coming through Mexico.
There's a
It's
million
just the other day. Yeah.
There's so many and if I literally went, all you have to do is look for it, and it's real. It's actually happening. And one of the last ones, I just shared it last week. I'll go watch my own live stream if I have to, because you don't see it out there a lot, but that doesn't mean it's not happening. And it was 30-some thousand arrests of traffickers. That's putting a dent in it. No, it may not be the top guys or the best guys, but that's 34,000 people that aren't doing that anymore. And then the children
I think
who
that
were
is
being
a good thing.
trafficked, it was close to 10,000 children rescued. And you never heard any numbers. It's up 100. When you do the percentages, it's 100%, because Biden didn't rescue any children. In fact, as soon as Trump came in office, there were 80,000 missing children that Biden never looked for. And Trump rescued a big chunk of them immediately, because all he had to do was try. They hadn't even tried. It was a scheme.
Okay.
They were all in it on it together.
Most of the child sexual abuse happens in the child's own home. It has nothing to do with who's president. That basic underlying infrastructure, and then you go that's the bottom. That's like the bottom tier. Most sexual abuse happens in the home. Then you go to the very top tier, and we're talking about human hunting parties and skull fucking. That's a completely different thing. Now, are they doing internet stings and getting shit, using the internet to get people off and whatever, like to find them, not get them off, but to find them, right? Absolutely. I don't give a shit about Biden. Find the people who have been on the dark web since the internet existed, doing the trading. That's where the trading happens, is on the dark web. We have more of that information. And absolutely, get all of them, get any of them. The root of the problem and the big.
It's just nice to see people try. I don't think that they tried in the previous administrations. I think that it was an accepted norm. I think that was the deep state, and I do believe that he's fighting against it. He may lose, but I'm rooting for him to win.
It doesn't matter who's president. There are task forces in the federal government that run these operations to find and save people from all of this kind of stuff. They have been there forever.
Well, where were they in Biden's administration? Where were those people that were doing all the things they're doing right now underneath Kash Patel? I'm saying it was always. Why go ahead, Pootie.
Every time one of them spoke up, they got arrested.
It wasn't happening. It wasn't a thing. And the 10 years thing, like I'm telling you that I'm seeing they have different names, all these different operations, and there ain't no 10 years going on. It's like 30 days in, out.
It depends on the operation. You know, you can have a drug sting that takes 2 weeks, and you can have a sex sting that takes years to gather all the evidence.
I'm telling you that I'm watching some that didn't, and they produce huge numbers.
I agree.
And that to me tells me that it could have already been done. It was being ignored. It was being profited off of. They were part of it. You don't get rid of it.
That's all a good thing, Cola. It is. I'm just trying to separate that Biden or whatever has nothing.
Well, it got brought up from the chat because the chat said, I don't believe Trump had anything to do with those children being rescued. And I think that's crazy. He's the president. Of course, he had something to do with it. When Biden was the president, he wasn't backing that. It wasn't happening.
Well, all right. So Trump.
But I don't. Here's the other.
That's fine. What I'm trying to express is the crime still happens, no matter who is president. You know,
some of it, except the crime that gets arrested and the children that get rescued. That crime's no longer happening. It's stopped. It may not be all of it, but it's some, and it's better than none. But when Biden was the president, I don't believe even he was running shit. I don't think anybody on this panel or in chat thinks he was. And I think that was the closest to the playbook of the deep state we're ever going to get, because he was not in control. The powers that be would tell him what to sign or have auto pen sign or what stairs to fall up or fall down. He was not in charge. And we're in an
bureaucrats. In America, we don't have a dictator. There are bureaucrats in charge of every agency, whether it's Health and Human Services, Child Protective Services, this task force in the FBI, that task force in the FBI. The president is not the head of any of those. Those people are there for a very long time. So it's not that it never was happening. Pseudo presidents.
It just wasn't a priority. It's just like, look back, just like what's his name, Pluti. He's going in and cleaning out the
Pulte, yes.
Yeah. Well, he's going in and cleaning out that. And I think that's what Bongino did with the FBI. He went in there and cleaned out the deep state. And I think that's what Pam Bondi did to the DOJ. She went in there and cleaned out the DOJ.
I mean, once again, under Biden, he was pardoning Fauci. Under this administration, we're learning of all Fauci's crimes. It's night and day.
They're opposite about Fauci since the 80s. He had everything.
Well, but under Biden, it was covered up, and he had pardons. They're on different sides of the coin. And the opposite's coming true now. We're learning about the biolabs. We're learning about. I mean, there's so many crimes being uncovered. It's insane, and it's being disclosed legally.
Did you see what Melania posted about the foster kids? So, they try to get these foster kids set up with a Trump account, and said, what is it? I think 26 states has come up with their foster kid roll, showing who's in the foster care. There's only 26 states that has done it, and the rest of them hasn't. They refuse to do it. So there you go. That tells them which states to look at.
Right. Well, this got way off the rails. I was trying to go through the Diddy information and what's coming out with that and whether he's going to get criminal charges. And somehow we ended up on it's because people were saying things in the chat like, I don't think Trump had anything to do with it. And I'm sorry, but that's to me ridiculous. And you can say, you know, whichever presidents, yeah, they have something to do with it. I'd like to think they have something to do with it. A lot of things happened under Biden. A lot of things happened under Obama, and they're all known for different things. They have something to do with things for sure. And it's like, it's kind of crazy to say different because if something bad happens, here's my thought. When something bad happens, what's the first thing people, oh, it's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault. But when something good happens, oh yeah, Trump didn't have anything to do with it. That's just
honestly, I think Trump is an actor. I don't think he has as much power as some of you think he does. I think he's an actor. I think he's playing a role. I think he has a role on the world stage. I think that most of the problems we're seeing right now are international. They have to do the cabal, the swamp is international. They wear crowns and have worn crowns since Genesis. That's why I don't take away credit for things he's done, nor do I give it to him. It's way bigger than Trump. I'm not blaming him or saying he hasn't done anything good or everything bad. But what I'm saying is that
demonic
game is, yeah, it's biblical. Like we are literally, like Bob said, we're in a demonic.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Can I ask a question? What big thing was revealed during Biden's administration? Because as far as I'm
concerned,
nothing
talk about Biden if I'm reading about history or learning about current events. I don't think in the back of my head, I wonder what Biden has to do with this. I couldn't care.
What I'm trying to say is in this, so much has been uncovered. It's unbelievable. And no one gives any credit to that. None of this stuff was coming out. There's been so much disclosure from day one.
When you say none, I'm sure if you go to websites with task forces that have to do with human trafficking and whatever, and you know, there's several agencies that deal with this, then you can find the year-over-year statistics. I have not memorized those. All I'm saying is I do not think about who is president when I'm researching or reading about how the world works. It's more or less irrelevant. It's just like any other figurehead.
In the past, maybe, but I do see a difference right now. And go ahead.
Can I throw in? All right, I just copied and pasted a video in the side chat, a video I ran across just today, with the entertainment industry. They were back in the 70s. They were called baby groupies. Rock and roll stars, okay, who got teenage girls to travel with them around the country. So what happened was to make it legit so that these rock stars like Jimmy Page and all the others could do this legally. They went to see a lawyer and they legally adopted these teenage girls so they wouldn't get arrested.
Yep.
That's how deep this shit is. And I'm telling you, man, Virginia and I have spoke of this before, that this is a spiritual war, and it's pure fucking evil, man. The lawyers get involved and they make it legal. They know how to make it legal. So it's deep seated and it's horrible and it's ugly and it's nothing new. You know, I'm not saying Trump this or this is horrible shit, man. All right, I said my piece.
Anytime I dig into this, you know, we
put a copy of the
Bilderberg Group and Council of 300 and Council on Foreign Relations and Davos and all this stuff, right? World Economic Forum, all of them, and the Fabian Society, the 13 families, and I always ask myself, where does this lead? Like, they all have strings being pulled, like. Where does it lead? And every single time I've come down to the devil, him or herself, every time. And I'm not particularly, I don't proselytize religion to you guys ever. I'm not uber Christian or uber this or uber that, right? I still come down to Satan every time.
I'm with you, Virginia, 100%.
Yep.
That's what it all comes down to, is evil, pure freaking evil. And that, well, there's a couple of channels out here that are a Catholic exorcist.
What's up, Moon Boots? Good to see you.
And they explain it very simply in layman terms that when they were thrown out of heaven, these demons knew exactly what they were getting themselves into, and they did it anyway. And there are billions that landed here on earth with us right now.
Right.
So
in
this
the
stuff
Bible, it's a third, right? And if there are 8 to 9 billion people here, that means there's 2 to 3 billion demons.
Well, I mean, once again, I was on the P. Diddy situation and all that's going on there. And they are trying to go after not just him, but the talent agency. And, you know, I'm listening. I played the clip of the lawyer trying to explain how he was going to try to prove, you know, they're going to have to prove it and things like this. But you got to root on the side of this stuff being exposed. And it's got to start somewhere. And here it is, the talent agency, they already have Diddy in jail, and they're trying to add more to him. He didn't get as much as he deserved, but he is in jail. And that's a step in the right direction. And I like to celebrate even the small victories, even though it's like, no matter what I say, it's like, oh, well, all these other evil things are still going on. Well, Diddy's off the street. I know it's not the freaking Rothschilds, but Diddy is off the street. And now there's more people. Let me finish my thought, though. More people are coming out, and now they're trying to reach out to the talent agencies. So that's a little different step. And then from them, it goes up. And who's to say that it ever needs to stop? Like, you know, people don't even leave it as a possibility that good wins, that maybe you could get rid of it all the way up to the top in the cabal itself. God wins in the end. And I don't know. It gets frustrating.
Well, I understand that.
To be bombarded with only the negative parts when there are good things happening. Even if
because I don't think Trump is making it happen doesn't mean I don't think it's good.
I wasn't talking about Trump, Virginia. I was talking about predators and sexual child abuse. I wasn't even.
Or like, oh, well, nothing good happens. That's not what I said. I just said, I don't think Trump's responsible for every
at this moment, what I was speaking on, I didn't mention Trump at all. And I wasn't thinking of Trump. I was thinking of evil people who hurt children, and that this is one person sitting behind bars, regardless who's the president, just in general. And no, it's not the top. No, there's still sicko evil people that are hurting kids every day. But that's one person that was doing it up off the streets. Now there's another kid coming forth to try to keep him even longer. And this kid is trying to say, you know, that also there was talent agency people responsible. And so you get 4 or 5 of those guys. And then those guys tell on the guys above them, well, I wouldn't have done it, but my boss told me I had to get the kid to go to a Diddy party. Well, who's your boss? Well, where did he get his information from? And eventually, maybe not all of it, but you got to start somewhere. It's like people don't even leave it as a possibility that evil gets eradicated. And I think it can be. That's kind
of what I'm saying. Like, yeah, that's a great thing. And I think that Clive Davis just dying is also very interesting because.
And he made it to 94 years old for all his, what he did to add to the evil. And
now that he's dead, are more people going to talk or less? Or because Clive goes all the way back to Janis Joplin. That's sketchy as fuck too, right?
Oh yeah, well, that's why people say he lived to 94. I've got so much on Clive Davis, by the way, but I wanted to we couldn't get through the Diddy because somehow we were on a different topic. I'm kind of over the Diddy anyways. Basically, they are just going after this kid in 2007, said this terrible thing happened. He was a child star. And not only are they going after him, they're going after the talent agency to say that they didn't protect him. And Mary, I'm not sure that we are or that we aren't. Like I said, I do try to keep open to all possibilities, but I don't think we are, but I could see why someone would. And I don't know that we're not. I do know what you're referring to. I don't agree with that, Pilgrim. Did you hear Mark Wayne Mullins say that some of these children they are rescuing have been raped? Yeah, it's terrible. That's terrible. We have no idea what's happening in an unseen dimension. That's true.
Can I?
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna black pill you because you're already upset and depressed. But I do think good things are happening. I am gonna black pill you. Never mind. Anyway, I do think good things are happening and people are being arrested and light is being shined upon what some of us have known for 20, 30, 40 years is being displayed to everyone. And I think because I am very much into the Judeo-Christian Bible, I believe that it is being exposed on purpose because everything that's happening in the world is forcing people to choose a side. And the the evil's being exposed. You're going to have to choose whether or not you're on board with it or not. Everybody's lining up for where they want to be when they get judged. And so, in that black pill, when I tell you there's no hope for planet Earth or America or anybody listening to my voice right now, good does win in the end because God's plan will come to fruition and the evil people will be punished and the good people will be rewarded and it'll end that way. So everything's going to shake out the way it's supposed to. But I do not believe with the evil of human hearts and the deep entrenchment of the evil people, like she was saying earlier, the people that wear the crowns and all that, I don't think earthly powers are going to oust them from power. They're too firmly entrenched. Everything is too firmly entrenched. But I do believe that we're going to have enough small victories to shine a light on all of it so that people can sign up for which side they want to be on. Okay, I'm done.
Right, it'll be revealed. I like the way you put that about earthly, what was the word? Earthly power or something like that, because I do think this is literally biblical, and that, depending on your religion, it could be Old Testament includes Jew, Islam, Christian, the book of Revelation. There are synonymous books in all of their readings. In pretty much any religion has like an end and how it happens and an awakening that happens before it. So I do think we're in something like that. I don't know if that's the same as Satan's little season or some of the terms like Armageddon, apocalypse, what have you. Apocalypse means a revealing of, like ultimate thinning of the veil. And I do think we're in that. And I do think that it's all being shown and that this is, somebody said a minute ago, like we're being protected from another dimension, outlandish. We don't know what's happening in an unseen dimension. I don't know if it's the same context, but I do think we are in a spiritual battle, regardless
and
of
the
your
sides are good
religion
versus
or
evil. Beer and backroads that are their sides. Good versus evil, I believe, are the sides. I think it's just as simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you can say that. It's free speech, man. There's all kinds of things being said. There's a lot of things been said that I didn't agree with that I wish weren't said, but it's free speech. You can say what you want to say.
The good versus evil thing.
It turned out good. It tasted just like relish. Thank you for asking. Go ahead. Good versus
I was
evil.
just saying that the good versus evil thing and the spiritual battle is 100% going on whether people choose to believe it or not. I mean, if you look at everything and follow it back to its source, I mean, any scientific discipline, any philosophical belief, or anything you want to look at, and you follow it back to its root, everything comes down to good versus evil.
Yep.
Period. End of discussion. And it has to be more spiritual, because you don't become evil because of your genetics.
Okay, if there's drama in the chat, once again, I'm not censoring anybody. If you guys got words for each other and you're both saying them or one saying them, I'm not going to tell anybody to not speak. I mean, that's the thing. You should be able to speak your opinion and have a different opinion without being mad about it. Like, it is what it is. All kinds of people have all kinds of different opinions than mine. I mean, and I'm not mad at anybody. I'm really not. I get frustrated that people don't see what I see, but I can't be mad at them because they don't think what I think. Like, that's crazy talk. And I hate it when people get mad at each other for having different opinions. It's okay. Everybody, if we all agreed, we would be boring AF.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
honest to God.
Because we disagree.
Have you
People
ever
talking about being
realized?
adults and not being respectful. I've been respectful. I've tried to be. If there's been shit
No.
going on in the chat, I can't control it all. I'm just saying.
I
This
don't
happened
think
the other
Courtney's
night too.
talking to you about the
Moon Boots,
respect.
you want to come up?
Have you all ever realized that the Amazon boxes look like there's a big dick on it?
It's
That was a much funner part of the night. That is for sure. That part of the night was much more fun. The devil is dancing in delight when we argue with one another. Agreed, Kim. But to have a conversation, the devil is probably bored. Okay.
But you know what? That schmeckle on that box, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
I'm
Oh my
never going to look at it. I've never seen it before. And you know why I really hate you, Yorga, is because my neighbor who works third shift. Did I get cut off?
No, we're just
you're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. I seen some motherfuckers jump up in my face. I was like, oh, whoa, what's going on? Anyway, I was going to say I hate you because my neighbor who works third shift has a couple Amazon boxes, real big Amazon boxes with the logos looking out when I walked out of the condo. And I'm like, and now when I go back into the condo, when I'm done with this conversation, I'm going to not be able to not look at the logo, and I'm going to hate you because I will forever see dicks for the rest of my life. Anyway,
they're everywhere.
I was going to say, besides
please
from
give
the
me.
shovels,
Can you
white
give me
nail
just a
polish.
second? Can
Go
you
ahead,
give me
Bob.
just a second here? Okay.
Go ahead.
I just copy and pasted a link in the side chat about
Man.
Father Chad Repiger. He's a exorcist and has been an exorcist for 30 years. Hit that link and this is what we can do as individuals. We're never going to be able to stop the devil. Only God can do that. But what he has suggestions and rituals to follow to stop him yourself. Right? That protect yourself and your family. Pray every day. You know, you can use holy water, whatever. Click that link and listen to this guy. He's been an exorcist for 30 years. And that's all I can add to this conversation. Sorry to interrupt you again there, Cola, but protect yourself, protect your family the best that you possibly can. Rock on, guys.
So anyway, that schmeckle on the box.
Yeah. I was just going to say the white fingernail polish because I wasn't sure, but there it is. That's white. I mean, it might be like light pink, and I know it's not a big deal either way. It's just weird. Anyways, I'm not going to.
You know, it's funny, Cole. I'm looking at her picture. I'd never even looked at her nails.
I didn't the first time I listened to what they were talking about, but
I was looking at something else.
I thought she was kind of cute till she talked.
well, they talked about the criminal part, and maybe a first count of negligence for the insurance of the talent agency. It's all about money. It is pretty sick when you sit here and listen to him talk. He sounds just like a lawyer. But anyway, I thought there was some things in that.
Where'd our girl go?
She dropped down. She has sketchy internet, so I was hoping she would come back. She gets a freeze every night. I couldn't see what her book said, honestly. She's in a set anyways. In Texas. Yeah, thanks, Yorga. I never noticed before.
You will now, Cheryl, baby.
Man, I don't know if Virginia's coming back or not. So this Clive Davis stuff, she was getting ready to shift there too. And it does get interesting because, well, she knows the past of it all. Whenever Whitney Houston died, in her hotel room, the same hotel that she was in, dead above, bleeding out in a tub, they left her in there and had the Grammy party anyway. It's kind of creepy. Like, Clive Davis was in charge of that, and he the only reason his name's coming back around and everything is because he died at 94 too, which is just, and he had ties to Diddy as well. You're trying to see the Arby sign too.
The show must go on.
Right. Well, I know I did wish she'd get to see this though, because she actually knows, a lot of this stuff. Yeah. Wait a minute. I'm at the wrong spot. It's basically the first clip that was here is basically Clive Davis himself explaining why he still had the party, even though Whitney Houston was dead in the hotel room, which I just don't think there was a good enough answer to. Like, I just feel like he should have just apologized and been like, yeah, it was a bad call. But he just, instead, he does the elitist thing and he's like, you don't cancel the Grammys. Like, that's just, man, thank God I was never famous because they're freaking a schmeckle. Is that what y'all are talking about? The little triangle?
It's a schmeckle. Look.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
kind of like a swang. I'm not touching that too much, man. That's kind of weird, but I think that's schmeckle you're talking about.
Yeah, that thing.
Man. Good to see you, Hawk.
Oh my gosh, dude.
I think y'all have dirty minds. That's what I think.
You gotta be.
Some of the boxes have a great big one on it too.
Oh
You gotta be wanting to see a dick in that.
Oh my gosh.
I saw a smile.
Well, I tell you what, Cola, I agree with you. I know I got a dirty mind. I try to keep it to myself sometimes, but I can't restrain it always.
Man. Well,
now, see, that was under the word crime, where the ones I've seen are under the word Amazon, and that arrow, which is this schmeckle, connects the A to the Z. Like we've got everything from A to Z, is the way I took it, but it's a freaking hammer,
Okay, she is doing the freeze again. Hopefully she'll get. I'm gonna wait for her then for this Clive Davis part. Go ahead.
The ladies should be able to recognize it more than the guys can because they see it up close. Just saying.
Damn. Well, I'm always looking for subliminal messaging. It has always fascinated me, and if you look for it, you can find it.
Yeah.
I agree.
Nicole or Cola and myself are both at a disadvantage because I think there are many things that I think of, and I know that I sound very rude, but there are a lot of things that I cut off because she's here. And I know there's a lot of things when I'm here that she doesn't say. But
yeah, like and then you go say something like really far, and I'm like, damn, why am I? But I don't care. I really don't care. It is what it is. It's the internet, and that's why I said it's amazing we get along as good as we do. Like, I know some people are still unhappy that I don't know. I don't see how people think we're supposed to agree on everything. It's impossible. I agree on a lot of things. There's people I agree on with 8 out of 10 things, and I'm not mad that they don't agree with the 2 out of 10 with me. I'm just happy we get 8. Oh my gosh. Go ahead.
You can't worry about punk bitches, man. If your ass gets that bad chapped over somebody having a different opinion from you, then you're the idiot and you're the one that needs to go away.
Man, you just reminded me of a Dave Chappelle clip, and I don't know if I have it, but it was so good, man. I know because they asked him again for the like cajillionth time about his tranny jokes, and because they kept coming for him, and he's like he worded it in a real sophisticated way to basically say, if you have such a sensitive self, or such a sensitive thing about yourself that a joke bothers you, then you should look at yourself. I mean, I botched it, man, because I'm not Dave Chappelle. But I mean, for real, what he said made a lot of sense, and people probably didn't like it.
Yeah, look, man, I listened to you guys a lot ever since, I don't know how long I've been coming in, about 7-8 weeks or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard for me not to talk a lot. And I know that maybe some people are like, oh, you do talk a lot, shut the fuck up. But seriously, I disagree with about 50% of the crazy ass shit you all talk about. It does not it does not upset me in the least. I just thank God when I go to bed every night that I don't think like you guys. But I don't get my ass chapped about it. Even when people disagree with me, that's cool. I don't care. The only time I care is when somebody tries to put their hands on me or hurt somebody I care about physically. And then you get my wrath. But somebody disagreeing with me, I don't give a shit about. And I think anybody who gets all in an uproar over a disagreement is a little punk bitch. And I'll shut up now.
Well, you're with just the perfect amount of time. Because in that amount of time, I found the clip I was talking about. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad I'll be looking for you sometime tomorrow. Real quick, I'll throw this one up because I'm waiting the Clive Davis for Virginia to reboot, but I'll show you this Dave Chappelle. He's basically talking about people that can't take comedy or some subject of the comedy. You should look at yourself, basically. I'll let him say it.
You are not a trans person. There are people who feel like it's different when you are part of the group that has been attacked, hurt, demeaned, etc. And then if you're outside of the group and you're having commentary about it, it causes feelings. And what do you say to people who feel that in some occasions you're punching down?
Okay, this is a conversation that
You're bored by, sick of.
Yeah, I'm not sick of it. I don't want to be dismissive to that sentiment, but that's a tough one for me because so much of that was a media phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
What was happening in actual life versus how the media was reporting on my show. And I feel like the way they reported on that show was rage baiting to some degree. There's so many different branches to talk about it. But I would say that, not everything is for everybody. I don't tell country artists what to sing about if I'm not going to go see a country show. If they bought tickets ever, maybe I'd listen. I don't know. They're just never there.
Do you feel like your jokes are misrepresented? Or
They almost reported on it as if I was doing something other than a comedy show. I could go on and on about this, but I got to be
interesting. So in a way, like you're saying, look, I'm a comedian. Everybody knows I'm a comedian. So if you don't like my humor, don't buy a ticket.
Reading a joke is a lot different than sitting in a room and hearing it. And part of the sitting in the room part of one of the reasons comedy works is because everyone that bought a ticket, clearly they want it to work. They want to have a good time. They want to have fun.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're a person that is very angry or passionate about something and you're afraid that you're going to be misrepresented or misconstrued and you feel like you have to police comedy to get your point across, you should assess your point.
If it bothers you that bad, you should assess your point. If it's going to bother you for there to be a joke about it. I thought as simple as that was, it was kind of deep, like I laugh at myself all the time. Anyway, I thought because basically they were trying to make him feel bad for his trans jokes because you've never been trans, and he just was deflecting all that shit. No matter what they said, he had an answer and basically said, it's on you. He said, most of the people that buy tickets, they want it to work. They want to laugh at shit. They don't come here to just pick at everything and be mad. Anyways, I just thought what you said and what he said, it literally reminded me of what he said with what you said.
It's like if you're part of a group, trans or whatever group you want to talk about, right? And you're supposed to be this strong group, stand up. You should be able to roll with the punches when people make jokes. Being made fun of is part of being accepted. You know, there's mean shit that people say when they're like actually punching down, but if you are part of a group, whether it's society or your friends or whatever, you get teased, and that is a sign of acceptance. So it's like Dave Chappelle's making fun of the trannies. Okay, well, the shit he said was funny, and it's true. I mean, so just roll with it and see it as a positive thing instead of a negative thing.
Yeah, I watch way too much. I've watched everything Dave Chappelle's ever done, even some of the stuff when he did some jokes against Trump, and even those were funny because I know how to laugh at shit when it's funny. But he actually did this whole bit about a girl named Daphne who was transgender, who was laughing harder than anyone in the room, and it was a bit non-bit. Like, this was a real person. And because this part, it's crazy, but you honestly need to have him. He's going to do a much better job. He does it as a bit, but also it's a true story that because of him liking Dave Chappelle so much and laughing at his jokes and making a real friendship out of it, the left attacked that person till they offed themselves because they made him feel so bad about themselves for being cool with Dave Chappelle. And I'm like, that's it. He does a whole thing about it. I can't believe y'all really should listen to it because I mean, it's like I'm laughing and crying. Like, that's because it was a true story. And I can't believe that they don't realize how wrong that is. Like, and so what? Like, don't eat your own. Anyways, that got deep. I wasn't even trying to go there, but it's a true story he told. At least he said it was.
Look what they did to Joy Behar, and all she wanted to do was blow JD Vance. Damn.
That's awesome, Yorga.
But it's true. It did happen. And like, that's crazy. Because even, look, I don't know if you were here, Virginia, it was, or right around the time or before you got here, maybe, but the only nicest thing she said to him was like, you're all right for a Republican. You know, it's like pretty fly for a white guy. It's like a backhanded.
Yeah, but you know what? She probably was smitten because, those other old bitches picked up on that shit.
No, they were like, you're in love with him. It was kind of funny. I mean, I like that guy. He did a really great job. Teasing can go too far sometimes, but it doesn't always. You got to know, I don't know.
Well,
I'm never trying to hurt anyone's feelings. I'm really not. If I'm joking, I'm joking, Were you saying something, Cujo? Sorry.
I was just gonna say something really rude.
Good.
I was just thinking that the girls on The View, there's 5 of them, and between all 5 of them, they've only had 1.5 Amazon boxes within the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good night, Hawk. I was going to try.
Somebody needs a shipment.
Probably too tired. I'll be looking for you tomorrow. Don't go too early. It's just getting going.
Somebody needs a package, baby.
Yeah, I really don't. I swear. I mean, if I'm joking, I'm joking. If I'm laughing and joking, I don't mean anything negative. If I'm mad, it. The spew loved Trump before he ran. Well, that is true. A lot of people did. Like a lot of people, a lot of rappers. It was random as hell how many rappers used to like Trump. It's kind of weird.
Well, it's the same thing with Tom Homan. He worked for Obama, man, and got all kinds of awards and shit.
And now
works for Trump, and everybody hates him.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's the same person exactly, but it is what
I
it
don't
is.
see how anybody hates Homan. He's like no nonsense. He's got a job. He's doing the job. Fuck you if you don't like him doing the job.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, nothing but respect for that. No matter, even if you're a Democrat doing some kind of Democrat shit, I'll still respect the fact that you're like standing on your principles, 10 toes down, chest out. I'll still respect that shit, even if I completely disagree with you.
Right. I agree. So I did wait for you, Virginia, to get rebooted and all that because I thought you might be interested. You're probably one of the few people who know a lot of the same details, like the thing about Whitney Houston dying in the hotel and Clive Davis just having the Grammys in there anyway and leaving her body in the tub. I mean, it doesn't ever like wear off and not sound weird to me. I never at any point go, oh, well, it still sounds weird all these years later. It's strange. And I mean, he did live to be 94. I think he had deals with the devil. What's an Amazon box, Cheryl? The box that Amazon sends you the things you buy from Amazon in. The box that it comes in. I feel like she's like missing the point somewhere, Anyways.
Or is it a double entendre because women have a box?
There's a schmeckle on the Amazon box, Cheryl. At least that's what they say. I think they got dirty minds. It looks like an arrow pointing up to me, but they're like, it's a schmeckle.
That's a dick right there. Bob's holding up the Amazon dick.
That makes me love Cheryl that much more.
That's great. He's trying to show the again, Bob, your big screen. That's supposed to be the schmeckle, Cheryl. Your little innocent brain thought it was a check mark, just like mine. I feel like a nun in this crowd because I never in my life thought of that. It looks like an arrow.
It's
Never
a
mind.
schmeckle. Tell me how it's not a cock when it's got a huge mushroom tip.
I mean, I'll never not see it thanks to you weirdos, but I didn't. I swear I didn't even think of it. Now I'm not going to be able to not think of it. But, it is what it is. I'm sure I've run some shit for y'all too. But yeah, this is them asking him why he did it. And he tries to make it nonchalant, and I just don't feel it should be nonchalant.
The party go on. Of course, this is a personal thing. But the Grammys were the next night. You don't cancel. You turn an evening into a tribute.
You did a magnificent evening.
Into.
Did you give a thought to canceling?
Never.
You never thought?
Never.
Did you ever think?
And the family did not want me to give a thought to cancel.
Oh my God. It's just cold hearted. Like he's just trying to defend it, but I think it's weird still.
He's creepy through and through.
But that's why he lived to be, she said, I thought he meant the smile on the box. A box schmeckle. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I just don't think it makes any. He lived to be 94 years old because he was basically sacrificing people and, sold out to the devil almost. Like, I don't know. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, he did give him a medal, which is why it's so weird that they hate him now because they loved him then and they hate him now because, yeah, you can find video of Obama
doing the exact same job.
The ED version of a schmeckle. Oh my gosh, Johnny. The schmeckle has ED. Sorry, it's his fault. Oh my gosh.
Straight up.
Yeah, you got to flip it around to get that viewpoint.
Oh my gosh.
Hold on, here goes Bob again.
Yeah, it's a double entendre.
Oh my gosh, you guys. Let me see. So yeah, that was that weirdo clip of him, but
okay, so you remember when Whitney died, Clive Davis and Brandy.
Yeah, I got that. The
and
note.
Somebody, right? Supposedly that note from Whitney said, they're trying to kill me, which is what Michael Jackson also passed someone a note like that. And a few of these like mysterious bathtub and or, what's his name? The blonde guy. He was like the brother of one of Backstreet Boys or NSYNC or something.
You're talking about Nick Carter, and
Carter.
The younger one was different. Yeah, Aaron Carter, and he died.
Aaron,
yes.
He was also in the bathtub and was like, I don't know, just.
He was one of the, he said he was asking for money and he was scared. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So I do have the clip of the note. That's later on. It's real short anyway, and it cuts off. But in my memory, Whitney hands it to Brandy, and when she walks away, Brandy hands it to Clive. Now he may have given it back and let her read it, but I don't know. The version that I've got, it doesn't go that far. But as my memory, at least what I thought I remembered was, and I was thinking, what a bitch. Why'd she give that to Clive? She clearly wanted that for Brandy. It was almost like she, snitched on her and just gave it. I don't know, but I could be remembering wrong. I don't have a video clip of that. But anyways, it's funny how things happen when somebody dies. All of a sudden, all this stuff resurfaces. We've talked about this so many times, but it's a big deal now because it's, he died and it's all resurfaced again. And it's like time to go back down this road.
And he was close with Diddy also. So this feeds in to that. And
it does actually. And in this clip, they mentioned that. Yes, Bobby Brown, and it went downhill. I think it was more than that Bobby Brown thing, but anyways, this one is Shaka Khan and talking about how she thinks Whitney would have wanted that party to go on and not. She would have wanted them to stop the party, and I think she's right. I think she knows Whitney better, or they didn't care.
Clive Davis party. Yes. It was a surreal event where Whitney's body was still in the hotel, and there was this sort of party where apparently half the room were in tears, the other half were kind of partying. What did you feel about that?
I thought that was complete insanity. And knowing Whitney, I don't believe that she would have said, the show must go on. She's the kind of woman that would say, stop everything. I'm not going to be there. I don't know what could motivate a person to have a party in a building where the person whose life he had influenced so enormously and whose life had been affected by her.
He obviously worshipped Whitney, and I think he must have gone through agony when he heard this news, knowing it was 2 or 3 hours till this event. Right. And I think he took the decision to turn it into a tribute to her. And I understand that. I mean, he obviously was wrestling with the right thing to do.
That would have been right if it really was a true tribute. In my opinion, would have been maybe call everybody together, let's say a prayer, and let's eat dinner and go home. As soon as I hit the tarmac, I found out, I heard, and I couldn't put on makeup. I couldn't get dressed.
Yeah, you notice that guy. He's like, oh, well, he just turned it into, he's trying to take up for him. He just tried to turn it into a tribute. What do you got? To the Amazon? What do you got? Okay. Oh, yeah, the compost out of the cardboard. You're muted, Bob. Yeah, he turns it into fertilizer. He puts the schmeckle on the plants.
Yeah, I feed my plants schmeckles. It's a little small thing for cutting cardboard and paper.
Just call him Lorena Bob is.
Oh, man, that's for the circumcision.
No,
Man,
I had that one.
I don't remember it. He put the Bob and Lorena Bobbitt.
Oh my God. You guys are all messed up.
You're all fucked up.
I mean, if we weren't talking about check marks and smeckles, I would have never thought of that. And then you come on, you're like, I'm like, oh shit. Smeckle didn't stand a chance. No,
You're fucked up.
You're mad you didn't think of it first. Oh God, I told you. He puts the Bob and Lorena Bobbitt.
Just the tip.
Oh, this is so wrong.
Yeah.
Oh no.
For your next dose of degeneracy.
Uh-huh. Well, see, Brew, you're
gonna need to see the
what I'm
doctor.
thinking about with Janis Joplin. Okay, so she died, was it like early 70s or 69?
Yeah. No, she died. It was either going to be 69 or 71, I think. I can't remember with her, but it's no later than 71.
All right, so we're on the same page there. So now that was like 55 years ago. So Clive would have been about 40. He's already got so much power at that point. He's producing these musicians, right? And I would say Janis is probably one of the earliest of his
right
that are in the club. I don't know if they're all in the 27 club. Whitney wasn't, obviously. I don't know if he was involved with Jim Morrison or Kurt Cobain. I'm not sure. But I bet you if we drew like a diagram of the artists connected to
Crazy names. I mean,
Yeah.
crazy. isn't he kind of even involved in Tupac? Definitely P. Diddy.
Yep.
It's crazy, the names. It's a big list. So the next clip that I have, I think you guys will like. I had never seen this. It's a short one too, but this is Whitney speaking on Clive. She's alive. Who's alive? I don't know. It's her talking about how he called her impossible and everything. And I'm like, I don't know. I'd never seen it. I found it interesting. It's short. It's like a minute. It's funny how things just come out.
Chrissy was also found in a bathtub, and Whitney pulled her out.
I'm sorry. I lied to y'all. That's not the right spot. Almost. Yeah, her daughter did die in a bathtub, and Whitney, yeah, and then, well, she almost died in a bathtub, and then she did. Like, it was like all kinds of bathtub rituals.
He was in, has never sat right with me.
Sometimes I think about Clive and my conversations during the album makings, and there have been times when he and I just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And after a while, I find that to be funny because me and Clive have been together for 25, going on 30 years. Therefore, there have been moments of times where he just goes, you know what, you're just impossible. I go, out of all these people and all the walls that you have on these people, you have Sly Stone, you got Johnny Chocolate, you got Art Funk, Simon and Garfunkel. I'm the most impossible one.
Simon and Garfunkel.
Yeah, I just thought that was the funniest thing. That's funny. After his long career as an executive and someone who knows how to take a singer and a song and put them together, you know what I'm saying, and just knows how to go out there and get that raw talent. I just thought, wow, I'm impossible.
I'm impossible. It's me out of all the people. Yeah, she said a couple of the names and all the people on the walls and stuff. But yeah, it's also telling, like, she got under his skin. You're the most impossible. Like, damn, it sucks to be her. Anyway, a lot of people said,
look at him go.
Look at him go. That's crazy because I have cardboard and a garden, but I don't know if I've never done that. Dude from Friends was in a bathtub too. He was in a hot tub. Yep. Aaron Carter died in a bathtub too. Man, Aaron Carter, I had a clip forever on him. I wish I thought I played it. I don't know if I did or not. He definitely talked about coming home with a bunch of agents and his mom trying to talk him into saying bad things about Michael, but nothing is shredded smeckle. Nothing. He's like, nothing happened. I'm not going to say that because it's not true. Yeah. Okay. So here, this next part is interesting too. Pat Houston, which was a woman who basically just married Whitney's brother and like was going to, she eventually did, I think, get after Chrissy died. It gets deep. They talk about it. I'll let them do it. They'll do a better job anyway. But it's just crazy. This goes into the daughter's death because the boyfriend was a common denominator, I think, between Whitney and her. I thought it was Ray J, to be honest, with Whitney, but I don't know, man. It's so many details to this stuff. But
it is. Ray J's up in there, and
for sure.
The boyfriend dude, I can't think of his name.
He's going to be in this clip, the boyfriend, right here. Okay. Because they're going to talk a little bit about her death too, which this shit's just too much to be a coincidence.
How hard you fought to help Chrissy, to keep her here on this earth.
When we really found out that Chrissy was in trouble, we were really making plans to do something about it, but it just came a little too late.
She was like a second mother to Bobby Christina, Whitney's manager, confidant, and sister-in-law, who was with her 3 days before she died. Pat had planned an intervention for Chrissy and wanted to send her to rehab in California, but then...
What happened to Bobby Christina Brown? After being found unresponsive in the bathtub.
She is breathing with a ventilator. Court papers claim Nick Gordon injected Chrissy with a toxic mixture before she was found face down in the bathtub. Today, Nick remains in hiding, and many question if he had a role in her death. Pat always had her doubts and even filed a restraining order against Nick last year after he posted threats and photos of guns.
Dealing with that restraining order. How hard was that?
We had a little hiccup, with the restraining order. She didn't understand it. Where the world saw that, she was angry and mad at me, and she was texting me all along. And I really tried to show her, I'm going to do this, to let you know that you don't have to be afraid.
I don't know. Something about her sits unwell with me. A lot of people had a problem with her. I don't know if it's real or I don't know.
I don't trust her. That's an aunt by marriage.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
It stinks to me.
So Whitney really trusted the brother, so she kind of got a lot of the trust. She ended up having like some kind of say-so over Chrissy and stuff like that, and that's why people think. I think she sold some rights and things like that. She sold the catalog. Yeah, that's what people really got salty about her, was selling the catalog. Just one more minute of that, and then the note. That's the end on this one. Then I actually did see another one. I like that guy, Black Balloons. He obviously covered a lot of the exact same scenes, but then there were a couple shorts also, just people talking about their opinions and stuff. I do find stuff fascinating because I would love to see that note. And a lot of people are like, when are we going to get to see the note? I mean, probably never, because it's up to Brandy, and there's probably a reason she doesn't want it out there, I guess. Oh, Whit was strung out on drugs. Yeah. Even my thank you. She's definitely cracked out on the thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My God.
She looks beautiful, even all drugged up. She was always so pretty and like star quality, had a beautiful voice. But yeah, she got real bad off there in the end, for sure, unfortunately.
She had actual talent. She was not auto-tuned. She was
for
very talented vocally.
She had an incredible voice.
Yep.
Yeah. Sucks, man, because and I do think that it was some kind of weird ass sacrifice or something. The fact that they left her in the tub is the part for me. Like I can't get past that. And then her daughter too. Like why has everybody got to die in a damn tub? But yeah, this is like 1 minute, y'all.
She can claim the estate.
That Pat Houston, Whitney Houston's former manager and sister-in-law, will find any way to make some money off of Whitney Houston. She just sold off Whitney Houston's likeness and assets to her music publishing. Okay. In all fairness, a lot of living and passed on celebrities have been selling off their catalogs. You've seen it with Lil Wayne. You saw it recently with Tina Turner. Who exactly did she sell it to? Primary Wave. They posted this tweet celebrating this new partnership with her estate. Primary Wave is also the ones behind this new movie that's coming out, I Want to Dance with Somebody, that actually looks really good. I know a lot of you are sick and tired of these documentaries and movies, and you all say, let Whitney rest in peace. I kind of wish, Pat, that you had started with this movie. It should have been done on this level and not on Lifetime.
Not on Lifetime. I mean, I guess. I don't know if that's the most important thing, but I could see it. Like I said, the only thing left on this one is the note. It's just once again, it does not show to the end. So you can't, I remember it. I do like this image of her with her daughter. I'll pull this up just to show y'all. But I remember seeing that years ago, and it looked as though Brandy passed it off to Clive himself. They got me. I didn't even realize. Okay, when it comes back, it should be. Yeah, that's it. That's a really good image. It's sad. It's so sad because they're both gone, Anyways, I went back just for that, but.
They're both pretty ladies right there. Too bad, man. It's too bad.
It's truly sad. This is the note.
Yes.
It goes by so quickly, and you don't see the seconds after. This is for you.
I'm just saying lovely because I love it.
Yeah, it's got creepy, but there was a little bit more of that, and I don't know why it's cut short. Because I remember they were wet like they'd come from the pool, and somewhere in that spot, she says, "Come here, Chrissy, give your godfather a hug. Come give your godfather a hug." And it's her daughter who's also wet because I guess they were in a pool, and then she goes up and hugs him, and everything about it just feels off and awkward. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's creepy as hell.
Why would she give her the note when he's sitting right there?
I mean, that's the thing. She probably didn't think she was going to hand it over to him. And once again, I don't even have the visual of that. It's in my mind. So part of me is like, did I just imagine? Like, I don't want to tell a bunch of people. I remember that now, whether it's Mandela effect or what, because that clip didn't show it. I'd love to see it again and see what I remember, which was she handed it to Brandy and everything was awkward. She brought her daughter over to hug him, which, like, once again, that wasn't in that clip, but that's how I remember it. Chrissy, come give your godfather a hug. She hugs him. They walk away, and Brandy passes that note on to Clive. Doesn't even open it. Passes it before she opened it. And so I don't know. I need to find corroboration of that before I just swear to it, because your memories are hard to, like, they don't hold up in court even, So that's how I remember it. But I need to see the visual of it again. And also, I believe in Mandela effects. Like, I remember things visually one way and then see them and they're not that way. You know what I mean? Like, and they go, oh, that's a Mandela effect. That, or the world's playing a trick on us, you know? Like, Luke, I am your father, right?
Well, you tie in pattern recognition, and there's a lot of weird shit around bathtubs. Like Madonna,
symbolism.
Taylor Swift, other people did videos. George
Tupac
Michael
was covered in, Tupac was covered in jewelry in a bathtub.
Right.
Naked.
Dude, that's when they're leveling up. Is
right. I agree. There's symbolism to it. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I believe
yep.
that.
And they die in a bathtub. Like it's like a full circle, but there's a lot of ritual underlying that, you know.
Right. I don't know. There's a lot. I'm looking. I'm getting an ad right now, so you guys don't have to. You're welcome. No, I'm getting.
I want to see that.
Did you just say you wanted to see it, Yorga?
Yeah.
How dare I
No
see an ad without you? This is just the guy Black Balloons I love so much, and he shares a short about Clive Davis, Arista, and how that ties into Bad Boy, which is then Diddy. So it's a freaking mess. It does all tie together, you know. It just always does tie together in a not good way. But I hope it unravels and people get held accountable. I don't know. I mean, Diddy's in. Clive Davis, he can't be charged now. That's what a lot of people wanted. Was they said, well, it's Clive's fault. It's Clive's fault. The reason that Diddy is the way he is. Well, he aged out of this bitch at 94. Long, prosperous, healthy life. He got out of it, but he might be meeting, his fate right now. That's not good.
Let's move on, y'all.
Y'all want me to talk about Clive Davis? Okay, let's do it. But I'm telling y'all right now, this story already took a turn that I was not expecting. So Clive Davis is over Arista, which is over Diddy's Bad Boy record. Now, rumor has it, allegedly, Diddy got on his knees for Clive Davis in 1994, and that's how Bad Boy Records came about. So that would make Clive Davis Diddy's mentor, right? And what they share in common is that both of their artists mysteriously end up unalive. Now, the rumor about Diddy getting on his knees for Clive in order to get Bad Boy would just be a rumor had Clive not come out the closet a few years ago. In 2013, Clive Davis released a memoir called The Soundtrack of My Life. In that memoir, an 80-year-old Clive Davis, at the time, this was in 2013, he admitted to being bisexual. So yeah, let's sit and stew on that for a second. Then we can get into all of the mysterious unalivings of his art.
Of his artists. Yeah, another one, and I know that at least Yorga's going to know because we had this conversation before. Charlie Sheen recently coming out that he was gay. And Charlie Sheen.
Oh, yeah.
He was talking about he was only gay when he smoked crack, remember?
Yeah. Wait a second. Say that again.
Charlie Sheen, recently, about a year ago, maybe 6 months ago, there was a documentary where he admitted that when he started smoking crack, he started being gay, basically. Came out of the closet late. And what that reminded me of was...
he blamed it on crack.
It's crack. So only when
he
I
was
was
abusing someone's crack.
Right. Yeah, well, I was about to say, crack is always the reason that a man turns gay, I guess.
Yeah. You got to breach the crack. Yeah.
Well, what it really reminded me of was Corey Feldman, who always said he got a hold of Corey Haim outside of a trailer. And, Corey Haim unalived himself young because of being... There was an episode, and I saw it when it was still a new thing. It was like Big Brother, and it was Corey Haim and Corey Feldman, and they were like arguing, and the cameras were on, and he's like, "Why didn't you protect me?" And the other one was like, "You don't think the same thing was happening to me?" And they were basically talking about pedos in the industry. It was pretty wild, and then not long after that, Haim unalived himself. And then Feldman went on to tell all his dirt and everything.
It was called The Two Coreys, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, The Tale of the Two Coreys was one movie, but there was also a reality show. Like, I think it was Big Brother, and they were on one episode, at least, but maybe more. And it's still out there, and they're arguing. And he's like, why didn't you protect me? You knew what was happening. He said, you didn't think this. Feldman said to Hank, how come you didn't think the same thing was happening to me? So basically on live TV on this, and I did see The Tale of Two Corys also. It was a movie. So they both had information about it, but just the one supposedly was unscripted. I don't know. Maybe they did script it, but they put it out there as an argument that they both were getting got in the industry. It's pretty gross, man. But then one is still alive and the other isn't. And he said Sheen was the one that got him. And then Sheen comes out as gay. I mean, that's the thing I get. And everybody needs to understand that just because someone's, likes dudes doesn't mean they like kids. But, it doesn't help because those were male boys. But it is true that you can be gay and not be a pedo. But it's just weird on both counts that, I think something did happen between him and Diddy. It's been rumored, and not just Diddy, others. With Clive Davis, I'm talking. I don't know about Charlie Sheen, but it doesn't help his case none, Two up, two down. What's up, Hammers? No cracks were harmed in the making of this stream. Oi, oi. That's how they say hi. I know I sound stupid. I say it wrong, but they say it, oi, oi. I'm messing
No,
it
it's
up.
oi, oi.
Oi, oi. Yeah. The emphasis on the second oi. Oi,
Yep.
oi. No, it's good to see you, man. I'm glad you stopped in. He's awesome. He does he'll go and stand out there in the middle of a protest and show it. He's got more.
Yeah, he gets dead up in it too, man.
Pretty cool, man. I appreciate it. I try to get there anytime I see him. We got the opposite schedules, but basically, I bet he's just waking up. And sometimes I'll be up too late, and he'll be starting his day. I'll catch him on out here protesting.
Yeah, for him,
Trying to figure out timing.
yeah, it should be like 7:30 in the morning.
Yep.
He's up farmer early. That's what I call it, farmer early. Oh shoot. Yeah, we already did the note. Oh yeah, okay. So I wonder, I done went all the way in the wrong spot, but I do kind of remember this, but I was pretty young. There was a thing going around like way at the beginning of the internet. Like, I don't know exactly when, but there was like this audio about Tupac saying that Quincy Jones tried to do gay shit to him. And somehow it like deleted from the internet, but several people said they heard it. Well, we are doing well. If you want to come up, let me know. Allegedly. I don't even know which thing I said, but yeah, probably allegedly. Do you remember any of that, Virginia? You're probably my only hope of this audio.
All right, which one?
Something that supposedly Tupac said Quincy Jones tried to do some gay stuff with him. And
Yeah,
then
right.
it got
Yeah.
scrubbed. Said. I don't remember ever hearing it, but I know people said
Quincy
they did.
Jones, quite a few rumors out there about him.
Supposedly he was dating Quincy Jones' daughter, and then this thing happened too, which is even creepier. But yeah, so it's gone though, and I think that's weird that there was ever a time you could, because you couldn't do that now. I don't think you could scrub something from the internet, and if you can, then I guess I'm naive to that thought. I don't know.
They scrub all the time. Like the royal family, if they want something gone, it'll be gone. Yeah, basically.
But what about, but here's, okay, you're right for the most part, but like me or you just happen to see something, you go, oh man, they're probably going to try. We screen record it and then they scrub it. You got a screen recording, and probably if you got one, then 10 other people got one. And I'm just saying, back in the day with Tupac time, people weren't doing that. There wasn't a lot of people screen record. It's just harder now, I guess.
But what year did he die? Because there was also no smartphones. It was the 90s, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't have smartphones. We didn't have screenshots. We didn't have the.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's harder. It would have been easier to scrub something off the internet than now, because now people at home can make copies where it was probably, you'd have to have like your big ass bulky camcorder out, and record it. And who does that? You're just you wouldn't think to do that because you're moving anyways. I remember it being alleged. I didn't hear it myself.
You're telling me Clive Davis is the puppet master? That Clive Davis is behind the unaliving of Janis Joplin? that Whitney Houston tried to warn people that Clive wanted her unalived. That Clive Davis is the reason why TLC was broke. And then when TLC confronted him.
Right. I love the way she just
And
points.
you're telling me his friends don't think it was an accident.
Somebody said Clive Davis, Quincy Jones, Barry Gordy. No one talks about them. The snake has 3 heads. Tupac once said Quincy Jones made a move on him. Oh yeah. In audio that has since been scrubbed off the internet, even myself, when I started YouTube, I never could find it. Never could.
He goes on to ask people, hey, if you got it, send it to me. I bet. Yeah. They done lots of that during COVID. Lots disappeared. I bet. I wonder if you saw the stuff that came out about Fauci through Tulsi Gabbard. I bet if anybody did, you did, Hammers. I bet he did. If not, look it up. It's intense, man. Bunch of disclosure coming from all the different things over time.
Well, I got something to say though. You see all this stuff going on with entertainers, how twisted these people are, and how fetid with evil they are. I'm happy to stay right where I'm at, where I got just enough money to get along and have a decent life. Thank you very much. I will not be joining that group of people.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the money makes them get worse, or do you think the money just reveals what's inside them already?
I think it reveals a lot, along with influence from below, you know, on where they think that for a while they can get away with pedophilia or drugs or kidnapping, whatever they do. I think the money is a strong influence, and also the demons influence them too.
I think it's case by case. And when you talk about demons, I think about that guy from, which I know you probably know about this one too, Virginia. Now I'm trying to make sure I get the right guy. Korn. He was the drummer. Brian the Head Welsh or Walsh. I read at least one of his books. I feel like 2, because he wrote one about it's crazy. He talks about demons and seeing them and, stopping doing drugs. And it's pretty interesting. Praise him. Psalms 150, Bob 100. Good to see you. Welcome in. Praise him. But anyways, there have been some that have turned away from the evil and talked about it. It's some crazy stuff. And I do think you can get out of it. I just think you need Jesus, like literally.
I think.
Go ahead.
I think money will make a good man go off the rails for a little while, but I think in the end, it just reveals what's in your soul.
Right. See.
You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, if you get money, all of a sudden you might fly off the handle and do a few things, but you'll come, if you're a decent person, you'll come to the conclusion that this is not what life is and start using your money for good.
Right.
It was good to see you, Hammers. I'll try to look for you, man. And you're not a mod, are you? If you type in at 2 up, 2 down, he's got an amazing channel. He really does go out there with the protesters and he just covers it all. He's got a lot more kahunas than I do. I don't want to be out there like that. But yeah, he's pretty awesome. So let me see what's on here. Okay, this next clip, he does another short, and this is pretty interesting. I don't know if y'all have heard this whole thing about like the CIA and the prisons and the rap music and how, I don't know why it couldn't be, because there was like this big shift to where shit got so hardcore. Like, I don't know. Let me just let them play the clip. This is somebody alleging this was like, let me just play it. Unmute it for one.
In that 1995 meeting in Beverly Hills in the home of Clive Davis, who was responsible for the murder of Whitney Houston. I said it. These days are known. And there were rappers there from all over the country. They were invited to the home of Clive Davis, along with members of the CIA, FBI, which they didn't understand why the government was there, including Many directors and CEOs of the private prisons throughout the United States was at that meeting in the mansion of Clive Davis. And they were telling these rappers, you need to create songs talking about killing police, calling black women bees and hoes. You need to get more nasty so we can fill our prisons that we're building. Okay.
You know what's crazy during that time? I can recall when that gangster music came into play.
That's it.
And how they, you know, I don't know if the guys rapping it really knew, but they created the atmosphere.
Yes.
But it went from, I remember guys wanting to wear like the African chains around their neck,
Yes.
dancing and the haircuts, flat tops, kid and play,
Flat top, yeah.
Kwame, to the really thugged out and
Yes.
just the gang stuff. And I can recall going into like liquor stores or different places and all they had was blue and red rags.
Right.
It was just like that stuff was on program.
Mm-hmm.
That was it anyways. But yeah, it's crazy. I kind of do remember that. Like they talk about, because yeah, Will Smith with his big tall thing he had going on, and he's singing rapping parents just don't understand, and he's like far from thugged out, you know? And it's like we went from that to parents just don't understand to like F the police, you know, like it happened, and then everybody was that way.
Well, hey, I gotta break in. I gotta blast off here.
Oh man, you hung in here a long time, man. I was probably wasn't gonna go much longer.
6 hours on a boat and 6 hours online with you guys.
On a boat, then on a stream.
I'm not. I was on a boat and I was on a stream.
And all those speckles in between.
And there was some speckles to be had. Yes.
Schmeckle.
All right, you guys.
You schmeckle fucker. Good. See you later.
All right, I'll see y'all later. Bye.
Thanks for being here.
Peace out, Jorgen.
Okay, bye.
I probably don't going to go much longer, but yeah, 2 up, 2 down. Hammers said, I done a great stream at Downing. St. Quinn Starmer left. I bet, I don't know which one that is, but I bet it is good. Jorgen say boats and hoes. Man, you missed it in Duckby.
Boats and hoes.
Catalina wine mixer.
Right?
Oh my gosh. Your resilience is amazing. I love it. Yeah, he does all right. But yeah, I actually did get through a lot of it. I love the Hollywood stuff, but I don't want to like, if there's nobody that's really interested in even talking about it, I feel like it's rude to play it. And I feel like you at least do get into it a little bit, Virginia. So I get my pass when you're here to throw some.
Oh man, I do, because it's a good example of that good v evil war going on. And you know, like the music, what the dude just said was 100% correct. There was a point where prisons became for profit. They introduced gangster rap. That now you have the satanic panic. You connect this with Clive Davis going back to the 60s with Janis Joplin and folk music. You go a little before that to the Beatles and the Tavistock Institute. The CIA has been in music and movies forever. One of the 5 branches of the Pentagon is the entertainment industry, movies and music. And those are the people programming us. So it's like, yes, I love looking at the methods and the patterns and then seeing it for what it is. Is that dude crazy that just said that? The gentleman you just showed talking about how the CIA has been in this. No, he is absolutely 100% correct. And look at Clive Davis going from Joplin to which is, let's say, blues and folksy more and rock, right? Going through every genre of music, having a huge influence on all of them, many turning up dead. And it's not because they're flawed or they don't have talent. It's because of the business strategy of risk versus reward. Whitney became too much of a mess and she started to slide into risk. These people are worth even more dead. Elvis, Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, Prince. they're making probably more money now. Their estates, quote unquote, you know.
Well, they definitely are on the trajectory that they were both Prince and Michael anyway. I'll speak on with Sony. They both like publicly bragged about how much of Sony they were about to own. And that's only because how big they got. Like the contracts were unbeatable, right? But if you're Prince or if you're Michael and you make that kind of money, you get to a point where they owe you. And most people don't make it that far. And it's like both of them got to that point, and then, oh, suddenly this most tragic thing happened, you know? Like
Right.
Michael came out talking about Tommy Mottola is a devil. And he talked about to be owning Sony and all these big things. And he's like, they think it was really bad. I'll play the clip. I've played it before. I'd even play it again. He's like, they think I'm just always thinking about music and they don't think I'm paying Michael. And he goes, well, what they don't understand is basically he had so much music already written. He owed him like 2 songs. He's like, I've got like 37. It was done. He just had to like, you know, put them out there. But then within very short period of the time of him saying that, he sadly and tragically died. You know, after he announced his moves, what he could have done was read The Art of War and kept quiet and appeared weak while he was strong, because he told on himself and then he was off, basically. Allegedly, I believe. What's
They
up, Coop?
connect people to prop them up too. Like Tommy Mottola was Mariah Carey's husband for a minute.
Oh my gosh. Rupert Lowe, okay, so you know he's not in America. So Rupert Lowe, MP, done the Grape Gang inquiry, where over 250,000 white girls were predominantly graped by Pakistani grape gangs, and screaming that outside where our prime minister was stepping down. This was over 30, 40 years. That's crazy, man. Sometimes you just don't want to know shit, you know. You can see
Hey
the spirit
guys,
of music. Are you leaving too?
I'm gonna get off here. I may pop back in backstage a little later, but I am starving. I'm gonna go eat. So,
All right.
all right. Good night, internet fuckers.
Good night.
All right,
Oh,
bye.
that's a good song, Tennessee. Hopefully he does come back. I am winding down. Kim says, have we worked out yet the music industry and film industry is where the darkness likes to dwell? Absolutely, for sure.
Yeah.
So I have one more clip on this one here. It's not even 20. No, that's a different spot. Sorry, I lied. It's like 2 minutes, and it's about somebody I didn't even really know. Hurricane Chris. I mean, the name sounds kind of familiar, but I'm out of the loop. But he's talking about Clive Davis again. Oh, goodness.
That's a fact, Brew.
I am still here. Shoot. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I can't find it. I was ready to come back in. I thought I kicked myself out. But I like minimized it or something to where I cannot find it. This is crazy. So if I come back in, I'll be here twice, huh?
Yes.
I don't know what else to do though. Because I can't, I don't know. I had one more clip to play. Actually, I had more if we wanted to. None of them were long. But if I come back in, I don't know what to do. Kick myself out. I can't see it.
Kick yourself out so that your audio doesn't echo. So if you ended up doubling up a tab or something, you come in and you're here twice, just kick
Well,
out.
I'll leave my camera on so I know which one's me now.
Okay.
Oh, you did hear that. See, I'm muted on the other one. This is weird. This is crazy. Okay.
Now I'm like waiting for the second cola to pop up. It's like being in a, there we go. There she is. All right.
Okay, you can still hear me. This is so weird.
Yeah,
I can't
yeah.
yourself. I can't even mute myself.
Okay. Can you X out the one where your camera was not on?
I can't figure it won't let me.
Oh, is it a different tab? You know, like a different Dang it, girl. Well, you're not echoing, so whatever you're trying to
Yeah.
do, yeah, it should be good. You're
This
not.
has never happened. I'm thinking my managing was asleep. Aw.
Well, you look beautiful.
I feel stupid. I did want to play one more, but it's echoing on my end. Are you sure it's not echoing?
No.
All right.
Chat, is it echoing like for us or for me? It isn't.
All right. I can't mute myself, so I like make a phone call. I'm muted.
I think
I'll
you're
be
good.
right back.
Uh-oh. What did she do?
I don't know what's up.
Oh no. She might have got lost pushing buttons.
Here, I just wanted to help. I said, kick the mirror off. That's not on camera. Because he's the only one that has keys. It's gone.
I'll go get some water. Be right back, guys.
I could probably still share, but I'm gonna wait. Putin said it's trying to, Becky. That's cool. I don't know. I can hear it. It's coming back at me. Now nope. I think he's having trouble too. Man, I'm gonna try. Okay, is that you? Trying to be it. There you are. That one. It was her. Yay. I don't know what happened. I still sound like I'm echoing on my end. Oh, this is annoying.
This he got his whole situation based off of Clive Davis. Clive Davis.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So yeah, J Records is Clive Davis.
I think he stepped down.
Was Clive Davis, yeah.
Yeah.
Who is really one of the absolute legends in the music industry. I mean, that's like Whitney Houston, I mean, he's got a catalog that's insane.
Yeah.
Did you and Clive Davis ever interact at all or no?
Yeah, that's in order for me to sign my deal, I had to sit down at a table with Clive Davis, and they had to look at Clive and say, "What do you think about this?" And he was like, "Oh man." That's when they signed it.
I don't know. It's echoing on me. I can still see me back there. I can't kick the old me.
Huh.
All right. How about now? Still.
I don't hear an echo, but the chat experience could be different, but it sounds fine to me.
Okay. When I was playing that video, it didn't echo on y'all's end?
No.
I don't hear any echo at all, Colin. Nothing. You're 5 by 5 over here.
Shit. And then I had to go to like a bunch of parties with Clive Davis. Like party that I didn't even understand. It was just like people that I didn't know who they were, just a bunch of like millionaires and billionaires and houses that didn't even look real. And Clive Davis used to tell me, just you stand right here, put his arm on my shoulder and say, "Don't move." Everybody come out, they take pictures. Gotta think I'm 16, 17, so I was still kind of strange to me. Right now, I'm like, "Yo, Clive Davis, I need to borrow 30 million. I got these apartments. We finna do 10 projects, and I bring this 30 million back to you tomorrow, man. I didn't realize how much I had to juice.
Oh yeah, he really got money like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Clive Davis, like I said, I mean, when you talk about the all-time great music executives, period, throughout history,
that's who
Clive
helped
would
P.
probably
Diddy.
be- Yeah,
That's who helped Diddy.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
Think about that, y'all. A young Hurricane Chris said he had to sit down with Clive to even get, you know, to even get his deal signed. He had to sit down with the devil. Then you got to go be, you know, you got to go be product now, like paraded around in a sense. Now I'm finna take you to these parties, just like this comment said. Clive went after young black artists, mainly lower class rural areas, the ones who knew nothing about the industry. It was so easy to manipulate and take them around bidders or buyers claiming to be high profile investors. The whole party is like a bidding session, just like the movie Get Out. Exactly. It's exactly what it is. You know nothing about it. I'm finna make millions off of you. You're black. You know, you from the hood. You finna, even if your run is short, you make a couple of hits. I'm gonna make millions. This is how I continue to thrive. This is how I continue to feed, you know, the devil himself. And this is how I will make sure I live as long as possible. And he lived until he was 94 years old because he was able to serve up so many souls.
If you knew how Clive Davis used to torture Luther Vandross.
She goes on to talk about Luther Vandross, but something about her, I feel like she just got, I finally got help to get it. I had basically, it was disappeared, but it still existed. So everything was playing twice, but it's fixed now. Y'all just couldn't hear it. You think I'm crazy, but
no, you sound good.
It's normal now. But just till up to 15, I had to go get somebody to come, and it's like the screen shrunk, so it was half sized, and it was disappeared from my tabs at the top. But he hovered over that E down there, and I could see I was both places, and it was shrunk down just how. So basically, I had to go in there and X that one out, and now I'm not echoing. But thank God y'all couldn't hear it. It was echoing for me the whole time. So even when that guy was talking, it was like he was talking twice the whole time. It was pretty bad. I'm not the greatest with electronics. I mean, I lucked out of that. If I didn't have help, I'm going to shut it down anyways, but I would have been shutting it down sooner. But yeah, something about Jaguar Wright. She just knows a little bit about everything all the time. She's just kind of gossipy. It's like you can't be an expert in everything. So I don't trust. I think sometimes she's just speculating like any one of us would do. And sometimes she does have insider knowledge, but it's hard to tell when because she speaks on everything. You know what I mean? It's not pick and choose. She speaks on everything. And I mean, I don't know. I guess she does have a better idea than we do. What's that?
She knows people that know people.
Right. Obvious. Yeah. And that's kind of where it comes from, I guess. You know, that's where her insight comes from. So I guess I shouldn't hate on her.
Well, there is something a little bit off. I agree. Like a little extra knowing or seeming to know quite a bit, right? So I'm with you there. There's something extra, but I do think she's in a closer spot to the inner circle than you and I, you know.
Right. I agree. Man. Oh my gosh, this Oliver tree stuff. I don't want to do that anymore. I want to get a longer deal of that and go down that rabbit hole because I think there is something to that Oliver tree stuff. Like I said, the ties to Melanie Martinez and stuff. I don't know.
What a miserable life these entertainers must live. What a miserable life. I mean, they got the wealth, they got the women, on and on, but I'm sure that deep down they know when you sign on with the devil, this is all temporary, and eventually you're going to fall apart. What a horrible, miserable life they must be leading.
Right. I agree. This next thing here is just a short. I saved it because I thought it's Justin Bieber, and I honestly really liked him, and I do think he was probably victimized to some degree. It's just like a short little thing. He actually is he's being a little self-conscious and just kind of being funny, and I don't know. I like the kid. I hope the best for him.
Message is basically to just hold on, you know, like there's a lot to look forward to. There's a lot that we can't control, but there is hope, and holding on to that is is something that I like to do.
Yeah, it's kind of like. Did you miss doing
I
that?
don't know, man. I'm just trying to. I don't know what's happening, man.
Well,
I'm
you just
tired,
came back.
bro.
Well, all I know is, as we've got 1 minute left, so we'll get to the world premiere. We got 1 minute
Give
left.
me a break, man.
You know, Twitter, all of it is just gonna. It changes the course of my day. Shut up and let me say this. I'm being
I'm
serious.
still stuck on how stupid I sounded 2 seconds ago. And that's what I like to do. Like, what?
You did sound stupid.
I did sound stupid. It's okay.
No, you didn't. It wasn't stupid. It was just fun.
I thought that was a cute moment. I mean, he was either high or just laughing at himself because he kind of trailed off. Holding on to hope is something I like to do. And then, like, even after, he's just sitting there laughing at himself.
He looked a lot younger there. Like, do you know
Yeah.
when that was?
I feel like he was
a little
still
more easygoing, and you know.
Yeah, I don't know. Something about it just stood out to me, and I thought it was cute. You know, I liked. I remember taking my little girl to see the Bieber movie, and they really made you feel sorry for the guy. You know, like you start to feel bad that, you know, because his music wasn't great. You know, as an adult listening to like baby, 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 like it just wasn't profound. You know. And then you start hearing about how he was drumming when he was 2 on like objects around him and all the talent he had. And you're like, man, okay, this kid's all right. You know, they just, you know, got to him.
The last few years, he has looked broken, like miserable and broken, and something in his spirit or the light in him just like gone. But I think he was talented and he got devoured very young. If I'm not mistaken, it was Lady Gaga that sort of came across him on a YouTube video or something.
I thought it was Usher, and it ends up to P.
Usher
Diddy.
came in, yes.
Yeah, it was, and there's clips of all that. I don't know if I've ever played them. I kind of feel like everybody saw those, and I'd be surprised if they didn't. You know, like we don't talk about that. Like, and he's giving him a car and he gets 24 hours with him. It's kind of like that little girl he adopted. None of it makes sense. Like, and it was, I couldn't, maybe it's just my algorithm, but I'd see those videos over and over again. Ellen DeGeneres was where he was on first. He was on there so many times.
Yes.
Yeah, it's true. I've seen videos about her. Like I said, I can't get through them all and do something on everybody, but I mean, I could, but
well, what are your thoughts on Ellen DeGeneres? I see someone there who's pretty shady. What are your guys' thoughts?
Man, I keep getting these things about her that I hope aren't true, but like, I don't know. They talk about like, well, you know, there was Anne Hesh, which with Virginia and I both talk about a lot and watched a lot of clips where she was one of her exes and tried to get up off that ambulance, and she had a lot of weird things happen. Like she drove into a house, and you didn't know about the Anne Hesh thing. No. She had mental problems too, and they weren't together when that happened. Yeah, there was an Usher Diddy connection. Anyways, she said some things and she's gone now. And then she had a DJ named Twitch, and he died while he was still affiliated and on her show. It's some weird stuff. And then
alleged suicide with Twitch, and Anne Heche was her ex-girlfriend, and the circumstances of that are very weird. And actually, like 10, 15 years before, another ex-girlfriend of Ellen DeGeneres died mysteriously. And there's another one for sure. And then when you look at, you start tying her into the rumors of exploitation in many different ways. And like Diddy was one of her top guests. He was one of there like 40 times or something. You know,
a lot of people said her set design mocked the Epstein stuff, like the blue and white kind of said that about her. And some of the
I noticed that a long time ago. It's like, what the
Wade
hell?
in the rabbit hole, which is probably was fake. They said that she was like at a cannibal party or something, but it gets so far that even I'm like, well, you're gonna have to give me something. There's some kind of proof. I mean, I don't put it past her, but you can't just say some stuff and expect me to believe it, But I have seen a lot of those. They will say that she, like, I feel like even they've said it was Anne Hesh, but I don't know. It's kind of far fetched.
Well, same as Oprah.
Yeah.
They're put on a certain pedestal, and it seems like they're America's best friend. And according to certain rumors, man, they're the darkest. I heard shit about Ellen and human hunting parties and Oprah.
Yeah, it gets dark.
Yes, that are very, very fucking dark. And they hide under that guise of be kind. And,
Yeah, the be kind. And that's what's crazy is like, I mean, I gotta admit, I actually liked her. She did a lot of good stand-up. She had a certain kind of humor that I liked. And then when you look back on some of this, like she was awkward and kind of mean to people, like it's not as funny looking from a different lens. But when I wasn't looking at her that way, she was kind of funny. And she did this stand-up. She tried to come back from the mean stuff. It was called Relatable. And the joke was nothing about her was relatable anymore because she was so rich. And it so missed so many people. But there were funny parts and everything. But I think it was a bad PR move to be like, oh, let's do a special called Relatable. And you can joke about how multi-rich you are and how funny it is that no one can relate to you anymore. You're not relatable. And there were funny parts, but I think it did her worse. But one of the best parts, the part that I actually liked, she's like, I was the be kind girl. I should have just been like, F you. And then anything from there would have been better. When you put yourself out there as be kind to everyone, then you're held to like almost a higher regard. Like you can't even have a bad day. But if you just start out at F you, then everything else is bonus. I don't know. She did the joke better. I thought that was kind of funny, but it still wasn't enough to spin the narrative for her. It was over.
Right.
She screwed it up. But it was a funny joke. That's true. If you put the bar at, be kind to everyone, but you just start at F you, everything's a plus.
Right.
And yeah, it does look like the island. Anyway, I got this one more. I got a clip here. It's a short about how skinny Ariana Grande is. Yeah, that's not even the problem. That weird stuff with that lady that she did the movie Wicked with, that shit looked like Handler and creepy ass vibes to me. But anyways, I wouldn't body shame, but she does look skinny and she didn't ever look this skinny to me before. This lady's a little out there, but it's just a short to share. I figured I will while we're here. Why not?
Talk about it yet? Like, are we allowed to talk about it yet? I already tried to post a video like this before and it got like completely shut down by TikTok. So I'm going to be speaking very delicately in this version. But Ariana Grande's Eternal Sunshine tour started last night, and I can't even look at the pictures and videos that come out of it because they are so triggering for me. This is one of my favorite artists of all time, and I cannot even enjoy her tour videos because I can so clearly see what's happening. And we are being encouraged to pretend like what's right in front of us isn't what's happening. I'm going to show you a picture of what she looked like during the Positions era just a few years ago. And this is not to shame or to body check her, but it is literally just to say this is not healthy. And it's so obvious to me and so many people seeing it. And it's really upsetting that I feel like I'm not allowed to talk about it. She looks like she's just a sneeze away from being Karen Carpenter. If you know, you know. She's always been tiny, okay? But on a person this small, even just like a half a pound is going to make a huge difference. So initially when the whole conversation was happening, when she made the Instagram video where she said, I don't want people speaking about my body online, I was like, oh yeah, of course, queen. Because at that time, I didn't notice anything. I was like, I don't even really know what anyone is talking about. But now this is just literally so obvious that it's like, how is there no one around her who is trying to help her? How is she going to make it through an entire tour like this? The dances are very low energy. She's not singing with as much power as she's ever sang with before. Like, she looks like she's going to blow away. I can see her sternum. Like, I can see her humerus bone through her skin. I've never seen these bones on a human person on stage before. I'm going to have to look away. Like, I'm going to have to stop paying attention because I genuinely cannot see this imagery and not be sent back to the place where I was in the same mindset. It's really a situation where all I can do is pray that something will change.
I full screened that. Oh man, that's bad, man. I don't know what else to say. She looked very sick. You know,
And she is a beautiful girl. My daughter used to watch a show with her. I can't think. She was Cat or something. There was a little kitty show she was on, and they kind of made her character kind of dumb, and she talked kind of like up like this, and she was supposed to be dumb, but she was beautiful, and she didn't look like that. She looked like a healthy kid. But yeah, Ozempic, it does look. They do that. They get all scrawny in there. But yeah, more than that, I feel like they mess with her mind or something. They do that to people in Hollywood all the time. Like when they're in there from child actor, you know, they really screw with their minds. It's kind of sad, man.
Have you ever noticed how few cross over from child actor into adult? Very few. Have you ever noticed that?
Or and just like when we were talking about earlier, Drew Barrymore, she's all weird and extra huggy with people because she's got this unresolved trauma. Like it's very rare. And a lot of the Olsen twins, some of them, all their pictures look really gaunt and weird now too. They're all these Gucci models, and they tried to make Miley Cyrus look gaunt like that too. It's a weird. Why is that your thing? You know, like who wants to buy Gucci? And that's, I don't know. It's creepy.
The Olsen twins look so scary, dude.
They do.
I don't even know what to compare to how they look, and it's sad. It's like Bob was saying, how many go from being child actors, like super popular, to any normal presentation as an adult. Brew, like Judy Garland, they destroyed her from the start. Elizabeth Taylor, she made it for a while, but in the end was destroyed. Like I'm trying to think of a child actress who aged working successfully without being weird.
You know,
Ryan
one that
Gosling.
Okay. Justin Timberlake so far, I guess. But who's one of them? I really like the girl that played DJ Tanner on Full House. She's kind of like, she's not a star anymore, but she'll do like Lifetime movies, and she holds true to her faith. And I feel like she's one of the ones that didn't. Yes, that one. Yep. But I also had the book of Stephanie. She talks about, she had like a drug addiction, and she wrote a whole book about it. Debbie Reynolds, one that did. Wait, who was Debbie Reynolds?
Debbie Reynolds, she was in, wasn't she in like Singing in the Rain, if I'm not mistaken? I could be wrong. Debbie Reynolds, her daughter is Carrie Fisher, who was in Star Wars.
And
but
she's
Debbie
gone
Reynolds,
now. And she, Carrie Fisher,
died like within days.
Yeah, and she talked about the mind erasure, which also, Ariana, that's why I said I worry about her with mind control. She talks about the mind erasure clinic Ariana Grande did, but Carrie Fisher also talked about having electroshock therapy and not wanting to keep some of the painful memories. Shirley Temple became a U.S. ambassador. Wow.
That's a good one, Brew. Shirley Temple, for what she saw and went through, she actually did come out pretty good at the back end. You're right.
So what was the movie? So Carrie Fisher and I think Debbie Reynolds, I suppose, they did a movie together about like mother and daughter. I can't think of the name of it, but I didn't know that for years. And it's actually pretty interesting now to know that. I probably will. I don't know if anybody can possibly put the link. Virginia, you're a mod, or is it too hard for you to put the link in chat for the backstage? If it is, that's fine.
I gotta open the YouTube.
Okay, don't worry with it if it's going to cause you like bounce yourself out. I was going to play one more. I don't know if anybody cares, but Jelly Roll got a divorce from Bunny or something like this. It's a short. He addressed it at a concert, like they're going to be best friends anyway. This is the last content I'm going to play, and then I'll probably shut it down. We'll say goodbye and everything too, but I just wanted to give a heads up. It's been a long stream. I was hoping Cujo would make it back, but he'll probably come.
Jelly Roll officially breaks silence on his divorce from Bunny XO. As you may have heard, country singer Jelly Roll and his wife of nearly 10 years, Bunny XO, recently announced that they're getting a divorce. Bunny just appeared on a podcast called Dumb Blonde, where she addressed the reasons for their divorce. And this evening, during his concert in New York, Jelly Roll also addressed the matter. This is what he said.
I wasn't going to talk about this tonight, but while we're talking about liars, the internet's a liar too. It's the only time, the only city I'm going to speak about this, so break your camera phones out now. Me and my wife are best friends. We will always be best friends. We just got off the phone earlier today. Nobody cheated on nobody. She just did a whole podcast about it. You can go watch it. Every word of it is the truth. That will be my best friend forever. This is the only time I will ever speak about it. Bunny, I love you, baby. Thank you for those 10 years. They were incredible. Thank you for the next 10 years of friendship and 20 beyond that. With that being said, cheers, everybody. Thanks for coming out tonight.
Let us know what you.
I thought that was. It's nice that it's amicable and that they're not like ending it terrible. Thank you so much, Virginia. I hate to work it. My managing mod is, and I struggle to get out of my conundrum where I was in here twice. But Bob, did you have any last thoughts for?
Oh, I just wanted to say you mentioned the Olsen twins, and I googled recent photographs of them. They've got to be on meth or something. That's just,
It's Gucci, man. They like this weird look. I don't know what.
I tell you, that's unnatural. They're around my age, maybe younger than me, but that's dope, man. They got to have those kids.
The thing is, they're
look
younger
awful.
than me. They're barely 40. Like, yeah.
What?
Yes.
No.
Those were okay, I don't know if you remember the show Full House with Uncle Jesse and Bob Saget and all of that.
You gotta do.
Those were those twins played the baby in that TV show.
Okay.
But that in the TV show there was a little baby. Well, that baby was played by twins. That was the Olsen twins. That show was like the early 90s, and then they went and did movies and whatever. They're, I would say, in their late 30s, maybe early 40s at best.
They're definitely on something, man. They've got to be, because they look like older than me, and I'm 62.
They don't look great.
I mean, that's terrible.
There's something about the gaunt look with Gucci lately. Miley Cyrus looks much better than when she poses for them. They do that weird blonde eyebrows thing and like wash their face out. It's weird looking, but they do it on purpose, which is the weirdest part to me. Why do it on purpose? Oh yeah, I gotta play. I don't know if Chessboard even saw this, but I gotta play this for Chessboard too.
How do they do it? How do we watch it? Why do we watch it? Why do you watch it?
He said my show needed more culture, and he gave me that. I'm like, I feel judged, dude. I feel judged. Yeah, they were born into it. What about you, Virginia? Did you have any last thoughts?
Just one word. Well,
if you're gonna whelp, then I gotta be like, what you about to do, YouTube? What you about to do? We about to go back here. No, for real, the link is back there. And yeah, good night, YouTube. I hate to cut anybody off. Has everybody said what they want to say before I shut it down? I know, the long goodbye. All right. Virginia whelped, and I said, what you about to do? Yeah. Have a good night, YouTube.
Good night, YouTube.